Chapter 45. The dragon eagle roars across the sky, the sword god slays the bandits, and the sword king follows. I don't know which talented person said it. Not bad. Zhu Xuanji, who was wearing a silver mask, nodded and smiled satisfactorily. In front of him were dozens of captive cultivators. All of them were extremely excited, and some of them were kowtowing to him. Behind him, Northern Sword Valiant was fighting with the chief of the stronghold, while little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were fighting with the bandits. Our big and small were circling in the air. Their wingspans were 15 feet long, like the combat planes of modern civilization on Earth. Their screeching reverberated on the mountaintop, like the sound of death, urging the bandits to hurry up. A year had passed. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were no longer the same as before. They had rich battle experience. The two girls' cultivation had reached foundation building level 3. Little Jiang Shui, who was 14, had already begun to grow up. She was no longer the little girl from before. She was slim and graceful, with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her face was even more exquisite than Huang Lianxin's. In another 2 to 3 years, she would surely be a beauty that could cause the downfall of kingdoms. Zhu Xuanji's cultivation broke through 3 levels and reached foundation building level 9. In a year, he grew a dozen centimeters taller, but he was still a head shorter than little Jiang Shui, which made him feel defeated. The captives looked at the battle and cried out in surprise. That's sword god Zhu's sword slave, Northern Sword Valiant. He's so powerful. Sword god Zhu did not even need to attack, and he could flatten this stronghold. The two girls are powerful too, especially the little girl. The grade of that magic fan is definitely not low. Too powerful. I really want to become sword god Zhu's subordinate. You can compare to Northern Sword Valiant. Zhu Xuanji turned around to look at the battle. Hearing the discussions behind him, he smiled under the mask. Keep bragging, don't stop. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 10 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, silver, residual image sword, sword chi golden body incantation. The sword spirit's voice came suddenly, which brightened his eyes. Sword chi golden body incantation. He had already mastered the 3rd stage of the golden body art, allowing him to unleash spiritual energy from his paws to attack his enemies. His physical strength had also reached 30,000 kilograms. If the golden body incantation could be upgraded to sword chi golden body incantation, he would be even more powerful, and his cultivation would be much faster. He first pulled up the shadow sword's information. Sword name, residual image sword, level, silver, description, created from special materials. When swung quickly, it will create afterimages to confuse the enemy. Each afterimage has a certain amount of lethality. Not bad. At least the special ability didn't overlap with the other divine swords. Zhu Xuanji smiled in satisfaction. The battle was not over yet. He directly inherited the sword chi golden body incantation. Then, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. The sword energy golden body incantation was the upgraded version of the golden body incantation. There were a total of 5 levels: sword chi birth, jade skin and golden bones, sword chi saw, diamond indestructible, and flesh god sword. The first 4 levels were similar to the golden body incantation, but Zhu Xuanji had to start from scratch. After organizing his memories, he pulled up his attribute list. Sword owner, Zhu Xuanji race, Great Zhu royal bloodline age, 10 cultivation, 9th stage foundation building realm cultivation method, sword chi golden body incantation sword art, white crane sword art, blazing flame sword art, 8-step sword steps, tri-source vein severing sword, 100 miles flying sword, supernatural power, none, talent, 2 tasks at once swords, silver, crimson dragon sword, bronze, frost wave sword, silver, bloodbath sword, bronze, tiger roar sword, bronze, wind cutter. Sword, iron, swine culling sword, silver, golden rock sword, silver, heaven sound sword, gold, hell king sword, silver, residual image sword. It's quite magnificent. Zhu Xuanji thought proudly. He flipped his right hand, and the Hell King sword appeared in his hand. He immediately used ranged sword propelling and tossed it out. The chief, who was fighting intensely with Northern Sword Valiant, heard an ear-piercing sound coming from behind him. He turned his head instinctively, but his chest was still pierced by the Hell King sword. Blood splattered across the sky. Northern Sword Valiant's eyes sharpened. He took the opportunity to use his most powerful sword move. His sword chi swept across and beheaded his enemy in an instant. Zhu Xuanji raised his hand, and the Hell King sword flew back into his hand. The captives behind him looked at him in awe. This is Sword God Zhu. He can end the battle with just one move. The captives ignored the fact that Zhu Xuanji launched a sneak attack. They only felt that he was so powerful. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable majesty. With the death of the chief, the remaining bandits fled in all directions in fear. They did not dare to fight anymore. After the battle ended, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin began to loot the stronghold without Zhu Xuanji's orders. Little Jiang Shui ran up to him with her hands on her waist and giggled. How was it? Did I become more powerful? Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, yes, you are the most powerful. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes, but she was still very happy. Today, she killed a dozen bandits by herself. Before this, she had to rely on the flaming fan to kill the enemies. Looking at her excited look, Zhu Xuanji sighed in amazement. He remembered the first time little Jiang Shui killed an enemy. It was like slaughtering a pig, and she was the pig. Her reluctant look made him feel amused. While Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin cleaned up, Zhu Xuanji took out the residual image sword. The sword was black and shiny. The hilt and blade were the same color. There were no intricate carvings on it, but it emanated a powerful aura. Zhu Xuanji swung it around and realized that the sword was very light, second only to the Windcutter sword. It was quite fitting. He flipped his right hand and stored the residual image sword into the supreme storage. After a while, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin were done cleaning up. Zhu Xuanji took out the Crimson Dragon sword and leaped up. Little Jiang Shui jumped behind him, and the two of them flew away on their swords. The two dragon eagles let out a long cry and chased after them. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin took out their own swords and flew away. Huang Lianxin's sword was a level 2 enchanted artifact. Enchanted artifacts were ranked from level 1 to level 9. Each level was further divided into low, medium, high, and super grade. This sword belonged to one of the chiefs, and it was enough for her to use. Zhu Xuanji would not give away a legendary sword from the Supreme Legendary Sword system to others, even if it was iron grade. Looking at their departure, the rescued captives sighed in amazement. A sword god was indeed a sword god. Even when he left, he was still so elegant. Next, Zhu Xuanji did not continue to challenge the strongholds but prepared to return home. After flying for half an hour, Zhu Xuanji suddenly stopped. Our big and small Northern Sword Valiant, and Huang Lianxin did the same. Following their gaze, he saw a black dragon circling the ground at the end of the horizon. The black dragon was hundreds of meters long. Its black scales shone coldly under the sunlight like a mountain range. Even though it was a few thousand meters away, it was still terrifying. Such a huge evil dragon, it has at least the cultivation of rank 4, or even rank 5. Northern Sword Valiant said solemnly. Rank 4 was equivalent to Inner Pellet, while rank 5 was equivalent to Soul Fountain. Zhu Xuanji frowned. Why did he not encounter this evil dragon when he came? Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You look so majestic now. An old and cold voice came from the direction of the black dragon. Zhu Xuanji heard it, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 46. Master, be careful. Baixiao Wangjian reminded with a deep voice. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhu Xuanji instinctively. Only she knew Zhu Xuanji's real name. Baixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin only knew him as Sword God Zhu. She quickly glanced over and did not reveal any strange expression. Zhu Xuanji also pretended to be calm. He could not reveal his identity for now. Although he could kill inner pellet cultivators above his level, inner pellet cultivators were only considered above average in the Great Zhu dynasty. Once the empress of the Great Zhu dynasty found him, it would not be difficult to kill him. The four of them looked over and saw a figure landing on the head of the black dragon. It was an old man dressed in a loose black robe. His white hair was coiled under 2 silver hairpins, and his eyes were sunken. His gaze was cold and gloomy, and the corners of his mouth were curled up into an unruly smile. Little Jiang Shui asked softly, "What should we do?" "Go around it." Zhu Xuanji shook his head. The other party evidently wanted to deal with him, so how could he go around them? Northern Sword Valiant's face was solemn as he said, "I'm afraid his cultivation is above the inner pellet realm." In other words, the other party was very likely an expert of the Spirit Spring stage. The Spirit Spring stage had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every one of them was like a demon. Not only was he powerful, but his mind was also incomparable to others. Zhu Xuanji muttered, "Why don't we split up?" "No." She hugged Zhu Xuanji's waist tightly and said, "If we escape together. If we die together." From what he said, the black-robed old man's target was Zhu Xuanji, and they could escape. But how could she leave Zhu Xuanji alone? Zhu Xuanji turned around, and their eyes met. Little Jiang Shui's eyes were so determined that he could not refuse. "Forget it." Huang Lianxin suddenly said, "This person is gravely injured." With this, Zhu Xuanji and the others' eyes lit up. Northern Sword Valiant already knew that she had the ability to see through bones and muscles. He murmured, "No wonder he didn't come straight at me." Huang Lianxin nodded and guessed, "The other party is calling for Prince Xuanji. There is no Prince Xuanji among us. He might be testing us." She and Baixiao Wangjian had never heard of Prince Xuanji. If it was the son of Zhao Xian, perhaps they would know. Zhu Xuanji frowned and thought to himself that it was indeed so. The black-robed old man did not come over for a long time. He just stood on the black dragon's head and looked at them. It was really strange. He immediately decided, "Let's fly in another direction." After saying that, the four of them changed their direction and left. The black-robed elder and the black flood dragon did not chase after them. They continued to watch them from afar. Zhu Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief but cursed in his heart. Damn it. So it was just a bluff. If he were to meet this bastard again in 10 years, he would definitely make him suffer the consequences. After the four left, about an incense stick's worth of time later, another group of cultivators passed by. "Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You're really impressive now." The black-robed old man suddenly shouted, scaring the group of cultivators so much that they trembled and almost fell off the magic artifact. When they turned around and saw the black flood dragon, they almost fainted. The group was like Zhu Xuanji and the others. They were terrified at first and did not dare to move. After sensing that something was wrong, they hurriedly ran away. From the beginning to the end, the black-robed old man still had an unruly smile on his face, as if he had the upper hand. It was almost dusk. The four of them returned to the valley. Northern Sword Valiant was still waiting outside. There were already 6 lofts in front of the valley entrance. Other than the 2 lofts used for living, the rest were used to store all kinds of materials and food. Our big and small stayed outside the valley too, because the valley was too small for them. Huang Lianxin moved out half a year ago. Zhu Xuanji did not like having a woman following him. It made him uncomfortable, and he was always worried that Huang Lianxin would peek at him bathing. "Be careful. If there's any danger, let out a long whistle," Zhu Xuanji reminded. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin nodded. Looking at him and little Jiang Shui entering the valley, Huang Lianxin walked to an empty space nearby and began to practice her sword techniques. Northern Sword Valiant returned to his own house and began internalizing qi. The trees in this forest were not too dense, but they could cover the sky. It was considered quite secluded. That night, Zhu Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were very nervous and could not sleep. The night passed, and the black-robed old man did not chase after them. Only then did they feel at ease. The next day, the sun had just risen. On the swing, Zhu Xuanji and little Jiang Shui lay on the bench. Little Jiang Shui insisted on wrapping her arms around his neck, which made his entire body sore. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked softly, "Xuanji, are you a prince?" She had never asked about Zhu Xuanji's background before, because she was afraid that he would be sad. But yesterday's incident made her feel a little disappointed. If Zhu Xuanji was really a prince, would she be able to get close to him? Zhu Xuanji sighed and said, "Yes. My mother was killed by the Empress. If I expose my identity, the Empress will not forgive me. Don't tell anyone else." His identity as a prince made him hide for 8 years. 8 years. A whole 8 years. The palpitation he felt when he faced the black-robed old man yesterday made him furious. After another year, when he broke through to the enlightening stage, he would depart for the great Zhu Empire. "Which kingdom's prince are you from?" Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. There were many kingdoms under the great Zhu Empire. No matter which kingdom, his status was much higher than hers. Zhu Xuanji flipped his body and changed into a more comfortable position with his back facing her. "Great Zhu," he said. "Great Zhu? Is there a great Zhu Empire? Only the great Zhu Empire?" Little Jiang Shui was stunned and asked further. The next second, her eyes opened wide. The great Zhu Empire. Zhu Xuanji was a prince of the great Zhu Empire? Wait, could it be? She heard from the Yellow Gust 17 fiends and the others that 8 years ago, the great Zhu imperial concubine, Lady Zhao Xian, escaped from the palace with the little prince. Both mother and son died. Could Zhu Xuanji be that little prince? She quickly flipped him over and grabbed his face with both hands. "So you are a prince of great Zhu. No wonder you are so devilish," she mumbled. "He killed people at the age of 2, and he even killed a demon at Inner Pellet. He became famous at the age of 9. How could an ordinary family give birth to such a devilish child?" Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes. "My little sister, shouldn't we be in a sad mood now?" Little Jiang Shui pulled him into her arms. She patted his head and comforted him. "Xuanji, don't cry. I will always be with you. It's okay even if we don't become princes." "Why am I crying?" Zhu Xuanji was speechless. He quickly pushed her away, got up, and hid far away. "We're already 2 big kids. How can we hug and cuddle at the drop of a hat? What a scandal." Seeing that Zhu Xuanji had run away, little Jiang Shui did not give up. Instead, she chased after him. In an instant, the 2 of them played around in the valley again. Outside the valley, Beixiao Wangjian was cultivating in his house, while Huang Lianxin woke up early in the morning to practice her sword techniques in front of our big and small Morning was the best place to start a day. The spiritual qi in the morning was the cleanest and densest. Wah, ta. At this moment, Huang Lianxin suddenly heard something falling from above the forest and landing on the grass behind her. She looked back, and her face was immediately filled with horror. It was a head. It was the old man in black robes that she met yesterday. His face was covered in blood, but he still maintained his arrogant and hideous smile. Chapter 47. Enemy. Huang Lianxin exclaimed, and our big and small behind her quickly stood up. Northern Sword Valiant also rushed out and pulled out his own sword. He asked in a deep voice, "Where?" Huang Lianxin pointed at the head of the black-robed elder. Beixiao Wangjian was also shocked and looked around subconsciously, just in case an enemy suddenly appeared. Soon, Zhu Xuanji and little Jiang Shui walked out of the valley. When they saw the black-robed old man's head, they were all shocked. Especially Zhu Xuanji, who was the most nervous. Previously, the black-robed elder had been searching for him. Now, he had been killed, and his head had been thrown in front of them. The meaning made his hair stand on end. To be able to kill an existence of the spirit spring stage, just how strong must one be? Everyone was vigilant of their surroundings, ready to fight at any time. "Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You're really impressive now." Right at this moment, the black-robed old man's voice exploded out once more, frightening everyone to the point of hurriedly turning around. The black-robed old man's head was still in the grass, but his eyes were wide open as he looked at Zhu Xuanji and the others cautiously. Little Jiang Shui asked in fear, "He's not dead yet?" Zhu Xuanji swung his right hand, and the windcutter sword pierced through the black-robed old man's forehead. Blood splattered across the grass. Northern Valiant Sword was even more ruthless. He immediately unleashed his sword qi and exploded his opponent's head. Red and white matter splattered out, looking extremely disgusting. Huang Lianxin said softly to Zhu Xuanji, "Master, should we leave this place?" The black-robed old man's head was so strange that it gave her goosebumps. Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, pack up and prepare to leave." He immediately returned to the valley and brought the three-eyed drought rodent with him. The other treasures were all in his supreme storage, so he packed them up quickly. On the other hand, little Jiang Shui kept the clothes that were hanging on the clothes rack. After a while, everyone was ready. Little Jiang Shui looked back at the entrance of the valley and murmured, "Goodbye, our home." Zhu Xuanji pulled her and said, "Don't think too much, let's go." Little Jiang Shui nodded. Wherever Zhu Xuanji was, that was her home, so she was not too sad. The group quickly left. They didn't fly out of the forest, but sneaked along it. Our big and small were too big, so they had to be careful. Northern Sword Valiant walked in front, while Zhu Xuanji, little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were in the middle. The three-eyed drought rodent shivered in Zhu Xuanji's arms and looked terrified. Sensing its uneasiness, Zhu Xuanji became even more anxious. The three-eyed drought rodent must have sensed danger, which was why it was behaving like this. After leaving the forest, they were still not attacked. Zhu Xuanji and little Jiang Shui rode on a big, while Huang Lianxin rode on small Northern Sword Valiant flew on his own sword. They traveled at full speed and flew to the horizon. The world was boundless, and the mountains and rivers were connected. As far as the eye could see, it made one feel relaxed and happy. Little Jiang Shui was confused. Where should she go next? Huang Lianxin had no one to rely on. She had already decided to follow Zhu Xuanji, so she did not think about this problem. Northern Valiant Sword had been with the sword all his life. He was not related to anyone, but he shared the same thoughts as her. Zhu Xuanji looked back and said, "Let's return to Green River Village first." After accompanying little Jiang Shui home for a visit, he prepared to leave for the Great Zhu dynasty. In 2 years, Great Zhu's heaven selection would begin. With the title of Sword God Zhu, it should not be difficult for him to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection. If there was, then he should do more shocking things. The Great Zhu Empire would only welcome those who were famous and powerful. The group had no objections and immediately flew along the border of the southern Snow Kingdom. Along the way, Zhu Xuanji was thinking about the black-robed old man. Where did that guy come from, and who killed him? And where was that black dragon? Zhu Xuanji felt a headache coming on. He always felt that he had fallen into someone's trap. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, our big and small were exhausted. Northern Sword Valiant also could not take it anymore, so they stopped by the river. Nearby was a stretch of rolling hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. A pack of grey wolves was staring at them from the top of a hill, but the 2 dragon eagles were too powerful. Their demonic chi permeated the air, and the wolves did not dare to come close. Northern Sword Valiant was cleaning his beloved sword by the river, while Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were looking after the 2 dragon eagles. Zhu Xuanji sat on the ground and rubbed his chin. He was still thinking about the black-robed old man. If he did not figure it out, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the three-eyed drought rodent suddenly ran out from his clothes and quickly ran to the river. Zhu Xuanji stared at it and scolded, "Be careful that you don't drown, you little turtle." Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin heard him and could not help but chuckle. Even Northern Sword Valiant couldn't help but smile, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. The three-eyed drought rodent ignored him and dipped its head into the river. Its little butt was sticking out, which made Zhu Xuanji want to poke it with his finger. Poke it into the river and teach it a lesson. Zhu Xuanji thought evilly. No matter how long this little thing lived, it was still like a kitten, and its demonic energy did not improve much. Without them, Zhu Xuanji felt that it could not live for more than 3 days. The three-eyed drought rodent turned around suddenly and ran toward him with a small black snake in its mouth. The small black snake was only as thick as his finger. There were 2 slightly protruding keratin objects on its head. Seeing it, Zhu Xuanji thought of the black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. If it was not an enemy, Zhu Xuanji really felt that the black dragon was mighty. If it was a mount, it would not be inferior to the dragon eagle. The three-eyed drought rodent placed the small black snake in front of Zhu Xuanji. "Let go of me, smelly rat. If not for my severe injuries, I would have swallowed you whole and defecated until you became a speck of dung." The small black snake suddenly spoke human language and scolded. Because of its small size, its voice was very soft. But Zhu Xuanji and the other three heard it clearly. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and said in astonishment, "It can speak?" Northern Sword Valiant stood up immediately and said, "This little thing must be a 5th-rank demon. I heard that some demons have the gift of nirvana rebirth. When their lives are in danger, they will return to their infant state, but their souls will still maintain the height of 5th rank." Zhu Xuanji stood up and asked in astonishment, "Why is it 5th rank?" Northern Sword Valiant said, "If it was at a higher stage, we would already be dead." Zhu Xuanji nodded and asked, "Is it in danger now?" Northern Sword Valiant shook his head and said, "Although its soul is powerful, its body is still young. Let me stomp it to death." The small black snake heard him and became furious. It opened its mouth and roared at the top of its lungs, "I am the Hegemon-scaled black dragon. If you dare to stomp me to death, I will eat you 1,000,000 times in my next life. I will definitely." Smack. Zhu Xuanji stepped on its body and covered its small body with his boots. He even twisted his right leg, wanting to stomp the Hegemon-scaled black dragon to death. He turned his head and asked, "Do you guys think that this thing is the black dragon from that day?" Huang Lianxin muttered, "It's possible. If it really is, stomp it to death just like that. Isn't this young master a little too easygoing?" Zhu Xuanji lifted his leg and looked down. The small black snake was already flattened. Its skin and flesh were torn, and its tongue fell out of its mouth. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Chapter 48. Seeing the miserable state of the Hegemon-scaled black dragon, little Jiang Shui widened her eyes and asked, "Did you just stomp it to death?" This was a 5th-tier great demon. It was an existence that could destroy cities and countries. She had a surreal feeling. Not only her, but Huang Lianxin also felt the same. Only Beixiao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief. He was in awe of Sword God Zhu indeed. He acted decisively and was not afraid of threats. The three-eyed drought rodent moved closer to the little black snake and sniffed it. Then, it bit the little black snake's head and prepared to eat it. Zhu Xuanji kicked it away and squatted down. He stared at the little black snake and hesitated. He could feel that this guy wasn't completely dead yet. Should he kill or not? Zhu Xuanji turned around and asked Northern Sword Valiant, "How long does a Nirvana rebirth demon usually need to recover to its peak?" He wanted to ask the little black snake about the black-robed old man. Without a clear understanding of this matter, he was truly suffocating. Northern Sword Valiant muttered, "It will take at least a few decades. After all, cultivation needs to be cultivated." His heart skipped a beat. He had just praised Sword God Zhu, and Sword God Zhu was moved. Zhu Xuanji immediately took out a thin rope and called the three-eyed drought rodent over. He tied the little black snake's tail to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg. Then, he used his spiritual energy to help the little black snake breathe. After a while, the little black snake opened its eyes slowly. The pain all over its body tormented it. It looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "Bah." Zhu Xuanji spat at it. For its size, it was like pouring a bucket of water on its head. The little black snake was so angry that it almost fainted from the indescribable disgust. "This old man is, bah. You. How dare you humiliate me like this, bah. Bah." The little black snake fell into a pool of saliva, not daring to move. It was in complete despair. At this moment, it wished that it was already dead. Little Jiang Shui walked over and patted Zhu Xuanji's shoulder. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Zhu Xuanji grinned and said, "If I don't teach it a lesson, it will really think that it's the king." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin walked over as well. Seeing how Zhu Xuanji humiliated the little black snake, they did not know what to say. "Why did you suddenly want to spare its life?" Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. Zhu Xuanji's kick just now was really vicious, but the little black snake was lucky enough to survive. Zhu Xuanji replied, "Of course we want to ask about what happened that day. You don't want us to be followed by a mysterious enemy, right?" The three of them nodded. Thinking back to the black-robed old man's head that day, they couldn't help but shiver. After that, Zhu Xuanji threw the little black snake into the river. Its tail was connected to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg, so as long as the rodent was not thrown into the river, it would not sink. After resting for 2 days, the group continued their journey. The little black snake's injuries recovered gradually, but it did not speak about the black-robed old man. Zhu Xuanji decided to starve it for a while. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Green River Village. Green River Village was still isolated from the rest of the world. The villagers lived and worked in peace. The villagers were very enthusiastic about Zhu Xuanji and little Jiang Shue's return. They still remembered them. Back then, after Shenhua's death, the Fang clan did not come to investigate. The villagers did not spread the news either, which showed that Shenhua was really just a nobody. When little Jiang Shui found out that her grandma never came back after she left, she could not help but feel disappointed. Zhu Xuanji decided to stay in Green River Village for another year. A year later, he would head to the Great Zhu Empire. No one had any objections. For the next period of time, Zhu Xuanji began to teach Northern Sword Valiant the Trisource Vein Severing Sword. The Trisource Vein Severing Sword did not only belong to Xiao Jinghong, but it was not presumptuous of him to teach it to others. Northern Sword Valiant was pleasantly surprised. He knew how powerful the Trisource Vein Severing Sword was. That day, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin built 3 wooden houses. One for each of them, and one for little Jiang Shui and Zhu Xuanji. On the 3rd day after they moved into Green River Village, the little black snake could not take it anymore. It laid on the ground and said weakly, "I admit defeat. Give me something to eat. I will tell you about Li Kaimai." Zhu Xuanji smiled. He took out a small piece of jerky and placed it next to its mouth. Then, he poured a cup of water. The little black snake began to eat with difficulty. After half an hour, it finally finished eating. During this period, the three-eyed drought rodent kept disturbing it. If not for its lack of energy, it would have scolded the stinky rodent to death. "Tell me honestly, including where you came from." Zhu Xuanji lay on little Jiang Shue's thighs and said lazily, enjoying her shoulder massage. The little black snake raised its head and said, "My name is Hegemon-Scaled Black Dragon. I've been through life and death with Li Kaimai. Back then, we traveled to all corners of Great Zhu, to Great Shong, to 7 mountains. How carefree and happy we were. Get to the point," Zhu Xuanji said impatiently. The little black snake quickly changed the topic and said, 8 years ago, Lady Zhao Xian of Great Zhu defected. Li Kaimai received a mission from the Empress of Great Zhu to capture Zhao Xian's son alive. The search lasted for 8 years. However, before we could find Zhao Xian's son, we were cursed by the depths of Gulan Forest. Li Kaimai went berserk and became crazy ever since. Not long ago, Li Kaimai had his eyes on you and followed you all the way. In the end, he encountered Xiao Jinghong. If he was not crazy, how could Xiao Jinghong kill him? At this point, the little black snake became angry. Zhu Xuanji was stunned, and so was little Jiang Shui. Xiao Jinghong? Could it be that the sword noble had been protecting them in secret? Zhu Xuanji sighed in amazement. Good disciple. It was great to be in another world, unlike on Earth, where becoming a disciple was like playing house. Here, a teacher for a day was a father for life. Although Xiao Jinghong learned sword techniques from many people, only one person truly became his disciple, and that person was Zhu Xuanji. Disciple? The little black snake was stunned and did not understand. So, Li Chimei's death and your severe injuries were all caused by Xiao Jinghong? Zhu Xuanji asked. As he spoke, he pointed to his waist and signaled little Jiang Shui to massage it. That's right, the little black snake said indignantly. He wanted to fight Xiao Jinghong to the death. That's enough. From now on, you will be my pet. Is that okay? Zhu Xuanji said lazily. How could he let go of a 5th-rank demon? When the little black snake recovered to its peak, Zhu Xuanji would surely be able to fight it. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, "What if I can't?" Zhu Xuanji said, "Have you eaten deep-fried snake jerky before?" The little black snake shuddered and cursed in his heart. This kid is so evil. He must have been possessed by an evil demon. To survive, the little black snake could only yield. And now, Zhu Xuanji's party had another 5th-rank demon. He still tied the little black snake and the 3-eyed drought rodent together to prevent it from escaping. The days that followed were peaceful again. 3 months later, Zhu Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 10. After passing the age of 10, his bone base matured, and his cultivation speed increased tremendously. It was the same for little Jiang Shui. 10 to 20 years old was the golden age for cultivation. It was an important period for building one's foundation. Another 4 months passed. Zhu Xuanji broke through to the enlightening stage. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the enlightening stage. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained gold. Chapter 49. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, thunderclap sword, 10,000 sword dragon incantation, and 3,000 pieces of 3rd-grade spirit stone. In the morning, Zhu Xuanji, who was cultivating by the river, opened his eyes. He had just successfully broken through and his spiritual power had not completely stabilized yet. When he heard that he had obtained another gold-ranked god sword, he felt even more elated. Information about the thunderclap sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, thunderclap sword level, gold, description, a godly sword born from thunder and lightning. It contains the power of heavenly thunder. Its destructive power is at the top of the gold level. Power of heavenly thunder? It sounded very domineering. Zhu Xuanji blinked. It was said that one would encounter a lightning tribulation when breaking through to the inner pellet stage. As one advanced, the lightning tribulation would become more and more powerful. With the thunderclap sword, could he avoid the calamity? After the thunderclap sword absorbs the heavenly lightning, it will gradually become stronger and may even level up. The sword spirit replied, and Zhu Xuanji's eyes brightened. It can be upgraded. This setting was amazing. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword. The size of this sword was comparable to the Hell King sword, and it was even wider. It was black and silver in color, and the blade was engraved with many lightning-veined patterns. The hilt of the sword was exquisite, and the tip of the sword was like a crescent moon. Mighty. Domineering. At first sight of the thunderclap sword, Zhu Xuanji was in awe. In terms of appearance, the thunderclap sword was very handsome. Compared to the Hell King sword, it didn't lose out in the slightest. A gold-ranked godly sword was indeed a gold-ranked godly sword. Zhu Xuanji smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Maybe it was just a psychological effect. He displayed the white crane sword technique to his heart's content. Then, he used the fiery sword technique, but what he slashed out was not flames, but lightning. This was a pleasant surprise to him. Then, he started to inherit the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. A large amount of memories, even more than when he was inheriting the cultivation technique and sword art, surged into his mind. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What a great 10,000 sword dragon incantation!" The 10,000 sword dragon incantation was a powerful sword technique that could control 10,000 swords. The first level, dual sword style. The second level, 10 sword style. The third level, 100 sword style. The fourth level, 1,000 sword style. The fifth level, myriad sword style. Each of the swords would emit sword chi into a dragon, and they were extremely powerful. This sword technique could also be used simultaneously with other sword techniques. Zhu Xuanji now had 11 swords: the Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, and Thunderclap Sword. He first used the Crimson Dragon Sword and the Thunderclap Sword to execute the dual sword style. The basic sword moves of the dual sword style were very tricky and had high requirements on the body's flexibility. Ordinary people would not be able to execute such sword moves. By the time he finished practicing for the 50th time, 2 hours had passed. After 50 times, the dual sword style had reached the initial realm, and his execution speed had greatly increased. After another hour, he had practiced for the 100th time. He had mastered the dual sword style and thoroughly mastered it. The two swords slashed at the surface of the river, and two streams of sword chi transformed into the shape of a dragon. The sound of a dragon's roar caused the surface of the river to ripple. Handsome. Taking advantage of his victory, he began to practice the 10-sword style. Other than the swine-culling sword, he summoned all the other divine swords and used his mental energy to float around him. The 10,000-sword dragon incantation relied on magic power to maintain control over these divine swords. When he first switched his magic power, the 10 legendary swords fell to the ground immediately. Before he started practicing the sword moves, he had to overcome this difficulty first. He did not utter a word and continued to work hard. Northern Sword Valiant wanted to ask Zhu Xuanji about the dual sword technique, but he saw that Zhu Xuanji was practicing the sword, so he stopped. He rarely saw Zhu Xuanji practicing the sword, but he only saw Zhu Xuanji internalizing qi. Sometimes, he muttered to himself. Sword cultivators spent most of their time on the sword, but Zhu Xuanji rarely practiced the sword and looked very relaxed. Now that he saw it, he was suddenly enlightened. His master was practicing the sword in secret. He was prepared to leave, but when he saw Zhu Xuanji take out the 10 legendary swords, his body trembled. It was as though he was immobilized and could not move at all. Zhu Xuanji noticed Northern Sword Valiant's arrival, but he did not chase him away. Instead, he continued to practice. He tried again and again. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he finally mastered controlling the 10 legendary swords with magic power. He began to practice the 10-sword style. The Crimson Dragon sword in his right hand and the Thunderclap sword in his left hand, while the other legendary swords floated around him. He practiced the sword moves carefully and slowly. Northern Sword Valiant was confused. Shortly after, he thought of something and opened his eyes wide. Practicing sword moves with 10 swords. How could it be? He had never heard of it before. The sword monarch of Great Jew could use 7 swords at once, but the way of attack was very simple, and the direction was almost the same. But Zhu Xuanji's 10 swords moved in different directions. After practicing the first round of the 10-sword style, Zhu Xuanji spent half an hour. During the second round, he sped up abruptly. Northern Sword Valiant opened his eyes wide, as though he had seen a ghost. Is this speed of improvement an act? Northern Sword Valiant questioned in his heart. The second round took half of the time. The third round took half of the time again. The fourth round, the fifth round, the more Northern Sword Valiant watched, the more he wanted to kneel down to Zhu Xuanji. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji was fully focused. In his eyes, there were only 10 legendary swords. The three-eyed drought rodent suddenly ran over to find Zhu Xuanji. The little black snake, who was tied to it, stumbled along the way and almost fainted. The three-eyed drought rodent stood beside Northern Sword Valiant and watched quietly. Its eyes were bright, and it seemed to be curious. If I have the day to rise again, I will slaughter all the scoundrels in the world, the dizzy little black snake cursed in a low voice, powerless and weak. After it sobered up, it noticed that something was wrong. Why was this scoundrel not moving? It turned around and saw Zhu Xuanji practicing sword techniques by the river. 10 swords. Seeking death. It said with disdain. This brat wanted to go berserk. Sure. It better be so. The more it thought about it, the more excited it got, so it kept looking at Zhu Xuanji. Time passed quickly. Noon passed. Dusk came. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin came to find Zhu Xuanji to inform him to eat. In the end, when they saw Zhu Xuanji's strange sword technique, they also looked at Zhu Xuanji in curiosity. So far, Zhu Xuanji had already practiced 98 times. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 legendary swords demonstrated their sharpness. Zhu Xuanji's twin swords were like the wind, and the 8 legendary swords beside him seemed to have souls. They danced with him and stirred up a strong gale that caused the river surface to churn. Northern Sword Valiant was covered in cold sweat as he watched. He thought about it. If he faced Zhu Xuanji's 10-sword style without using his sword will, the chance of winning was very low. Zhu Xuanji did not use his full power either. Or else he would attract the attention of the entire village if he made too much noise. After Zhu Xuanji practiced it 100 times, He achieved great accomplishment in the 10-sword style. After he achieved great accomplishment, he focused his eyes and forced out his sword chi. The 10 legendary swords hummed and shot out 10 dragon-shaped sword chi in all directions. Ruah, the roars of the dragons converged like thunder. The swords shone brightly on both sides of the river. Northern Sword Valiant, Little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were all tongue-tied. The little black snake opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "I went berserk. I went berserk." The sword chi dissipated, and Zhu Xuanji stored his swords. The 8 legendary swords disappeared into thin air. He flipped his hands and held the legendary swords in a reverse grip and walked toward Little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui ran up to him excitedly and asked, "What sword technique is this? It's so powerful. Can you teach me?" Zhu Xuanji smiled and said in high spirits, "Of course. My sword is your sword." Chapter 50. My sword is your sword. Little Jiang Shui was in a good mood as she listened. She could not hide the smile on her face. She liked Zhu Xuanji's indiscriminate attitude. She shook her head and giggled, "Forget it. I can't even master one sword, let alone 10. I'm afraid I will go crazy." At this moment, Northern Sword Valiant walked over. Thump! He knelt down straight away, and his knees smashed 3 pebbles into the air. He held back his excitement and said, "Master, can you teach me such a powerful sword technique?" When he knew that Xiao Jinghong was Zhu Xuanji's disciple, he was still doubtful and thought that Zhu Xuanji was bragging. Now, he firmly believed it. Compared to his master, Sword God Zhu, Xiao Jinghong was not even a little brother. This was the true grandmaster of the sword's way. He could master such a powerful sword technique just by practicing blindly. That's right. Northern Sword Valiant thought that the 10,000 sword dragon incantation was Zhu Xuanji's self-created sword technique, because he had never seen it before, nor did he see Zhu Xuanji interact with anyone recently. Zhu Xuanji stared at him and said, "There are thousands of swords ways in the world. The one that belongs to you is the best. You are walking on the path of the Overlord sword, which is indomitable. One sword is not inferior to 2 or 3 swords. Of course, it's definitely inferior to my 10 sword." Northern Sword Valiant heard him, and his body trembled as he came to a realization. He had been pursuing Zhu Xuanji's dual sword wills, but it was difficult for him to even use dual sword techniques. Only after he heard it today did he understand. A single sword is my path. Zhu Xuanji suddenly took out the swine-culling sword and said, "Watch closely." He swung his right hand and activated the ranged sword propelling. The swine-culling sword flew to the forest in front of him and cut down the trees. It swept across hundreds of meters and penetrated a small mountain. Even though it was dusk, everyone could see the small mountain split open, and the swine-culling sword soared into the sky. So fast. Northern Sword Valiant's heart raced. It was not his first time seeing the ranged sword propelling. Previously, he thought that Zhu Xuanji's strength was too great, but now that he looked at it from such a close distance, he realized that it was a sword technique. Zhu Xuanji raised his hand, and the swine-culling sword flew back to him. "Ranged sword propelling," he said, "at great accomplishment, you can kill enemies from 100 miles away in an instant." Northern Sword Valiant was envious and asked, "Master, can I learn it?" Northern Sword Valiant was not weak. If Zhu Xuanji wanted to rope him in, he had to give him some benefits. Zhu Xuanji thought about it and decided that ranged sword propelling was the most suitable for him. There was no future for him to learn dual sword intents. With such talent, it was hard for him to defeat the will of the heavens. Zhu Xuanji said, "You are loyal to me. You completed all the missions I gave you with flying colors. Since you cannot cultivate dual sword wills, then cultivate the ranged sword propelling. I have countless sword techniques, and there will be more powerful ones that are more suitable for you in the future. Work hard." Beixiao Wangjian heard him and kowtowed to Zhu Xuanji in excitement. Huang Lianxin also looked at Zhu Xuanji expectantly. Zhu Xuanji raised his head and said, "If you become my sword slave, you will be below me sooner or later. Second only to one person. He was the strongest." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin's blood boiled as they listened. They saw that Zhu Xuanji mastered the 10 swords mode, and they had no doubt about it. "All right, It's time for dinner. Zhu Xuanji waved his hand and brought everyone back to the village. The little black snake was still in a daze, but the three-eyed drought rodent suddenly moved and dragged it along. It almost fell to its death. That night, the villagers thought that there was danger nearby. After all, the swine-culling sword created quite a commotion when it broke the mountain. They went to investigate but found nothing. Zhu Xuanji was still waiting. He wanted to leave for the Great Zhu Empire after he turned 11. But to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection, he had to do something earth-shattering. For half a year, he did not do anything, and his reputation declined. Only when he became more famous would there be more factions to rope him in and recommend him to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection. He summoned Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin and asked them about it. Something that can increase one's reputation? Huang Lianxin was in deep thought. Beixiao Wangjian said, I know one thing. It's in a city at the border of the Great Zhu Empire. The Sword Monarch's eldest disciple, Xie Wuyo, organizes a sword conference once every 5 years. The winner can visit the sword library for 3 days, and at the same time, have the opportunity to become a disciple of the Sword Monarch. The sword library contained countless sword manuals and sword techniques. It was the sacred ground of Great Zhu's Sword's Way. Only the Sword Monarch's disciple had the opportunity to enter the library. The Sword Monarch's position in Great Zhu was very important. He did not have an official position, but he received orders from the Great Zhu Empire. He was the overlord of the Great Zhu Empire's cultivation world. He could protect the Great Zhu Empire in times of crisis, while he was supported by the Great Zhu Empire. Both of them could not live without each other. Zhu Xuanji muttered, when will the sword conference begin? How long will it take? Beixiao Wangjian replied, half a year later. It will take 4 months to depart from here. Zhu Xuanji said, if so, we will depart in a month. Beixiao Wangjian had no objections. He was also very interested in the sword conference. He had participated in it before, but it was a pity that he did not emerge as the final winner. Zhu Xuanji returned to his house and told little Jiang Shui about it. If you still want to wait for your grandma, stay here. Our big and small will stay to protect you. Zhu Xuanji asked for her opinion. He could not force her to follow him. This girl was almost 15. According to tradition, she would be married in another year. Little Jiang Shui heard him and pinched his ear. She snorted, of course I will go with you. My grandma will not come back. Without me, who will take care of you? Zhu Xuanji felt warm in his heart. He pretended to be in pain and said, let go, my ear is going to fall off. I won't. Do you still dare to say such things in the future? I won't, Humph, don't even think about getting rid of me. Okay, let's make a deal. We will not be separated from each other in the future. Zhu Xuanji took advantage of the situation and said. Little Jiang Shui had the same intention. She stuck out her pinky and said, we will use your method. Pinky swear is not allowed. Oh, and one more thing. You are not allowed to marry so many wives and concubines. Now that she had Huang Lianxin by her side, she could ask Huang Lianxin many questions she did not understand. She was no longer the ignorant girl from before. Zhu Xuanji stared at her and said, why? He laughed in his heart. This little girl had grown up and had more and more ideas. She even set traps for him in advance. Little Jiang Shui twisted her right hand and stared at him with her bright eyes, saying, there is no why. Do you agree or not? Zhu Xuanji curled his lip and said with a wronged expression, if you do this, aren't you afraid that I will not be able to find a wife in the future? It's best if you can't find one, little Jiang Shui said excitedly. As she spoke, she let go of Zhu Xuanji's ear. She crossed her arms and looked proud. Zhu Xuanji suddenly felt pain in his liver. How could a man not have a wife? Little Jiang Shui pouted and said, at most, I will be your wife. Zhu Xuanji pretended to be frightened and quickly stepped back. He said, great, you have such evil intentions. Little Jiang Shui was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She picked up a pillow and chased after him to hit him. The two of them were innocent and depended on each other. This love was destined. Chapter 51. Half a month later, They bid farewell to the villagers of Qinghe village and left. Initially, Zhu Xuanji wanted to wait for a month to give little Jiang Shui some time, but she had already given up and did not want to hold him back. The group traveled through the wilderness, their destination the Great Zhu dynasty. Zhu Xuanji did not want to bring our big and small but after some consideration, he decided to bring them. The 2 dragon eagles were rare beasts that could easily attract the attention of other cultivators. It was too dangerous to let them stay in the Gulan forest. Northern Sword Valiant suggested to buy a beast taming bag. There was a space in it that could be used to hide demonic beasts. As long as one put in spiritual stones and food, the demonic beasts would not die in it. However, beast taming pouches were extremely expensive, and ordinary dynasties simply couldn't buy them. They were controlled by the great families and the imperial court. Zhu Xuanji was overflowing with wealth. It was not a problem for him to buy a beast management bag from the empire. On the mountainous region, the team trekked over mountains and rivers. As Zhu Xuanji walked, he patted our big and sighed in amazement. The little cub from back then has grown so big, looks like I raised it well. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, I'm the one feeding them, okay? Zhu Xuanji stared at her. Had this girl entered her rebellious phase? Why did they have to undermine him for everything? Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin laughed. Huang Lianxin smiled and said, It's said that if the dragon eagle lives for 1,000 years, it can become the overlord of the demon race. I wonder if it's true. Nonsense. I've lived for 1,000 years and I've never seen a truly powerful dragon eagle. That's just a legend. The little black snake was being dragged by the 3-eyed drought rodent as it said weakly. As it was dragged along by the 3-eyed drought rodent, its skin and flesh were often lacerated and its entire body was covered in wounds. However, it was worth mentioning that its snake body was getting stronger and stronger under such torture. It had the effect of tempering its body. Zhu Xuanji said, I will definitely nurture them into overlords of the demon race. The 2 dragon eagles heard Zhu Xuanji and immediately let out a long cry. They seemed to be very happy and circled around Zhu Xuanji. As they flapped their wings, they created a powerful gale that almost blew the 3-eyed drought rodent and the little black snake away. Now, they were 3 stories tall and were already huge monsters. Are you trying to kill me? The little black snake shouted in exasperation, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Unknowingly, the hegemon-scaled black flood dragon had become their source of happiness. Strangely enough, its size did not increase, as if it would never grow. Every time this was mentioned, the little black snake seemed to have been poked at its sore spot and roared, How can you mortals guess the innate talent of this old man's race? When it acted so pretentiously, Zhu Xuanji kicked it in return. Everyone walked slowly. During the day, it was as if they were sightseeing, and at night, they stopped to cultivate. If they encountered a demonic beast, Zhu Xian would have the chance to teach her how to fight, so that she could gain battle experience. Huang Lianxin was the same, while Northern Valiant Sword was obsessed with the ranged sword propelling technique, unable to extricate himself. Even though he was walking, he was still practicing his swordsmanship. Traversing mountains and ridges, crossing rivers and plains. They walked through the woods with dancing autumn leaves and climbed over the snowy mountains. More than 2 months passed by quickly. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 11 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained silver, formless sword, golden thistle inner armor, mysterious sea purple pill. Zhu Xuanji, who was on his way, heard the sword spirit's voice. He was already 11 years old. He sighed inexplicably. Time really made him grow old. After that, he looked at the formless sword's information delightfully. Sword name, formless sword grade, silver description, a formless sword that can only be seen by the sword owner. It has no weight and is extremely destructive. Formless sword. He immediately took out the formless sword. The sword was long and thin, similar to the windcutter sword, but lighter, as though he was holding air. He immediately used the white crane sword technique to familiarize himself with the formless sword. Little Jiang Shui, Northern Valiant Sword, and Huang Lianxin were stunned. What is he doing? In their eyes, Zhu Xuanji's right hand was holding a sword, but there was nothing in his hand. It was really strange. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, and Northern Valiant Sword's pupils contracted suddenly. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's cultivation was too low, so they could not see clearly, but he could. Sword Qi. He could slash out sword Qi without a sword. He had heard of a sword technique that used fingers as swords, but Zhu Xuanzhi's movement was obviously not using fingers as swords. Could it be a brand new sword technique? He could not help but think of 3 months ago, when Zhu Xuanzhi created the 10 swords mode. His master must have come up with it on a whim. After practicing the white crane sword technique, Zhu Xuanzhi felt good. The formless sword was weightless, but it was even sharper. It could kill without a trace. Shortly after, he sheathed his sword and walked forward while taking out the gold-locking thorn inner armor. The gold-locking thorn inner armor was a tight-fitting golden inner armor with exquisite details. It did not feel too heavy when he held it in his hand. This armor's defense is not bad. It can withstand attacks from enlightening stage cultivators. The sword spirit introduced it timely, and Zhu Xuanzhi nodded. He immediately walked to little Jiang Shui's side and said, "This armor is for you, as a birthday present." Little Jiang Shui did not know her exact birthday since she was young, so Zhu Xuanzhi decided to let her have the same birthday as him. In the past, on this day, little Jiang Shui would prepare a sumptuous dinner for him and give him a set of clothes that she had already knitted. Little Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "This armor looks extraordinary. You should wear it." Zhu Xuanzhi smiled and said, "This armor can defend against attacks from enlightening stage cultivators. Within the enlightening stage, no one can hurt me." It was not that he was arrogant, but now that he had broken through to the enlightening realm and had so many divine swords and sword techniques, if he could not become invincible among those in the same realm, he could just kill himself with a piece of tofu. He forcefully handed it over to little Jiang Shui, then walked forward and focused on the mysterious sea purple core. The profound sea purple pill is a type of spirit qi pill. If consumed, it will help the sword master to cultivate the jade skin and golden bones of the sword qi golden body spell and the sword qi soaring sword. After hearing the sword spirit's introduction, Zhu Xuanzhi was delighted. Every time his sword qi golden body incantation broke through a level, his physical strength would skyrocket. Right now, his strength had already reached 60,000 pounds and was extremely powerful. However, he usually used his sword and had never used it before. On the other side, Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. An inner armor that could withstand attacks from an enlightening realm cultivator? How many treasures did Master hide? They were instantly envious and secretly looked forward to doing more things for their master in the future so that they could receive more rewards. Whoosh! At this moment, the neighing of a fierce horse came from the east. The group turned around and saw a valiant man dressed in black armor riding toward them. Beneath him was a tall and mighty red horse. Its hooves were surrounded by flames, and there was a horn on its head. It was extremely fast, covering 20 to 30 meters with each step. In 3 breaths, it had crossed 1,000 meters. Bei Xiao Wangjian's expression changed. He quickly blocked in front of the man and shouted, "Stop!" The valiant man galloped his horse over and only stopped when he was less than 10 meters away from Zhu Xuanzhi and the others. "I am the great Zhu Empire's cavalry general, Meng Tianlang. I have my eyes on these 2 dragon eagles. If you want to gift them to me, state your conditions." The valiant man waved his hand domineeringly and said in a tone that allowed no refusal. Zhu Xuanzhi's expression changed slightly. "Meng Tianlang?" The Meng Tianlang who had a duel at the border with Xiao Jinghong? The youngest cavalry general of the great Zhu Empire. This was troublesome. He had his eyes on him. However, for such a powerful person to come on a horse was beneath his status. No wonder he had his eyes on my dragon eagles. Chapter 52. Great Zhu Dynasty's Meng Tianlang? Northern Valiant Sword's expression changed drastically, so did Huang Lianxin. They felt as though they were facing a catastrophe. Meng Tianlang, second on the Great Zhu's hero ranking board. His strength was on par with Xiao Jinghong. It could even be said that he was even more powerful. After all, Xiao Jinghong was alone, while Meng Tianlang controlled an entire Great Zhu cavalry. The reason why he was ranked higher than Xiao Jinghong was because of his identity. Meng Tianlang sized up a big and small and praised, "They are well raised. They have a murderous aura and are very suitable for the battlefield." He completely ignored Zhu Xuanji and the others. In the past, in the Great Zhu dynasty, as long as he announced his name, who would dare to refuse him? Zhu Xuanji said, "Great Zhu's cavalry general, second on Great Zhu's hero ranking board, you want to snatch a mount from a kid like me?" Having heard this, Meng Tianlang looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "These 2 dragon eagles belong to you?" Huh! This brat was actually at the first level of the enlightening realm? He immediately became curious and asked, "Little kid, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Zhu Xuanji took a step forward and said, "It doesn't matter who I am, but General Meng's status is so noble. The dragon eagle is nothing to you. If you met an adult, it would be fine. If you snatch it, so be it. But I'm only 11 years old. Are you sure you want to snatch it? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" He had heard some of Meng Tianlang's deeds in the southern Snow Kingdom. This person was not a treacherous person, but he was not a righteous and kind person either. An existence like Meng Tianlang cared about nothing more than fame. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang rubbed the bridge of his nose, his face a little hot. Since Xiao Jinghong viewed him as an opponent, his character was definitely not too bad. It must be known that Xiao Jinghong's pride ran deep into his bones, and he hated crafty, rude, and unreasonable people the most. He stared at Zhu Xuanji and said, "Kid, tell me, what will it take for you to give them to me? How about I offer 10,000 pieces of third-grade spirit stones?" Huang Lianxin's expression changed slightly, frightened by Meng Tianlang's extravagance. Northern Sword Valiant's face was still gloomy as he secretly scolded Meng Tianlang for lying to a kid. This price was not worthy of the dragon eagle. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, "No, I won't give them to you. They were given to me by my parents before they died." Meng Tianlang's countenance changed, thinking that this was troublesome. Bullying a child was not martial arts. It was immoral to snatch the belongings of others' parents. However, it was not easy for him to encounter a dragon eagle. He was really envious and wanted to bring the dragon eagle into the Great Zhu army camp. He rolled his eyes and asked with a chuckle, "Child, do you want to join the Great Zhu army?" As long as Zhu Xuanji joined the army, the dragon eagles would naturally belong to his army. Zhu Xuanji heard him and immediately had an idea. He asked, "If I join the army, can you recommend me to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection?" The Great Zhu heaven selection. Meng Tianlang's eyes widened. This brat had such great ambitions. However, those in the enlightening realm were indeed qualified. How strange. There was such a young enlightening realm cultivator in the world. Could it be a peerless genius comparable to the second prince of the great empire, Zhu Yalong? He said honestly, "If you want to participate in the Great Zhu's heaven selection, you need to be famous. I do have the right to recommend you. I will find a chance for you to make a name for yourself, but you still have to rely on yourself." Back then, he had also participated in the Great Zhu heaven selection, so he knew how high the threshold was. It was like crossing a single log bridge with thousands of soldiers and horses. Zhu Xuanji's eyes brightened and said, "If I don't give you the dragon eagle, will you let me join the army and recommend me to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection?" Little Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin looked at Meng Tianlang in astonishment. Was this guy really so kind? Meng Tianlang smiled proudly. "I need the dragon eagle, not because I like them, but because they are useful in battle. If you join the army, you will bring the dragon eagle along, right? How can such exotic beasts be kept as birds? They should be used on the battlefield." His tone was impassioned and extremely persuasive. If it were any other child, they would have been bewitched. Zhu Xuanji was not moved but said excitedly, "Sure. I will participate in the sword conference with the sword monarch's disciple first. After I succeed, I will join the army with you. How about that? This guy is so straightforward." Meng Tianlang laughed and said, "Of course. I, Meng Tianlang, am a man of my words." He took out a bronze token the size of a palm and engraved with the word Meng. He threw the token to Zhu Xuanji and said, "This is General Meng's token. With this token, you can come to Great Zhu's barracks to look for me. When you enter, show this token to me, and the entrance fee will be waived. Zhu Xuanji was really shocked. This kid was a little too straightforward. He could even be called brainless. If Meng Tianlang knew what he was thinking, he would surely go berserk. He played with General Meng's token and asked, "Aren't you going to ask about my identity first? You can reach the enlightening stage at this age, so you must not be an ordinary person. You dared to reject me, so you are not a weakling. You remember your parents' wishes, so naturally, you are not a person without principles. I, Meng Tianlang, have high hopes for you. Young man, let's meet again in Great Ju." Meng Tianlang laughed boldly and left on his horse. The sound of the horse's hooves resounded between the heavens and the earth, and his laughter echoed. Soon, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Northern Sword Valiant was dumbfounded. Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were stunned too. They were shocked by Meng Tianlang's heroism. Zhu Xuanji glanced at little Jiang Shui and asked casually, "What are you thinking about?" Little Jiang Shui sighed, "Is this guy stupid?" Zhu Xuanji immediately smiled and stared at her, saying, "What do girls know about the heroism of a man? He can become the general of Great Ju's cavalry, so of course, he is a dragon among men." Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and used her eyes to tell him that he was a prince of Great Ju. Huang Lianxin nodded and said, "I think he is not lying. This is a good thing." With Meng Tianlang's recommendation, Zhu Xuanji's chances of participating in Great Ju's heaven selection were higher. Beixiao Wangjian reminded, "It will be hard to get away after joining Great Ju's barracks." He did not want to follow Zhu Xuanji into the army. Could he still practice sword techniques as he pleased in the future? Zhu Xuanji said, "Don't worry. If I stand out in Great Ju's heaven selection, can he keep me?" His goal was to kill the Empress of Great Ju. After that, he would surely have to run. Beixiao Wangjian heard him and smiled immediately. He knew that sword god Ju was not an ordinary person. What's the point of being a soldier? They were not Great Ju's citizens. The little black snake spoke suddenly, "You scared me to death. That guy's eyes were so scary. He noticed my existence. He is indeed the man that Xiao Jinghong regarded as his rival for life." Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes. No wonder this thing did not speak before. The group continued to move forward. Because of Meng Tianlang's interlude, they became much more cautious. The southern Snow Kingdom was a few kingdoms away from the Great Ju Empire. The Great Ju Empire was located at the center of many kingdoms. Although it ruled over many kingdoms, it was very lax with the other kingdoms. It allowed them to compete and even declare war. 2 months passed quickly. This day, Zhu Xuanji and his companions passed by a battlefield. They stopped suddenly. Beixiao Wangjian drew his sword and blocked in front of them. "Everyone, be careful," he said. Zhu Xuanji looked ahead with burning passion in his eyes. He was a little excited. Chapter 53. It was a wasteland that had just gone through a war. Corpses and broken limbs were everywhere, and the dried blood made the ground look like it was covered with blood traces. The sandstorm swept across, and the atmosphere was silent and bleak. Zhu Xuanji and the rest looked at a hill in front of them. There was a blood-colored curved blade erected there. The tip of the blade was pointed downward, and it was buried in the soil. Wisps of bloody wind surrounded the blade. "That's right. It's a bloody wind. A bloody wind visible to the naked eye." Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were both frightened. Looking at the blood-colored curved blade, they felt a chill down their spines. Little Jiang Shui asked carefully, "There shouldn't be a ghost, right?" Even though she was already a foundation building cultivator, she still had an innate fear of ghosts. Beixiao Wangjian snorted coldly, "I'm afraid there really is a ghost." After that, he tossed the sword in his hand out forcefully. Ranged sword propelling. Although it was much slower than Zhu Xuanji's ranged sword propelling, it was still very fast. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. The blood-colored curved blade was not knocked down, but deflected Beixiao Wangjian's sword. Zhu Xuanji was communicating with the sword spirit and asked in his heart, "Are you sure?" "Yes. This blade is an evil blade, formed from blood qi and grievances. You can refine it and inject it into the bloodbath sword to help it level up." The sword spirit replied, still emotionless. Zhu Xuanji asked closely, what level can it reach? We can only know if it's at close range, but it will definitely reach gold grade. The sword spirit replied again, which made Zhu Xuanji excited. The bloodbath sword was different from other legendary swords. The more blood it absorbed, the more powerful it became. How could it kill an enemy without spilling blood? This meant that once the bloodbath sword entered the highest level of his legendary swords, it would become the most powerful legendary sword. Seeing that his sword was deflected, Beixiao Wangjian's face turned even uglier. Huang Lianxin looked around. The sandstorm was everywhere, and there were corpses and broken rocks everywhere, as though demons and ghosts would rush out at any time. She said, if this blade has an owner, I'm afraid he is trying to bait us. Zhu Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. He instructed the 2 dragon eagles, observe the situation in the sky. Our big and small are immediately flapped their wings and flew up, sweeping up the sandstorm. Little Jiang Shui took out her flaming fan and got ready for battle. Right at this moment, 6 cultivators suddenly ran over. There were 4 men and 2 women. All of them were dressed in rags and covered in blood. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. When they saw Zhu Xuanji and the others, they were filled with hope and immediately sped up. TSK, 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 where do you think you're going? A cold and horrifying voice resounded through the sky, giving little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin goosebumps. Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and sensed an extremely dangerous aura, just like when he faced Zhuang Huisheng. Northern Sword Valiant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly thought of something and mumbled, could it be? Zhu Xuanji stood beside him and asked, what is it? Demonic Inferno Sect's bloodthirsty cruel blade Yi Guan. He once fought his way into the Great Zhu hero ranking, but because his actions were too vicious, he was wanted by the Great Zhu dynasty and kicked out of the Great Zhu hero ranking. Northern Sword Valiant said in a low voice. There was a hint of nervousness in his tone. Demonic Li Fire Sect. It's this demonic sect again. Zhu Xuanji could not help but think of the demonic cultivator Yi Feifen whom he killed 8 years ago. He asked, what is the relationship between Yi Guan and Yi Feifen? Northern Sword Valiant replied, Yi Feifen? The genius from the demonic Inferno sect who died mysteriously 8 years ago. They are blood brothers. Oh. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road indeed. Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes. He was determined to get his hands on that bloody blade. Since he knew that the other party was his enemy's brother, there was no need to be polite. Little Jiang Shui's expression became strange as well. She could not help but recall the scene back then. A 2-year-old killing an inner pellet cultivator was really a legend. After she started cultivating, she understood the power of the inner pellet stage more and more. At the same time, she admired Zhu Xuanji even more. A white-haired man in a blood-red robe leaped up from afar and flew toward them. His face was hideous, and his eyes were bloodshot. The corner of his mouth cracked open, and he laughed crazily and cruelly, like a demon in the mortal world. Trying to run? Today, I will suck all of your blood dry. I will let you feel your blood leaving your body and die slowly in fear. Ha ha ha, Yi Guan laughed loudly. An extreme murderous aura locked down the area within a radius of a few hundred meters. Zhu Xuanji said with a deep voice, kill him. Northern Sword Valiant's expression changed slightly. His body dashed out reflexively. Just as he took a step forward, he cursed himself in his heart. Was he seeking death? Yi Guan was an inner pellet cultivator, and he was one of the top cultivators in the inner pellet stage. He was only at the enlightening stage, and to fight with him was seeking death. But he was already used to obeying Zhu Xuanji's orders. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Zhu Xuanji put down the 3-eyed drought rodent. The little black snake, which was being dragged by the rodent, opened its eyes wide and cursed, "Are you crazy? You dare to provoke him?" It was a 5th-rank demon, and it had seen Yi Guan before. Although its cultivation was not as high as its peak, to Zhu Xuanji and the others, it was invincible. Zhu Xuanji ignored it and quickly dashed toward the blood-red blade. The 6 cultivators saw Northern Sword Valiant charging toward Yi Guan, and they immediately became excited. They were covered in injuries, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. Northern Sword Valiant did not look weak, and he might be a powerful cultivator. Northern Sword Valiant flew backward as he vomited blood. He landed in front of them, and the impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The six were stunned. In the next second, their expressions became extremely horrified. Zhu Xuanji came up to the blood-red blade and grasped its hilt. The surrounding blood wind turned into blades and attacked him. At this moment, the thunderclap sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. The thunderclap sword shook violently. Lightning overflowed and dispersed the blood wind. "Brat! You dare to take my blade? You are seeking death." Yi Guan roared furiously and charged toward Zhu Xuanji like a sharp arrow. Zhu Xuanji stored the blood-red blade into the supreme storage straight away. Without this blade, Yi Guan's battle power would be greatly reduced. He turned around to look at Yi Guan. With the thunderclap sword in front of him in his right hand, he flipped his left hand, and the formless sword appeared quietly. Facing Yi Guan, who was coming at him ferociously, Zhu Xuanji slashed with the thunderclap sword. Trisource Vein Severing Sword. The sword chi transformed into a gale and shot out, sealing off Yi Guan's path in an instant. When Yi Guan saw that his blade was taken away, he cried out in rage. Both of his hands turned into bloody claws and tore the sword chi that came at him into pieces. He twisted his body and landed his right foot on the ground. He stomped again and tilted his body to stab at Zhu Xuanji. His right claw seemed to have been skinned. His nails turned into sharp blades and pointed straight at Zhu Xuanji's neck. Zhu Xuanji's hands and eyes were swift. He slashed at the ground with his sword, and countless bolts of lightning landed along the blade. The lightning swept out in all directions, and the weeds were burned into ashes in an instant. Yi Guan's expression changed. He immediately somersaulted backward and dodged. The six cultivators, who were far away, were excited. This guy could fight against Yi Guan. Northern Sword Valiant covered his chest and smiled bitterly. The gap between him and his master was getting bigger and bigger. After he landed, Yi Guan asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Zhu Xuanji shook his right hand and raised his sword. He pointed it at Yi Guan and said, "The Unparalleled Sword God Zhu." Chapter 54. Unparalleled Sword God Zhu? Yi Guan's expression changed drastically. He had heard of Sword God Zhu before. He slew a rank 4 demon king, destroyed the body of the Gulan demon monarch's son, and took Northern Sword Valiant as his sword slave. These 2 years, Sword God Zhu's reputation was higher than his. When the 6 cultivators heard this, they became even more excited. There's hope. It is Sword God Zhu. The dragon eagles roar across the sky, the sword god slays the thieves, and the sword king follows. Look up, it's really 2 dragon eagles. No wonder he could resist Yi Guan. Just like the legends, he really does look like a child. Look at the sword in his hand. It's really a divine sword. The cultivators discussed among themselves, and those with serious injuries knelt down powerlessly. Yi Guan was also wary of Sword God Zhu's reputation. With the chi obscuring incantation, he could not see through Zhu Xuanji's cultivation. He said in a deep voice, "Sword God Zhu, we have no enmity between us. Why did you snatch my blade? Do you want to offend the demonic Inferno sect? Give me back my saber, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Scared? Zhu Xuanji raised his brow and felt a little disappointed. "Looks like I'm too strong. Master, kill him. This person once massacred a city, and he will definitely take revenge. If you return the blade to him, he will definitely make a move." Northern Sword Valiant covered his chest and shouted. Yi Guan glanced at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhu Xuanji came to a sudden realization and thought to himself, "I see. No matter what, he would not hand over the blood-colored machete. This person was guilty of countless crimes. Killing him could be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the common people." After the thought, Zhu Xuanji walked toward Yi Guan with his sword. "What I hate the most in my life are those who bully the weak and kill the innocent. It's not that you're unlucky to have met me. It's the will of the heavens. Today, I'll uphold the will of the heavens and kill a demon like you." Zhu Xuanji said righteously. Although his voice sounded young, it was as though a halo was shining on his body when he spoke. Yi Yiguan's face was livid as he scolded loudly, "Shameless brat! Snatch my treasured saber, still full of righteousness. I will break every single bone in your body." Boom! He stomped his right foot and turned into blood red after images as he charged at Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji directly used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation's dual sword mode. Two dragon-shaped sword chi coiled around his body. He twisted his waist and spun towards Yi Yiguan. Yi Yiguan flipped his right hand, and a gigantic iron blade appeared in his hand. He slashed toward Zhu Xuanji with great force. Zhu Xuanji was a physique refinement cultivator and had great strength. The thunderclap sword clashed with the great iron saber. Lightning traveled along the edge of the saber and shot toward Yi Yiguan. Yi Yiguan was so shocked that he quickly let go. Puchi, Zhu Xuanji waved his left hand, and the cloth on Yi Yiguan's chest was cut open. Blood spurted out. Yi Yiguan's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in his heart, "How is this possible?" He immediately retreated and asked in a deep voice, "What sword is this?" With his cultivation, he could immediately tell that there was a sword in Zhu Xuanji's hand that he could not see. At that moment, what he felt wasn't sword chi, but an ice-cold blade. Zhu Xuanji smiled condescendingly and said, "A formless sword, a fatal sword." He came up to Yi Yiguan with the 8-step sword lunge. His two swords were like the wind. Together with his own strength, he slashed and slashed wildly, forcing Yi Yiguan to retreat continuously. This scene made the others' blood boil with excitement. Beixiao Wangjian clenched his fists and mumbled excitedly, "Master indeed. The dual sword mode is so powerful." He knew that Zhu Xuanji also knew the 10-sword mode. This battle was in the bag. Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with splendor. It was as though her master would not be at a disadvantage no matter who he faced. Little Jiang Shui, on the other hand, looked proud. This was her little brother. The other 6 cultivators were dumbfounded. They had guessed that sword god Zhu could defeat Yi Yiguan, but they did not expect him to be so overpowered. Yi Yiguan's claws were like metal. They could actually resist Zhu Xuanji's blade. As he retreated, his left hand quickly reached behind his waist. A blood gourd appeared in his hand. He used his thumb to open the mouth of the bottle. He swung the blood gourd toward Zhu Xuanji forcefully. Countless blood sand flew out from the gourd and pounced toward him. Zhu Xuanji gripped his right hand tightly and channeled his spirit energy into the thunderclap sword. Lightning appeared and weaved into a net, blocking the blood sand. But a dozen of the blood sand still landed on his body. They were extremely corrosive. They burned through his clothes and skin, making his face bleed instantly. The searing pain reminded Zhu Xuanji that he might be disfigured. "Damn! I'll kill you." Zhu Xuanji was furious. As a man, appearance was not the most important thing. It was courage. But he had the appearance, how could he give it up? The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, and Residual Image Sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. They were all pointed at Yi Yiguan. 10,000 sword dragon incantation, 10-sword mode. 10 dragon-shaped sword chi circled around Zhu Xuanji's body. His black hair danced in the wind. His face was covered in blood, and he looked as though he had just walked out from hell. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji was injured, little Jiang Shui put her palms together anxiously. She did not dare to look away from him. Yi Yiguan opened his eyes wide and asked with a trembling voice, "This is, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." The 8 legendary swords moved in an instant and charged toward Yi Yiguan in different trajectories. Zhu Xuanji swung his 2 swords and activated the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. The sword chi was ferocious and forceful, engulfing Yi Yiguan. Yi Yiguan blocked instinctively, but how could he block so many swords? Moreover, he did not have a suitable enchanted artifact. In an instant, his body was covered in blood. The 8 legendary swords pierced into his body like a porcupine. Blood spurted out along the blades of the 8 legendary swords. His vital channels were severed by the sword chi. His legs weakened and he knelt in front of Zhu Xuanji. Yi Guan was so frightened that he cried out immediately, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I will give you the bloodlust saber, please spare my life. You and I have no enmity. Why must you be so ruthless? His body was pierced by the 8 legendary swords. Yi Guan's body was in excruciating pain as he spoke. He could not stand up at all. This scene made all the spectators excited. Sword God Ju was enraged and killed Yi Guan in an instant. They had never heard of such a sword technique just now. Zhu Xuanji took a step forward and raised his chin. He looked at him disdainfully and said, Do you know how to do radio calisthenics? Radio calisthenics? What's that? Yi Guan was stunned. He immediately cried out, I know how to do it. PFFTT. Zhu Xuanji cut off his head with one slash. Blood spurted out and splattered on the ground. The head landed on the ground and rolled for a dozen meters before it stopped. Zhu Xuanji's face was cold. He said softly, In this world, I will not allow a second person who can do radio calisthenics to appear. How can an evil disciple like you know China's radio calisthenics? As usual, Zhu Xuanji stabbed him a few more times to prevent him from faking his death. Shortly after, he began searching through Yi Guan's storage ring and storage bag. He waved his right hand, and all the legendary swords flew up and levitated in front of him. He took out a water bottle and a dry cloth and began washing the swords. Little Jiang Shui and the rest ran over and were concerned about his injuries. The little black snake was being dragged by the 3-eyed drought rodent. He mumbled, It's over. It's over. When I recover to my peak, this brat will be even more powerful. Will I never be able to rise again? Chapter 55. The 6 cultivators who were saved came over and thanked Zhu Xuanji profusely. Zhu Xuanji waved his hand and said, In the future, you can spread the news that this demon is dead, so that his enemies can be at ease. The 6 of them nodded excitedly. They witnessed how Sword God Ju killed Yi Guan, so they could brag about it in the future. Then, under Northern Sword Valiant's call, the 6 of them left in high spirits. Little Jiang Shui began applying medicine for Zhu Xuanji. Looking at his blooded face, she felt a pang of heartache and muttered, It's over. He's going to be disabled. Zhu Xuanji's mouth twitched. He really wanted to retort, but he was afraid too. He believed that his greatest ability was not his sword, but his face. In the future, when he grew up, he would definitely be a handsome man. How could he destroy it like this? Huang Lianxin also squatted down and helped Zhu Xuanji apply the ointment. She asked curiously, Actually, we can go around them. Why must we fight? Yi Guan was not an ordinary person, he had the backing of the demonic Li Fire sect. Zhu Xuanji even asked the 6 cultivators to spread the news. Was it really for fame? Was he not afraid of offending the demonic Inferno sect? Zhu Xuanji replied, Actually, there are 2 reasons. The first is that blade. This blade has already become an evil entity, and it must be eliminated. The second is that Yi Guan is more dangerous. Seeing injustice on the road, why wouldn't I help? Huang Lianxin and Northern Valiant Sword were convinced by his flawless words. On the other hand, little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. What a nice way to put it. In the end, he just wanted that blade. She had been with Zhu Xuanji for 9 years, how could she not understand Zhu Xuanji? She did not expose Zhu Xuanji but was pleased with herself. Only she understood Zhu Xuanji the best. Zhu Xuanji would only reveal his true nature in front of her. Are you okay? Zhu Xuanji asked Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant received his order and fought someone of a higher stage without hesitation, which made him very satisfied. They had been together for a long time, and Zhu Xuanji had already acknowledged him. In name, he was a sword slave, but in reality, he was a disciple. Northern Sword Valiant looked ashamed and said, I'm too weak and caused Master to be injured. Today's battle gave him a deeper understanding of Zhu Xuanji's power. Zhu Xuanji had not even taken out his most powerful Hell King sword. In the future, don't spend all your time practicing the sword. Cultivation is also very important. Zhu Xuanji reminded him earnestly, and Baixiao Wangjian nodded solemnly. While he was healing, Zhu Xuanji asked in his heart, How do I fuse with that blade? The sword spirit will help you fuse with it, but it will take time. Please wait patiently, sword master. The sword spirit replied quickly, which gave Zhu Xuanji an idea. He asked, is it true that as long as the attributes are similar, any weapon can be fused? Not just any weapon, but only a few. The specific details cannot be announced for now. If you encounter a treasure that can be fused, the sword spirit will remind the sword master. The sword spirit's reply made Zhu Xuanji feel a little regretful. He also wanted to collect a large number of weapons and artifacts to help the godly sword become stronger. Beixiao Wangjian's voice interrupted Zhu Xuanji's thoughts. Master, why must you participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection? He always listened to Zhu Xuanji's arrangements and rarely asked about anything other than the sword's way. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, you listened to my orders without hesitation just now, which means that you and I are completely united. I joined Great Zhu's heaven selection not to become an official, but to kill. Huang Lianxin's eyes brightened and became excited. Beixiao Wangjian was a little excited too. Who can only be killed by participating in Great Zhu's heaven selection? He was not afraid but felt excited instead. As a man, how could he not do something great? Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and said, the Empress of Great Zhu and Zhu Yalong. The former was killed for his mother, while the latter was killed for Huang Lianxin. Beixiao Wangjian said with a deep voice, I, Beixiao Wangjian, will surely follow. He did not ask for the reason, but he felt that this was very domineering. Once they succeeded, they would shake the entire Great Zhu. After that, if he could survive, he would become a fugitive. Honestly speaking, he was already used to following Zhu Xuanji and the other two around. It was really interesting along the way, much more fun than traveling alone. Even the little black snake, our big and small were filled with joy. Zhu Xuanji would occasionally tell him stories about Chinese myths and legends, which made him engrossed. The little black snake cried out, madman, you want to kill the Empress and Zhu Yalong? Do you know how powerful they are? Even Gulan demon monarch could not do it. The fear from a 5th-rank demon king. Zhu Xuanji said with disdain, Great Zhu is nothing. The sky in my eyes is much higher than Great Zhu. I have never seen such an arrogant person like you. The little black snake stared at him with his grain-sized eyes and cried out with a weird voice. Next, the three-eyed drought rodent became excited for some reason. It dashed about so quickly that the little black snake felt dizzy and doubted its life. The group burst out in laughter. After resting for half an hour, the group continued moving forward. There were corpses all around. It was really disgusting to stay here. Within half a month, a piece of news spread like wildfire within Great Zhu. Sword God Zhu killed bloodthirsty blade Yi Guan. This news attracted countless discussions. In the kingdom, most inns were discussing this. One was a powerful cultivator in the way of the sword who appeared out of nowhere. He had killed a 4th-rank demon and defeated the son of the demon monarch. The other was a powerful cultivator from the demonic Inferno sect who had committed countless crimes. Sword God Zhu became more and more legendary as the news spread. Some people even believed that Sword God Zhu was comparable to the sword noble Xiao Jinghong and the sword monarch's disciple, Xie Wuyo. Southern Snow Kingdom. In a stone pavilion in the general's residence. Zhong Ruyu held the bamboo scroll and said excitedly, Did you see this? Sword God Zhu even killed bloodthirsty blade Yi Guan. You were defeated by him before. Zhong Tianjian opened his eyes wide and slammed the table, saying furiously, How can you talk to your father like that? The soldier beside him chuckled and could only turn his head away. Zhong Ruyu looked proud, as though he was Sword God Zhu himself. Zhong Tianjian rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself, Seems like I have underestimated him. He thought in his heart, Fortunately, I am not free. If I meet him, then I will be finished. Great Zhu Empire, military camp. Meng Tianlang sat on the general's seat and listened to the soldier in front of him. Now, Great Zhu's reputation ranking has specially bestowed a name to Sword God Zhu, Demon Slayer Sword God Zhu. After that, the soldier passed the scroll in his hand to Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang took it and began browsing. After a while, he closed the scroll and sighed in amazement, What a character! He changed the topic and said mockingly, "Seems like Xiao Jinghong has a rival." The soldier raised his head and asked curiously, "There is a rumor among the people that this person could threaten the Sword Emperor's position in the future, because he can use two sword wills at the same time. What do you think, General?" Meng Tianlang stared at him and shouted, "Fortunately, he is under my command. How can you blaspheme the Sword Emperor's name? Do you know how many generals in the Great Zhou army worship the Sword Emperor?" Immediately after, he grinned and said, "Using two sword wills at the same time and controlling 9 swords. This is something the Sword Emperor cannot do. Maybe one day, Great Zhou will really have a sword god." Chapter 56. 3 months later. Zhu Xuanji and the others traveled over mountains and rivers to the Great Border Pass. In front of the border was a boundless wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was wide open in all directions. The city walls of the Great Zhou dynasty were much taller than the imperial city walls. It was a magnificent sight. Looking from afar, one could see many carriages and people rushing towards the city gates from all directions. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the ocean. The 2 dragon eagles were so huge that they attracted a lot of attention. Zhu Xuanji and the others stopped when they were 10,000 meters away from the city. "I'll leave it to you." Zhu Xuanji threw a storage bag to Beixiao Wangjian and instructed. Northern Sword Valiant nodded and immediately rushed towards the border. He first went to the Great Zhou Empire to buy 2 beast management bags. Zhu Xuanji and the others stayed here and waited patiently. After Northern Sword Valiant left, someone immediately came over and wanted to buy the 2 dragon eagles. How could Zhu Xuanji agree? Next came wave after wave of customers. Some felt that it was a pity, and some wanted to forcefully sell, but Zhu Xuanji had ways to deal with them. After all, this was the foot of the Great Zhou dynasty. No one dared to be too impudent here. Gradually, the sky darkened. Huang Lianxin took out some dry wood and started a fire. Zhu Xuanji touched his face and asked, "Is the scar on my face healed?" If not for the fact that he had already cultivated jade skin and golden bones, he would probably be scarred for the rest of his life. At the age of 11, he still had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His face was like a jade crown, and he was very popular with girls. If he were a few years older, he would definitely be an elegant youth. One had to admit that the bloodline of the Great Zhou royal family was extraordinary. Little Jiang Shui waved her hand and said, "Don't ask. No matter how ugly you are, I won't despise you." Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and giggled. She loved to see little Jiang Shui tease Zhu Xuanji. It made her feel that Zhu Xuanji was not so high and mighty. Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "Who's afraid that you will dislike me?" He turned to look at Huang Lianxin and sighed. "When we were young, this girl was so cute. She held me in the palm of her hand, afraid that I would melt. Look at her now. Girls in their rebellious phase really can't be provoked." Little Jiang Shui glared at him and pouted, "What are you talking about?" At the age of 15, she was already devastatingly beautiful. Her eyes were bright, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a beauty that could move one's heart. But overall, he was still a little childish. In another 1 or 2 years, there would be people drooling over her beauty. At that time, Zhu Xuanji would be in a lot of trouble. Looking at Zhu Xuanji and little Jiang Shui bickering, Huang Lianxin hugged her knees and laughed from time to time. She suddenly felt that such days were not bad. Before meeting Zhu Xuanji, she had been wandering from place to place and living in fear. She had never felt so at ease before. The little black snake laid on the firewood and said weakly, "I'm going to die." Unfortunately, no one cared about it. For the next few days, Northern Sword Valiant did not return. After all, it would take time to find a place to buy beast taming bags. But someone recognized Zhu Xuanji. 2 dragon eagles and his childlike figure. Wasn't this the legendary sword god Zhu? During this period, many people came up to him and asked if he was sword god Zhu. Sword god Zhu admitted it openly. He was not afraid of the demonic Inferno sect coming to find trouble with him. After all, this was Great Zhou. As soon as he admitted it, the people who came to visit immediately became excited. Ever since sword god Zhu killed Yi Guan, his name had spread like wildfire. Dual sword will. 9 swords. All kinds of rumors pushed sword god Ju's name to the top. Of course, there were still many different opinions about sword god Ju's power. In the Great Jew Empire, cultivators at Inner Pellet were not considered the best. But this did not stop the fantasies of those at the bottom. Back then, someone said that sword god Ju could only defeat foundation building cultivators, but he defeated 2 Inner Pellet cultivators at once. This time, he easily killed Yi Guan, who was even more powerful. Who knew how powerful he really was? On the 9th day after Northern Sword Valiant left, he finally returned. He passed 2 beast taming bags to Ju Xuanji. The beast taming bag was a bag made of silver thread, similar to a storage bag. It was easy to carry around. There was a spell formation in the bag, which required a drop of blood to recognize the owner. Of course, it was not Ju Xuanji's blood, but the dragon eagle's. Soon, he put the 2 dragon eagles into a storage bag and let them out again. Then, he asked them how they felt. The 2 big guys were very excited. They felt comfortable and warm inside the bag. Seeing this, Ju Xuanji was relieved. He did not want them to suffer. The little black snake said with disdain, with their looks, they want to be the overlord of the demon race. Go eat shit. Whoosh, our big flapped its wings, and the little black snake and the 3-eyed drought rodent were sent flying away. After they landed, the 2 little guys saw stars. The 3-eyed drought rodent shook its head and stared at the little black snake. The little black snake looked up, and their eyes met. Both of them were silent. The little black snake's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of despair grew in him. The 3-eyed drought rodent leaped up abruptly and leaped up with the little black snake. Looking at the ground getting further and further away, the little black snake sighed, "I really have a cheap mouth." Looking at the 3-eyed drought rodent ravaging the little black snake, little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin burst out in laughter. Ju Xuanji looked at Northern Sword Valiant and asked, "Your chi is unstable. Did you encounter any trouble?" Northern Sword Valiant wanted to say something but stopped. He forced a smile and said, "No, speak." Ju Xuanji stared at him and said, "You dared to bully my sword slave, which is like slapping my face." Northern Sword Valiant was moved in his heart. He had the hot-bloodedness of a warrior who would die for his bosom friend. He told him the reason. It turned out that he bought the beast management bag at an auction, because he offended a tyrant. Just when he left the city, he was surrounded by his enemies. Fortunately, he was powerful enough to fight his way out of the siege and escaped quickly. Luoyang City, Yang Clan. The Yang Clan's clan lord, Yang Haohe, was a 4th-rank official in the Great Jew Empire. His son, Yang Che, was the vice-city lord of Luoyang City. His cultivation was at Inner Pellet level 10, and it was said that he had a powerful cultivator at Soul Fountain under him. Northern Sword Valiant suggested, "Master, if you want to avenge me, you can defeat Yang Che in the Sword Conference. Once you win, Xie Wuyo will protect you. No matter how much the Yang clan hates you, they will not dare to act recklessly." Ju Xuanji squinted his eyes and asked, "Can the Sword Conference take someone's life?" When Northern Sword Valiant was surrounded, the other party wanted to kill him. This was not something that could be resolved with just a lesson. Northern Sword Valiant understood and muttered, "A sword is a sharp weapon. If you get anxious and lose your grip, it is not against the rules. In this world, the powerful ruled. Those who dared to participate in the Sword Conference risked their lives." Ju Xuanji nodded and said, "We will depart tomorrow to register for the Sword Conference." The next morning, the group entered the outpost. The Sword Conference was held in Swordsman City, which was beside Luoyang City. Swordsman was Xie Wuyo's nickname when he was young. Back then, he was ranked on Great Jew's Hero Ranking Board and Great Jew's Reputation Ranking Board. His fame was not inferior to Xiao Jinghong's. There was no obstruction along the way. Within 3 days, they arrived at Swordsman City. There were 2 giant swords on the city gate of Swordsman City. They looked majestic, and people could sense an extremely powerful sword chi from afar. Just when they entered the city, Ju Xuanji met a familiar face. Zhong Tianjian crossed his arms in front of his chest and lectured his son, Zhong Ruyu. "Don't brag about your sword god Ju all day. If he dares to come to the Sword Conference, I will surely prove to you who is stronger. Chapter 57. As it was nearing the start of the sword conference, Zhong Tianjian pushed aside his work and rushed to Swordsman City with his son overnight. Unlike Zhu Xuanji and the others, who traveled over mountains and rivers, they relied on teleportation arrays. Every dynasty had a fixed teleportation formation in the Great Zhu dynasty. It could only teleport 10 people at a time to prevent the invasion of powerful enemies. So it only took them 2 days. They rushed over from other cities in the Great Zhu dynasty. Hearing his father boasting, Zhong Ruyu curled his lips and thought to himself, if Sword God Zhu was here, how could he allow his father to boast? Not far away, Zhu Xuanji and the others stopped. Baixiao Wangjian frowned and mumbled, isn't that Zhong Tianjian from the Southern Snow Kingdom? He had a good relationship with Zhong Tianjian, but now that he heard Zhong Tianjian boasting, he felt a burst of displeasure in his heart. Zhu Xuanji, little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin recognized Zhong Ruyu. Zhu Xuanji stared at Zhong Tianjian's back and immediately walked over. Just when Zhong Ruyu was about to refute his father, he saw Zhu Xuanji and the others. His eyes widened immediately. Zhong Tianjian laughed disdainfully and said, "You're playing this trick again. Don't tell me Sword God Zhu can appear behind you. Brat, don't change the topic every time. Can't you change it? Do you think you can defeat me?" Zhu Xuanji's childish voice came, and Zhong Tianjian's expression froze. Oh no. Could it really be Sword God Zhu? He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and pretended to be calm. Seeing Northern Sword Valiant and Zhu Xuanji, his heart trembled. It's over. Baixiao Wangjian snorted coldly, General Zhong, you are too arrogant. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to speak to Zhong Tianjian like this. But Zhu Xuanji was his backer now. Zhong Tianjian was embarrassed and did not know how to reply. Zhong Ruyu came up to him and held his hand. Sir Sword God Zhu, are you coming to participate in the sword conference too? He said excitedly. His voice wasn't soft, and it instantly attracted the attention of many people. In Swordsman City, the people loved the sword. Most of the cultivators who came and went were sword cultivators. As for the recently famous Sword God Zhu, they had naturally heard of him. At that moment, many gazes fell on Zhu Xuanji. Zhong Ruyu began to express his admiration for Sword God Zhu. Zhong Tianjian suddenly felt that this guy was not bad. With such a compliment, how could Sword God Zhu still have the face to fuss over him? He sighed in his heart. He had to be more careful in the future and not spout nonsense in public. It was really embarrassing to be slapped in the face. He is Sword God Zhu. He looks like a child. Don't be fooled by Sword God Zhu's appearance. He is someone who could easily kill Yi Guan. It's really Sword God Zhu. Didn't you see Northern Sword Valiant following behind him? This sword conference is going to be interesting. TSK, I didn't expect other than North Zhu Gale Sword, even Sword God Zhu is here. The people in front of the city gates all pointed at Zhu Xuanji. Some were admiring him, some were mocking him, and some were looking down on him. Zhu Xuanji interrupted Zhong Ruyu's torrent of words and asked, has the registration for the sword conference started? Where is it? Hearing this, Zhong Ruyu immediately patted his chest and said with a smile, I'll take you there. With someone leading the way, Zhu Xuanji had no objections. Everyone walked into the city. Zhong Tianjian hesitated for a moment before walking up as well. Somehow, he felt that Sword God Zhu's 2 dragon eagles were the 2 dragon eagle eggs that he had encountered back then. Of course, even if he was suspicious, he did not dare to ask. Along the way, Zhong Ruyu chattered non-stop and introduced the sword conference to Zhu Xuanji. The most competitive ones were North Zhu Gale Sword and Jiao Tsongjian. North Zhu Gale Sword's name sounded similar to Northern Sword Valiant, but the difference in their power was like heaven and earth. North Zhu Gale Sword's name referred to the northern part of Great Zhu. He made a name for himself in Great Zhu, but there was a huge gap between him and Northern Sword Valiant, who roamed the empires. Jiao Tsongjian was said to be Great Zhu's sword monarch's new disciple. He was born with the heart of the sword and had an extremely high understanding of the way of the sword. He reached inner pellet at the age of 18 and just turned 20 this year. His talent was almost on par with Great Zhu's second prince. Zhao Tsongjian had already fought his way into the top 50 of Great Zhu's hero ranking board. Because of him, many nobles and powerful cultivators from famous sects came to spectate. The most famous one was Great Zhu's seventh prince, Zhu Chengxian. Zhu Chengxian's talent in cultivation was ordinary. He was almost 30 years old but had only reached enlightening level 6. To ordinary people, it was already unattainable. But he had Great Zhu's resources, and all the delicacies he ate were holy materials for cultivation. Zhu Xuanji met Zhu Chengxian when he was young. This guy looked like a scholar, but Zhu Xuanji felt that he was extremely shrewd. He did everything meticulously and always had an ulterior motive. When Lady Zhao Xian was favored, Zhu Chengxian visited her every day. After Lady Zhao Xian lost her power, he no longer visited her. But when Lady Zhao Xian escaped, the royal guards under him all turned a blind eye. Not only did he express his stance, but he also gave Lady Zhao Xian and her son a chance of survival. If Zhu Xuanji were to make a comeback, he would owe him a favor. Zhu Xuanji did not have a good impression of him, but only a little sympathy. The Great Zhu Empire was not an ordinary kingdom. Talent in cultivation was more important than knowledge. No matter how smooth one would still have to struggle at death's door under Zhu Yilong's sharpness. After a few twists and turns, they finally came to the registration area for the sword conference. It was a massive palace, and there were dozens of Xie sect disciples in black guarding in front of it. The Xie sect was naturally Xie Wuyo's faction. Under the sword monarch of Great Zhu, each disciple's sect was named after his surname. The queue of sword cultivators had already formed into a long line. Zhu Xuanji's head hurt as he looked at the queue. "How long do we have to wait?" Zhong Tianjian said timely, "We have no choice. The sword conference is a grand event after all. We cannot take shortcuts." At this moment, a Xie sect disciple walked over and cupped his fist. "Are you sword god Zhu who slays demons and slays demons?" Zhu Xuanji looked at him and nodded slightly. The Xie sect disciple said respectfully, "Please follow me. With your reputation and capability, there is no need to queue." Zhong Tianjian opened his eyes wide. "Oh my, isn't this a slap in the face too soon?" Zhu Xuanji glanced at Zhong Tianjian and said to Northern Sword Valiant and the rest, "Wait for me here." There could only be one winner in each sword conference. Northern Sword Valiant was destined to lose to Zhu Xuanji, so he did not bother to participate. It was worth mentioning that the winner of each sword conference could not participate again. And one could not attend the sword conference more than 3 times. Or else, the powerful cultivators of the previous sword conferences would come to learn the ultimate techniques of the sword library. And just like that, Zhu Xuanji followed the Xie sect disciple and walked past the long line, which attracted the attention of all sword cultivators. Zhong Ruyu said with admiration, "Sword god Zhu, indeed." Zhong Tianjian, on the other hand, was embarrassed. He wanted to find a hole and hide in it. After entering the palace, Zhu Xuanji saw gigantic enchanted artifacts. There were giant rocks, millstone-like iron blocks, and spell formations. Sword cultivators lined up everywhere. Looking around, the registration for the sword conference was divided into several stages. After passing them, they could leave from the back of the palace. This must be the famous sword god Zhu? At this moment, a light laugh came. Zhu Xuanji turned around and raised his brow. What a coincidence. Great Zhu's 7th prince, Zhu Chengxian. Zhu Chengxian was handsome and handsome. He wore a black robe with chelene patterns and held a folding fan in his hand. Their eyes met, and Zhu Chengxian was a little dazed. Why does this sword god Zhu's forehead look so familiar? Chapter 58. You are? Zhu Xuanji asked calmly and pretended not to know Zhu Chengxian. Zhu Chengxian had only seen him when he was young. How could he recognize him? Having heard him, Zhu Chengxian waved his fan and smiled. "I am Great Zhu's 7th prince, Zhu Chengxian. I have heard so much about you." He revealed his identity so that Zhu Xuanji would take him seriously. He said that he had heard so much about him just to rope him in. From his perspective, there were as many people who were more powerful than sword god Zhu as there were carps in the river. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "What's the matter? I still have to register." Ju Chengshin heard him and immediately smiled. Great. Let me lead the way for you. He gave the Xie sect disciple a look, and the disciple immediately bowed and left. Ju Xuanji did not decline. He understood Ju Chengshin's character and was not afraid of owing him a favor. After killing the empress, he would leave Great Ju and bring little Jiang Shui and the rest to a faraway place. Let's test the sword qi first. Ju Chengshin said with a smile, which made Ju Xuanji curious. Why test the sword qi? Could it be that the sword cultivators were trying to take advantage of the situation? Ju Chengshin saw his confusion and explained, there are so many people registering for the sword conference. If the difference in cultivation is too great, it will not be good if there are too many casualties. So we will divide the ranking based on power first. After the registration, we will select the top 50 to participate in the sword conference. Ju Xuanji raised his brow and asked, doesn't that mean the registration is the first stage? If he was the main character in a fantasy novel, would he be able to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger? That's right. So don't hold back. If you are eliminated from the registration, you will lose face. Ju Chengshin smiled. Under his lead, Ju Xuanji quickly arrived at the sword qi stage. It was a giant metal rock that was 6 meters tall and 3 meters wide. There were many sword marks on it, some deep and some shallow. There were 10 of these metal rocks in the hall, arranged in 3 rows. There was a queue in front of each rock. This is a sword qi rock. The result is determined according to the depth of the sword qi. Ju Chengshin said with a smile and walked up to the Xie sect disciple. The disciple immediately asked the people in the queue to move back. Why does he have to cut the queue? A tall and sturdy man shouted in a deep voice. Those who came to participate in the sword meet were all very strong, so who would be willing to queue up? Ju Chengshin glanced at him and said, this is Sword God Ju of Great Ju's reputation ranking. If you can enter Great Ju's reputation ranking, you can too. Whoosh, the disciples in the queue were in an uproar. The burly man was shocked and quickly retreated. Ju Xuanji faced everyone's peculiar gazes and walked up to the sword qi rock expressionlessly. 3 meters away from the sword qi stone, there was a red rope that could not be crossed. The Xie sect disciple first picked up a piece of white jade and wrote Sword God Ju on it with his finger. 3 red words the size of a fly appeared on the top left corner of the white jade. Ju Xuanji was curious. What kind of spell was this? But on the surface, he did not show it. As Sword God Ju, he could not appear ignorant. Senior, please use your sword. You can only slash once, you can't do it again. The Xie sect disciple said respectfully. A true sword cultivator did not have a second chance. If he couldn't even control the power of the sword qi, what qualifications did he have to discuss the sword? Ju Xuanji flipped his right hand and took out the Hell King sword. I can only slash with brute force, but I can't use sword techniques or sword wills? He asked. The queue behind him was in an uproar. Sword wills. How many sword cultivators here knew sword wills? Sword God Ju was indeed Sword God Ju. Even the way he spoke sounded like a powerful cultivator. The Xie sect disciple was a little stunned and replied, of course you can. But you can only use 1 sword qi. If you use 1 more sword qi, you will fail the test. Ju Xuanji heard him and flipped his right hand. The Hell King's sword appeared in his hand. The sword shone brightly, which attracted the sword cultivators from the other queues. Ju Xuanji held the sword with a backhand grip and entered the Trisource vein-severing sword will straight away. His black hair danced without wind, and his black robe fluttered in the wind. An indescribable sense of pressure exploded and attracted everyone's attention in the entire palace. At the end of the palace, a one-eyed man stood on a stone platform. His skin was dark, and he was tall and straight. He wore the black uniform of the Xie sect disciples. He stared at Ju Xuanji and asked, who is that kid? A disciple walked over and replied, Sword God Ju. The 7th prince welcomed him personally. He noticed Sword God Ju when he entered the city. Sword God Ju. The one-eyed man squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. There were many rumors among the people that made him dislike Sword God Ju. Saying that Sword God Ju was comparable to the Sword Monarch of Great Ju? What a joke! It was an insult to the sword monarch of Great Jew. However, with the seventh prince beside him, he did not dare to make things difficult for him. He wanted to see how powerful sword god Ju was. Looking at Ju Xuanji, who had entered the sword will mode, he laughed with disdain. Such a sword will, it seems that your cultivation has not even reached in a pellet. Although he was disdainful, many sword cultivators in the hall were whispering to each other, secretly admiring sword god Ju. Ju Xuanji did not try to be mysterious. He channeled his spirit energy and slashed toward the sword Qi rock. Clang, a strong wind blew, and the sword Qi stone shook violently. Those who were close to it could only feel an explosion in their ears. Ju Chengxin was shocked in his heart. What a great sword god Ju! All eyes were on the sword Qi stone. A sword mark that was clearly longer and thicker than the others appeared. Even the Xie sect disciple couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. He immediately walked forward and began to measure the depth of the sword mark. The Hell King's sword in Ju Xuanji's right hand disappeared. He put down his hand and looked ahead calmly. Holy shit! I almost lost all my strength. He cursed in his heart. If this slash did not even make it into the top 50, he would definitely commit suicide at the gate of Swordsman City. He channeled his spirit energy into that slash just now. Without using the Hell King possession, it was definitely his most powerful attack. Even a powerful inner pellet cultivator might not be able to withstand it. Sword God Ju, Sword Qi Assessment, 1. 3 inches. The Xie sect disciple turned around and shouted. His voice was trembling. Wah! The entire hall was in an uproar. The sword cultivators cried out in surprise. 1. 3 inches. This result can make him at least top 10. Sword God Ju indeed. I feel that he still has some energy left. Of course. Will Sword God Ju give it his all in this assessment? Domineering. So this is the Sword Will. This year's sword conference will be exciting, the sword cultivators discussed among themselves. Even the Xie sect disciples were talking about this. The one-eyed man's face was livid. He snorted coldly and did not say a word. The Xie sect disciple in front of the sword Qi rock began to register Ju Xuanji's white jade. Ju Chengxin congratulated Ju Xuanji. After Ju Xuanji received the white jade, he continued to lead the way to the next stage. Along the way, everyone made way for Ju Xuanji. You are Sword God Ju? You're really powerful. I'm Yang Che, the Vice City Lord of Luoyang City. Can we be friends? A silhouette came from beside Ju Xuanji. Ju Xuanji heard it and immediately stopped. He turned around and looked at Yang Che. Yang Che was quite handsome. He had a light stubble on the side of his mouth and wore a luxurious yellow robe. Facing Ju Xuanji's gaze, he smiled calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Ju Xuanji smiled and walked up to him. He waved his hand and said, "Bend down." Yang Che was a little stunned. He thought that Ju Xuanji had something to tell him secretly, so he bent down and listened carefully. Smack! Ju Xuanji slapped him straight away. The strength of a few thousand kilograms was so horrifying that Yang Che's body was sent flying. He flew over everyone's head and smashed into the wall nearby. Chapter 59. Silence. The entire palace was silent. Everyone was stunned. Why did Sword God Ju attack Yang Che directly? Yang Che's identity was not simple. He was the Vice Lord of Luoyang City, and his father was a fourth-rank official in the empire. Such a person was slapped in public. It was a complete humiliation. Ju Chengxin was stunned too. "Sir, what are you doing?" he asked in astonishment. Yang Che was the son of a great Jew official, after all. As the seventh prince, he could not pretend that he did not see it. Ju Xuanji said, "My sword slave went to Luoyang City to buy beast-taming bags. This person's bid was lower than my sword slave's, so he bore a grudge and sent people to kill him outside the city." I see. Everyone came to a sudden realization and looked at Yang Che with disdain. They decided to never go to Luoyang City to buy things in the future. It was too dangerous. Ju Chengxin squinted his eyes. If this was true, then Yang Che had violated the kingdom's law. If there were too many of such despicable people, how could Great Ju maintain its image and intimidate the other empires? The other empires would also mock great Zhu. Yang Che got up angrily. He covered his swollen right cheek and asked with gritted teeth, "That person was your sword slave?" Zhu Chengshin looked at him as though he was looking at a fool. Pig. If he were Yang Che, he would definitely pretend that he did not know about this. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Just pray that you do not meet me in the sword conference. The blade has no eyes, be careful of your throat." A murderous aura locked onto Yang Che, which made him shudder. Even the evil bloodthirsty blade died in Zhu Xuanji's hands. He had killed thousands of bandits. His murderous aura was already formed, which shocked everyone at the scene. "How dare you? This is the sword conference, how can you do as you please?" At this moment, the one-eyed man cried out and walked toward Zhu Xuanji with a ferocious aura, as though he was going to tear Zhu Xuanji apart. Zhu Xuanji stared at him expressionlessly. He wanted to see what he was going to do. Zhu Chengshin took a step forward and smiled gently. "Deacon Zhong, let's stop what happened today. No one died. Why continue? Won't this become a joke?" Facing Zhu Chengshin, the one-eyed man stopped and looked furious. Zhu Chengshin was someone whom even Xie Wuyo treated well. How could he dare to offend Zhu Chengshin? He snorted coldly and stared at Zhu Xuanji. "If this happens again, I will kick you out of Swordsman City straight away," he threatened. How could a deacon be so capable? Zhu Xuanji laughed coldly. There were indeed all kinds of strange things in the world. After the one-eyed man left, Yang Che stared at Zhu Xuanji hatefully before leaving as well. He knew that he was no match for that sword strike just now, so why should he stay and embarrass himself? "Senior, follow me." Zhu Chengshin smiled as if nothing had happened. Zhu Xuanji nodded and followed his half-brother to the next stage of the examination. After the sword chi stone, it was time to slash through the air. There were a total of 10 thin lines erected 100 feet away, and only one sword chi could be slashed out. The more thin lines that were slashed out, the better the result. Zhu Xuanji activated the fiery sword will. His sword chi was surrounded by intense flames, and even though the thin threads were far away, 5 of them were still burned off. Although 5 strands wasn't the full score, it was still a good result. After all, the distance between each strand was 2 feet, which was equivalent to 6 or 7 meters. The third test was a test of comprehension. There were 7 sword techniques in total. They were yellow grade, 4th rank, and black grade, low, middle, and high tier. One had to memorize a sword technique and practice it within half an hour. The higher the grade of the technique, the better the result. Each candidate had their own isolated room, which was equipped with a hidden barrier to block out the divine sense to prevent cheating. Zhu Xuanji saw that the incense stick was very thin, less than 10 centimeters. He estimated that it would burn out in less than 5 minutes. In such a situation, to ensure their results, most people would not take the risk. The Xie sect deacons were guarding this stage, to prevent the sword techniques from being leaked. But he chose the black-grade high-tier sword technique without hesitation. 36 Paths Jade Xiao Sword. He flipped through the sword manual, and the sword spirit helped him memorize every move. He immediately began to practice with his sword. He used the windcutter sword, which was swift and fierce, which suited the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword very well. Half an hour later, Zhu Xuanji left with the white jade. The deacon behind him was stunned and mumbled, "Monster! Monster!" Even the sect lord, Xie Wuyo, could not achieve such a monstrous feat in such a short time. This guy really mastered the black-grade high-tier 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword and achieved full marks. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji walked out, Zhu Chengshin smiled and said, "Just in case, give me your white jade token. I will submit it for you." Zhu Xuanji nodded. He was worried that the one-eyed man would deduct his result. Zhu Chengshin took over the white jade token and glanced at it with a smile. With Sword God Zhu's capability, it should be a yellow-grade top-tier sword technique no matter what. He looked at it casually and was immediately stunned. Wait. He opened his eyes wide, as though he had seen a ghost. When he saw the words clearly, his right hand trembled and almost dropped the white jade token on the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught it. Black-grade high-tier. How could it be? Zhu Chengshin loved the way of the sword, so he knew that it was impossible. In such a short time, Zhu Xuanji waved his hand and said, I will leave first. Inform me when the time comes. I believe you can find out where I am. After that, he turned around and walked toward the gate of the palace. Zhu Chengxin came back to his senses and quickly called out, Sir, I will find you for a drink in 2 days. Zhu Xuanji waved his hand and did not even look back. His back view was elegant. He could not help but exclaim, Sword God Zhu. Even Zhao Tsongjian might not be able to compete with his level of comprehension in the way of the sword. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd of sword cultivators, Zhu Xuanji walked out of the palace and found little Jiang Shui and the others. Little Jiang Shui asked excitedly, Did you avenge Bei Xiao Wang just now? Bei Xiao Wang Jian also looked at Zhu Xuanji gratefully. Just now, Yang Che walked out with a swollen face. Once he saw Bei Xiao Wang Jian, he cursed and wanted to beat him up on the spot. Zhu Xuanji said calmly, It's not over yet. I'm just reminding him that he offended someone he shouldn't have. Zhong Ruyu, who was beside him, almost knelt down. He even dared to slap the vice-city lord of Luoyang City. How domineering. Zhong Tianjian quietly swallowed his saliva and touched his face instinctively. Let's go and find an inn first. Zhu Xuanji said. No one had any objections. Zhong Ruyu immediately pulled his father and said to Zhu Xuanji, Why should we stay in an inn? Our family has a residence in Swordsman City. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. So rich. Zhong Tianjian laughed forthrightly. Yes, sir, why don't you come with us? We will definitely treat you well. Sir. Zhong Ruyu's face was filled with confusion. Dad, that's not what you called me before. Zhu Xuanji nodded, and the others had no objections. After all, there were all sorts of people in an inn. There might be trouble. Not long after they left, Zhu Chengxin ran out from the palace. He looked around, but Zhu Xuanji was nowhere to be seen. Who is the 7th prince looking for? A cold voice came. Zhu Chengxin looked back and immediately smiled warmly. Brother Zhao, how come you have the time to come here today? Standing in front of him was a handsome young man with a cold demeanor. He wore a red shirt with golden patterns and had a precious sword at his waist. His black hair was coiled up in a beaded and gilded crown, and an air of arrogance could be seen in between his brows. It was the famous Zhao Tsongjian. Zhao Tsongjian replied with an indifferent tone, Nothing much. I heard that Sword God Zhu is here. I want to see if this person has the ability to fight with me. Chapter 60. Find Sword God Zhu? Zhu Chengxin smiled with deep meaning. This person indeed has the power to fight with you. Do you know what result he got in the sword's way assessment? Zhao Tsongjian looked calm and asked, Black grade low tier? He did learn a black grade low tier sword technique. So to him, his guess was already overestimating Sword God Zhu. Zhu Chengxin shook his head and smiled. Zhao Tsongjian frowned slightly. Black grade high tier, he said with a smile. Zhao Tsongjian's pupils contracted suddenly. He took a step forward and asked, Is this true? He could barely learn black grade low tier. Black grade high tier, it was difficult to memorize the complicated sword moves. Zhu Chengxin nodded and said, I passed his white jade token to Xie Wuyo personally. Zhao Tsongjian was silent. Zhu Chengxin looked at him and thought to himself, I wonder who is more powerful, this guy or Sword God Zhu. Zhao Tsongjian suddenly turned and left. Looking at him disappearing into the crowd, he shook his head and smiled. He walked to an old tree by the street not far away. Next, a man in black appeared behind him. The man in black covered half of his face, revealing only his eyes. Under the shade of the tree, even his eyes could not be seen clearly. Zhu Chengxin turned his back to him and said, Go and find out where Sword God Zhu lives. If the Yang clan of Luoyang City dares to cause trouble, send someone to warn Sir Yang. Yes. The man in black replied with a deep voice and disappeared. It was near dusk. Zhu Xuanji and the others finally arrived at Zhong Tianjian's residence in Swordsman City. The residence was huge. There were 3 courtyards, dozens of guest rooms, and a garden at the center. The person who lived here was another son of Zhong Tianjian, Zhong Rutan. He had more than 30 servants. When Zhong Rutan heard that Sword God Zhu was here, he was extremely excited. Zhong Tianjian's family loved the way of the sword. Within Great Ju, there were not many famous sword cultivators. Sword god Ju's sudden appearance was rather dramatic. There were all sorts of rumors about him. Together with Zhong Ruyu's letter, he naturally admired him. Along the way, Zhong Rutan kept asking questions excitedly. "Brother, is this true?" Yang Che was slapped by Sir Ju, and the seventh prince received Sir Ju personally. Zhong Rutan asked Zhong Ruyu. He naturally did not dare to speak to Ju Xuanji face to face. Zhong Ruyu stared at him and said unpleasantly, "How many times do you have to ask these questions? Senior sword god Ju is still behind. Don't let him laugh at you." Having heard him, Zhong Rutan turned around and glanced at Ju Xuanji embarrassedly before continuing to lead the way. Northern Valiant Sword stayed in one room, while Huang Lianxin stayed in another. As for Ju Xuanji and little Jiang Shui, they still stayed in the same room. The girl did not seem to be shy and could not bear to leave him. After all, other than Green River Village, she rarely came to such a crowded place. She would be afraid to live apart from Ju Xuanji. The 3 guest rooms were connected, so they could take care of each other. That night, Zhong Tianjian personally hosted a banquet for Ju Xuanji and the others. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhong Tianjian sighed and said, "Senior, I doubted you back then. After all, you are too legendary, and the speed at which you became famous is too fast. Now, I really admire you. I'm completely convinced." Beixiao Wangjian rolled his eyes. How shameless, flattering him flawlessly and even apologizing at the same time. How come he did not realize that Zhong Tianjian was such a person? Zhong Ruyu and his brother were even better than Zhong Tianjian. When they started to flatter him, it could be described as extravagant. Ju Xuanji smiled. He listened with his left ear and came out with his right. However, the 3 of them took turns to toast him. "Do they really think that I'm young? In my previous life, I was the little prince of the food stalls. In this life, I have the cultivation of the enlightening stage. How could I get drunk?" Ju Xuanji thought disdainfully in his heart and began to drink with them. "Tonight, only one of us can walk out." Late at night, Ju Xuanji returned to his room with the help of little Jiang Shui. "I'm not drunk. Again. Tonight. No rest until we are drunk." Ju Xuanji lowered his head and mumbled to himself. He was even waving his right hand. Little Jiang Shui placed him on the bed carefully. Then, she brought over a basin of hot water that was prepared by the side and began to clean his body. Looking at his naked body that was burning red, she felt both heartache and amusement. It was the first time she saw him in such a sorry state. Not only him, but Zhong Tianjian and his son, as well as Beixiao Wangjian, were all dead drunk. The wine that Zhong Tianjian took out was very sincere. It was all spirit wine and was extremely domineering. Not to mention the enlightening stage, even inner pellet stage cultivators could not drink it all. Until noon the next day, Ju Xuanji woke up from his sleep. He felt numb all over his body, and his head was heavy. It was an indescribable discomfort. Little Jiang Shui was feeding the 3-eyed drought rodent at the table, and the little black snake was calling out, "Little girl, can you give me something good to eat? Can you get someone to make me some of the braised pork that you ate last night?" Little Jiang Shui pretended not to hear its request. The little black snake was not angry. It was afraid that it would wake him up and get stepped on again. Ju Xuanji sat up slowly and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The scenes from last night appeared in his mind and made him feel guilty. That wine was really domineering. Little Jiang Shui saw that he had woken up and immediately poured water for him. As she poured the water, she scolded him, "Don't show off next time." Ju Xuanji stared at her and crossed his arms under his armpits. He snorted, "Who said I was showing off? I can still drink." Little Jiang Shui carried the bowl and walked to the bedside. She pushed him with her hand and said, "The next time you get drunk, if an enemy attacks, we will meet again in the afterlife." Ju Xuanji heard her and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he be so careless? This was Great Ju. He made up his mind to not get drunk again. After drinking a bowl of water, Ju Xuanji felt a little more refreshed. He got up and put on his clothes. He walked to the door next door and knocked. Northern Sword Valiant did not answer. He was probably still drunk. He asked the servants again and found that Zhong Tianjian and his son were still unconscious on the bed. He immediately felt proud. I did not lose to men's wine. In the next few days, he did not leave the Zhong clan's residence. Little Jiang Shui did not leave either but accompanied him in his cultivation. She already knew his goal and did not want to be a burden to him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this period of time, Zhu Xuanji had already mastered the sword will of the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. On the third day after he broke through to enlightening level 2, Zhu Chengxin came to visit him personally. 4 of his subordinates followed behind him. Each of them looked stern and stern. Although they tried their best to suppress their aura, they still gave off a murderous aura. Facing his arrival, Zhong Tianjian was overwhelmed by the favor and quickly sent someone to invite Zhu Xuanji. The group gathered in the main hall. Zhu Chengxin cupped his fist and smiled at Zhu Xuanji. Sir, you have already qualified for the sword conference. You are ranked 9th. After that, he returned Zhu Xuanji's white jade medallion. After receiving the medallion, Zhu Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If he did not qualify for the sword conference, it would be too embarrassing. How come you are only ranked 9th? You should at least be in the top 3, right? Zhong Rutan said unhappily. Zhong Ruyu nodded as well. He thought that there was something fishy going on. Zhu Xuanji's face did not turn red, nor did his heartbeat increase. He looked calm, but he felt guilty in his heart. Zhu Chengxin chuckled and said, in the sword chi test, everyone else did their best. Coupled with the participation of a few monstrous geniuses, this ranking is not bad. With Senior's strength, you should have a high chance of winning the sword competition. Chapter 61. Of course, Senior God of Swords will definitely obtain victory in the sword conference. Zhong Ruyu nodded and looked at Zhu Xuanji with admiration. That day, after getting drunk, he heard that Zhu Xuanji had woken up earlier than all of them, and he admired Zhu Xuanji even more. He could not even drink as much as Sword God Zhu. Senior is indeed better than others in all aspects. Zhu Xuanji asked, when will the sword conference begin, and what are the rules? Zhu Chengxin looked at him and said with a smile, the Sword Among Swordsman City, which is held once every 5 years, receives a lot of attention in the Great Zhu dynasty. Many high-ranking officials, nobles, and cultivators from all walks of life come to watch. The preparation time is very long, and it will take at least 3 months. As for the rules, only Xie Wuyo knows. 3 months. Zhu Xuanji frowned slightly. It took a long time. After all, the Great Zhu Heaven selection was imminent and would begin in less than a year. He suddenly hesitated. Should he wait for another 10 years? But in another 10 years, everyone would have forgotten about Lady Zhaoxian, and Zhu Yalong would have ascended to the throne. Once Zhu Yalong ascended the throne, he would become the enemy of the entire Great Zhu if he wanted to kill the Great Zhu Empress. Right now, Emperor Yang of Zhu was in power, and Zhu Yalong was only the prince he valued the most. If Zhu Yalong displayed his talent, perhaps Emperor Yang of Zhu would cover this up. The reason why Emperor Yang of Zhu abdicated the throne was because his cultivation had reached the highest level in the mortal world, and he was about to ascend and become an immortal. The Great Zhu dynasty could not go a day without a leader. Seeing Zhu Xuanji frown, Zhu Chengxin could not help but ask, could it be that you have something important to tell me? Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, it's okay. I can wait. When Zhu Chengxin heard this, he immediately beamed with joy and suggested, I want to promote Senior. What do you think? Fame didn't just depend on word of mouth. Sometimes, it also required tactics. As a descendant of the royal family, he was well versed in such methods. The benevolence and righteousness of the royal family were all created by creating momentum. Is there a need? Zhu Xuanji asked. In his heart, however, he was overjoyed. Little brother, you're quite sensible. Zhu Chengxin nodded and said in admiration, Senior, you are of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I am inferior to you. Hey, I'm just being polite with you. Zhu Xuanji smiled on the surface, but he cursed Zhu Chengxin in his heart. Where's your EQ? You want to fight for the throne like this? Zhu Chengxin chatted for a while longer and did not mention anything about building up support, which made Zhu Xuanji lose interest. When he saw this, Zhu Chengshin didn't disturb him any longer, and he quickly bid his farewells and left. Zhu Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui back to the house. He snorted coldly and cursed, "This kid is too insensible." Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. "Who asked you to be so unreasonable?" Zhu Xuanji shrugged his shoulders helplessly and began cultivating on his bed. In the next 3 months, Zhu Xuanji made the best use of his time to cultivate. He had many miraculous elixirs in the supreme storage, and together with the sword Qi golden body incantation, his cultivation speed was not slow. Every 10 days, he would accompany little Jiang Shui on an outing. After all, she was only 15 years old and was very curious about the outside world. At the same time, the details of Sword God Zhu's test during the registration for the sword conference spread. Casual sword intent. Learning a mysterious high-tier sword art in a short period of time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. In less than a month, Sword God Zhu's name spread throughout Great Zhu. Many people said that he would be a formidable opponent for Zhao Tsongjian and North Zhu Gale Sword. When Zhu Xuanji heard about this, he could not help but sigh. Zhu Chengshin still knew how to conduct himself. "Little brother, your future is limitless." Zhong Tianjian and the rest heard about the commotion outside and were very excited. It was said that the gambling dens in every city had opened their bets on who would win. Zhu Xuanji took out a large sum of spirit stones and asked Northern Sword Valiant to place his bets. At the same time, he asked Zhu Chengshin to find a reliable gambling den. He bet everything on himself. Regardless of whether he had the confidence to win, he would only win if he fought hard. 3 months passed quickly. Zhu Xuanji relied on elixirs and forcefully broke through to enlightening level 3. The little black snake often sighed. "This guy is definitely not human. He must be the reincarnation of some old monster." This day, the sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Zhu Xuanji's mind. The bloodbath sword has successfully leveled up from silver to gold. Gold! Zhu Xuanji was a little disappointed. Why was it not amethyst of a higher grade? He moved his mind, and information about the bloodbath sword appeared in front of his eyes. Sword name, bloodbath sword grade, gold description, a bloodthirsty sword. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger its baleful aura. At the same time, it will strengthen the sword owner's murderous aura. During a battle, it will become more powerful as it fights. More powerful as it fights. Zhu Xuanji captured the important information and asked in his heart. The bloodbath sword has already leveled up to the pinnacle of gold grade. The more blood it absorbs during a battle, the more powerful the sword owner will be. However, once the battle is over, the sword owner's power will return to normal. If there are no injuries, there will be no side effects. The sword spirit replied, which brightened Zhu Xuanji's eyes. Such a bloodbath sword was a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. This time, the bloodbath sword became his most powerful legendary sword. He immediately took out the bloodbath sword. Its blade was much longer and blood-red in color. There were black snake-like lines in the middle of the blade, which looked terrifying. Once the bloodbath sword was taken out, the entire room was filled with a murderous aura. Even little Jiang Shui, who was cultivating, was awakened. She opened her eyes and looked at the bloodbath sword in Zhu Xuanji's hand. "This is the bloodbath sword." She could not help but think of the curved blade that Zhu Xuanji took from the bloodthirsty blade. Zhu Xuanji nodded and caressed the bloodbath sword, saying, "This sword will be my sword for revenge." Little Jiang Shui got up and walked up to him. She asked worriedly, "Will it be dangerous?" The feeling that the bloodbath sword gave her was the same as the blood-red curved blade. "It's too evil." She was worried that Zhu Xuanji would be possessed by the sword. Just like in the legends, those who were possessed by the devil because of their greed for power. Zhu Xuanji said with a smile, "Don't worry, this sword will not harm me at all. My constitution is different, it's specialized in suppressing evil qi." When he started talking nonsense, his mouth would come out at any moment. "Really?" Little Jiang Shui was a little doubtful. At this moment, the three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake over. The little black snake looked at the bloodbath sword and opened its eyes wide, saying, "Such a murderous sword. What is the origin of this sword? If the evil sects knew about it, there would be a bloodbath. Zhu Xuanji glanced at it and said, "The sword of the sword god. What do you think?" The little black snake cursed in his heart. "You think I don't know? You are just a naive kid. You are so pretentious that even you believe it. You really think that you are the sword god? Wait until I awaken, I will definitely run." Zhu Xuanji stored the bloodbath sword into the supreme storage and said to little Jiang Shui, "How are you doing with the spells you bought last time? Do you still need to buy more?" Little Jiang Shui was very talented in spells of the 5 elements. Every time Zhu Xuanji went out, he would buy spell jade scrolls. So far, she had already mastered 3 basic spells of the 5 elements: fire, wind, and water. Together with the healing spell that she practiced frequently, she had already progressed further on the path of being a mage and a nanny. Little Jiang Shui nodded. She raised her chin and said proudly, "I feel that I am already very powerful. When we sparred, it was already difficult for Sister Lianxin to get close to me." Chapter 62. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow and said, "You are already so powerful." He was well aware of Huang Lianxin's strength. This woman harbored a vengeful heart and usually trained hard. In the foundation establishment realm, she could already be considered above average. However, she was a sword cultivator after all, so it would be difficult for her to deal with long-range spells of the 5 elements. Of course, it was more likely that she was deliberately giving in to little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui was very pleased with herself. Her chin was raised so high that her nose was almost pointing to the sky. Zhu Xuanji really wanted to hit her. This girl always liked to show off her height in front of him. "Just you wait. In 2 years at most, I'll let you call me big brother." Zhu Xuanji snorted coldly. He walked around her and began cultivating on the bed. In the next few days, Zhu Xuanji waited for the sword conference to begin. It was said that the sword discourse arena had already begun to be built outside Swordsman City. More and more people came to Swordsman City these days, and the streets outside were even more packed. He could not wait any longer. Northern Valiant Sword did not participate in the sword conference, but he would help him to gather information about the Great Jew Heaven selection. It was said that this year's Great Jew Heaven selection would be attended by princes from various dynasties. It could be said to be a rare event that only happened once in hundreds of years. Among them were the princes of the Great Jew dynasty, as well as the geniuses of the Great Jew dynasty's famous sects. The reason why it was so grand was because Emperor Yang of Ju wanted to choose a successor. A new ruler brings his own courtiers. The Great Jew Heaven selection this time was actually to create opportunities for the various princes. How many they could rope in would depend on their own means. The geniuses participating in the Great Jew Heaven selection understood this logic as well. But they were not disgusted. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Rather than serving as an official or soldier for Emperor Yang of Ju, it would be better to help a prince ascend the throne and have a meteoric rise. On this day, it was finally time for the start of the sword conference. That morning, some Xie sect disciples came to welcome Zhu Xuanji, along with Zhu Chengxin. Zhu Chengxin had come to the sword discourse conference to pick out seedlings. If he had participated in the sword discourse conference, he would definitely have suffered a terrible defeat. He knew his own limitations, so he did not seek his own humiliation. Zhu Xuanji packed his things and set off with little Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. Zhong Tianjian and his son also followed. This time, Zhong Tianjian was also participating in the sword conference. With his inner pellet cultivation, he was naturally ranked in the top 50. After all, he was the #1 sword cultivator in the southern Snow Kingdom. Along the way, the streets were crowded, but when people saw the Xiesex's disciples, they automatically made way. Along the way, the people pointed at Zhu Xuanji and the others curiously. Soon, someone recognized Sword God Zhu. "He is Sword God Zhu. Can't you see Northern Valiant Sword following behind him? It is indeed him. I saw him during the sword discourse examination that day. It must be Sword God Zhu. In this sword conference, who has a similar figure to Sword God Zhu? It's hard to imagine that he could fight against Zhao Tsongjian and North Ju Gale Sword. I really want to know how powerful the dual sword will be. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhu Xuanji was speechless. Sigh. It was still too small. If it weren't for the situation, he really wanted to wait another 10 years and travel the world in a handsome and unrestrained manner. It took them 2 whole hours to walk out of the Zhong clan manor. The disciples of the Xie sect walked very slowly and did not fly out of the city directly. Their purpose was to increase the exposure of the Sword Discourse Conference. Fame and fortune were often inseparable. As soon as they walked out of the city gate, little Jiang Shui let out a cry of surprise. Everyone else was shocked too. There was a sea of people in front of them. There were so many heads that they covered the horizon. It was extremely exaggerated. There were at least 1 million people. In the middle of the sea of people, there was a tall tower. It had 10 floors and was hollow in the middle. There was only an iron frame, which made it easy to step on. The entire iron tower was 30 meters tall, which was equivalent to the height of a 30-story building. The higher one went, the narrower it became. At the bottom of the iron tower, there was a giant stone platform that was hundreds of meters wide and long. Other than the disciples of the Xie sect, no one else was allowed to enter. At this moment, at the edge of the stone platform, a group of Xie sect elders and attendants surrounded a handsome man. He wore a black robe with a golden leopard printed on it. There was a sword on each side of his waist. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head, leaving 2 strands of hair in front of his forehead. He had a handsome face, with a faint smile on his face. He looked elegant and dignified at the same time. He was Xie Wuyo, the eldest disciple of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhu. He was no weaker than the Sword Noble, Xiao Jinghong. Everyone, please wait patiently. Once everyone is here, the Sword Discourse Conference will begin. Xie Wuyo smiled at the sword cultivators around him. Zhao Tsongjian and Yang Che were among them. The two scanned the sea of people below them. They were both looking for one person. Sword God Zhu. In this Sword Discourse Conference, I will definitely kill you. Yang Che thought fiercely. The humiliation from that day had already spread to Luoyang City. He was too embarrassed to show off in Luoyang City again. He had already prepared a backup plan. He would surely avenge his humiliation. Soon, Zhu Xuanji and Zhong Tianjian leaped onto the stone platform under the lead of the Xie sect disciples. Zhu Chengxin walked toward Xie Wuyo. The two chatted for a while, and Zhu Chengxin pointed at Zhu Xuanji. Xie Wuyo immediately looked over. Facing his gaze, Zhu Xuanji pretended not to see it. But Xie Wuyo walked over directly. Seeing that Xie Wuyo was walking toward Sword God Zhu, everyone on the stone platform looked over. My revered teacher is very interested in you. Do you want to be my revered teacher's disciple? Xie Wuyo asked with a smile. With this, everyone on the stone platform opened their eyes wide. Zhong Tianjian's expression changed drastically. Back then, when he became the disciple of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhu, he was humiliatingly rejected by the Sword Monarch. He did not expect the Sword Monarch to take a liking to Zhu Xuanji. Yang Che's expression was extremely unsightly, as though he had eaten a fly. If Zhu Xuanji became the Sword Monarch's disciple, he would not dare to go against Zhu Xuanji even if he had 10 guts. He would even lick Zhu Xuanji's boots. Zhu Xuanji was stunned. He did not expect the Sword Monarch to take a liking to him. The Sword Monarch was one of the most powerful cultivators in Great Zhu. Even Emperor Yang of Zhu could not be 100% sure that he could defeat the Sword Monarch. If he had the Sword Monarch's support, Zhu Xuanji was moved, but he calmed down quickly. If he became the Sword Monarch's disciple, how would Emperor Yang of Zhu view him? At that time, the Emperor would probably protect the Empress and support Zhu Yilong. All these years, there had been rumors among the people that Emperor Yang of Zhu was suppressing the Sword Monarch. It was because the Sword Monarch's reputation was too great. He had the title of the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhu. Emperor Yang of Zhu was high and mighty. He cared a lot about personal power. At the same time, he was worried that after he ascended, which prince in Great Zhu could suppress the Sword Monarch? Zhu Xuanji's mind worked like lightning. He said calmly, "No need. Thank you, Sword Monarch, for your kindness." The people around him were stunned and looked at him as though he was an idiot. You are willing to participate in the sword conference, but you do not want the sword monarch to be your teacher. Idiot. Once you become the sword monarch's disciple, what kind of sword technique could you not learn? Xie Wuyo's expression was calm. He asked with a smile, why? Zhu Xuanji replied casually, my sword is walking on a path that no one has ever walked before. What he meant was that he did not want his sword to have the shadow of the sword monarch. How pretentious. All the sword cultivators rolled their eyes, but there were also people who admired Zhu Xuanji. Ha ha ha, Xie Wuyo suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter overshadowed the millions of people. Everyone shut up and turned to look at him. He looked at Zhu Xuanji with admiration and said, my revered teacher even mentioned that you will surely reject him. If you agree, then you are not worthy to be his opponent. Silence. The millions of people were silent. The sword cultivators who participated in the sword conference were all dumbfounded. The sword monarch took sword god Zhu as his opponent. Chapter 63. Zhu Xuanji frowned and praised the sword monarch of great Zhu in his heart. These words were simply ruthless. The sword monarch of great Zhu was such a lofty existence. If he gave Zhu Xuanji such an evaluation, wouldn't he be pushing him into a pit of fire? He could already feel the gazes around him changing. There were more and more jealous gazes. The disciples of the Xie sect, in particular, looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. Zhu Xuanji did not reply. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Since the sword monarch wanted to kill him with his praises, why not ride the wind and rise? Moreover, if he had retorted back then, would he be seen as disrespecting the sword monarch? In the future, if the sword monarch wanted to kill him, he would have an excuse. For a righteous cultivator like the sword monarch of great Zhu, there was a good reason for him to do so, and he could not kill for no reason. The million people around the stone platform were suddenly in an uproar. Cries of alarm rose and fell one after another. When they gathered together, it was as if they wanted to overturn the sky. Oh my God! Has sword god Zhu already attracted the attention of the sword monarch? Amazing! Sword god Zhu is really amazing. Nonsense! How dare you call yourself the sword god? Do you really think that you don't have true abilities? The sword monarch of great Zhu is praising him to death. Impossible! The sword monarch of great Zhu is a righteous person. He is not that kind of person. At the edge of the stone platform, little Jiang Shui, Baixiao Wangjian, and the rest were equally excited. Zhong Rutan said in admiration, senior sword god Zhu is really powerful. Huang Lianxin frowned and said softly, the sword monarch is up to no good. Upon hearing this, little Jiang Shui asked in surprise, what do you mean? Doesn't he think highly of our sword god Zhu? Baixiao Wang regained his senses and the excitement on his face disappeared instantly. He said in a low voice, look at the surrounding atmosphere. They are trying to kill our master with flattery. Little Jiang Shui subconsciously looked around and realized that not everyone was cheering. Most people were doubtful and even jealous. At the same time, on the stone platform, Xie Wuyo maintained his smile and stared at Zhu Xuanji. He nodded occasionally, as though he was praising him in his heart. Zhu Xuanji cursed in his heart. He really knew how to act. He immediately asked, when will the sword conference begin? Can we make it for lunch? Xie Wuyo was briefly stunned before he shook his head and smiled, you're really humorous. We'll start right away when everyone's here. Zhu Xuanji turned around and saw that it was easy to identify the sword cultivators who were participating in the sword conference. They all had a white jade token on their waist. Including him, there were a total of 41 people. There were also 9 burdens. He suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him strangely. Unlike the envious, disdainful, and doubtful gazes around him, this person's gaze was filled with fighting spirit. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Tsongjian, curious as to who he was. Zhong Tianjian whispered beside him, he is Zhao Tsongjian. Zhao Tsongjian, whose talent was comparable to Zhu Yalong. Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and began to size up Zhao Tsongjian. When their eyes met, Zhao Tsongjian's lips curled up. His eyes shone with coldness, as if he had seen his prey. Ha ha ha. I don't care if you are sword god Zhu or Zhao Tsongjian. I'm the only one who will have the last laugh in today's sword competition. An arrogant laughter rang out from the horizon. A man dressed in a white martial arts robe flew over on a sword. He looked majestic and had an indomitable aura about him. Zhong Tianjian mumbled, "North Ju Gale Sword." Zhu Xuanji glanced at him. This person dared to talk back to him? "I'll stab you until your mother can't recognize you." He snorted in his heart and no longer looked at the North Ju Gale Sword. After the North Ju Gale Sword landed on the stone platform, he chatted with Xie Wuyo and ignored the other sword cultivators. Behind the crowd, there were hundreds of temporary pavilions. There were no doors at the front, so one could leap over the crowd and watch the sword competition. The people sitting in these pavilions were all extraordinary. There were great Jews generals, emperors, local overlords, and powerful cultivators from prestigious sects. One of the pavilions was surrounded by dozens of heavily armored soldiers. A muscular man with a big beard sat in the pavilion. He looked ahead as he drank and grinned, "If I can get one of these three, I can defeat Meng Tianlang." His name was Xiahou Jin, a third-rank general of the Great Zhou Empire. He was powerful and had millions of soldiers under his command. He and Meng Tianlang did not like each other and fought openly and secretly. A deputy general beside him smiled and said, "Who do you think will win?" Xiahou Jin stroked his beard and smiled. "Although Sword God Zhu is favored by the Sword Monarch, it's obviously the Sword Monarch's killing plan. The North Zhu Gale Sword is too arrogant. Zhao Tsongjian has a higher chance of winning." Not only him, but the hundreds of authoritative figures all thought highly of Zhao Tsongjian. All because of Zhao Tsongjian's talent, comparable to Zhu Yelong. Who was Zhu Yelong? He was hailed as a devilish cultivator who had the potential to surpass Emperor Yang of Zhu. Zhao Tsongjian only showed his abilities in recent years. But once he became famous, he soared into the sky and was unstoppable. Within the same stage, Zhao Tsongjian had never tasted defeat. All of them were enemies who could be defeated within 3 moves. So, he was given a name on Great Zhu's reputation ranking. Zhao Tsongjian, who was undefeatable with 3 moves, who could climb to the throne of the emperor. The emperor was naturally Zhu Yelong. He was hailed as the man who was destined to become the emperor. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all 50 participants had gathered. Xie Wuyo pointed at the Iron Tower and said, "There's only one rule. You lose if you land on the ground. If only one person remains on the tower, he will be the winner. I will count to 3. Those who are not on the tower will be eliminated immediately." 3. The sword cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They cursed at Xie Wuyo for being shameless in their hearts. What was he trying to do? Zhu Xuanji and Zhong Tianjian leaped up at the same time. It was not difficult for the Iron Tower to accommodate 50 people with 10 floors. But it was not easy to fight on the Iron Tower. The slightest misstep could cause one to miss a step and lose their balance, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. Zhong Tianjian landed on the 2nd floor. He was prepared to act wretchedly and survive until the end. There were more than 20 people who had the same idea as him. They were all squeezed on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Zhu Xuanji leaped up and came to the 9th floor. He liked to be high up and did not like to look up to others. Zhao Tsongjian landed on the 8th floor. North Zhu Gale Sword wanted to leap to the 10th floor. Zhu Xuanji's eyes focused. He took out the swine-culling sword and used ranged sword propelling against him. Swoosh in the air, just when North Zhu Gale Sword flew past the top floor, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming at him. He instinctively turned around to dodge. The swine-culling sword flew past his eyes. He cursed in his heart, "Which butcher dares to participate in the sword conference?" Such an ugly sword was qualified to compete with him in the sword conference. Just when he wanted to move to the top floor, a silhouette beat him to it. It was Zhu Xuanji. The top floor was a 1-meter-wide iron board that could only fit one person. After all, it was impossible for 2 people to be next to each other. This was the sword conference. Seeing Zhu Xuanji, North Zhu Gale Sword's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He drew his sword and slashed. Zhu Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the thunderclap sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He raised the legendary sword. Clang! The 2 swords clashed. Zhu Xuanji immediately felt a horrifying force. North Zhu Gale Sword was a little more powerful than him, Just when his body swayed, the thunderclap sword shot out heavenly lightning. The lightning traveled along the blade and shot toward North Jew Galesword. North Jew Galesword could not dodge in time. Both of his hands were electrocuted. With a painful cry, he withdrew his hands instinctively and fell down. Wah! The million spectators were in an uproar. The sword conference had just begun, and the popular North Jew Galesword was going to be eliminated by Sword God Jew? Chapter 64. Seeing that the North Jew Galesword was about to land on the stone platform, he turned around and slammed his right palm downwards. The wind from his palm hit the ground and the recoil lifted him up. His feet kicked out quickly, creating a sonic boom. He leaped up and charged towards the top once more. At the same time, a battle broke out between the second and third floors. The participants of the sword discourse looked for their opponents, causing the atmosphere of the sword discourse to instantly reach its peak. The sword light flickered, and the sword chi crisscrossed, causing the frame of the 10-story iron tower to shake continuously. Zhu Xuanji stood at the top with the thunderclap sword and swine-culling sword in his hands. The North Jew Gale sword was unable to reach the top. The sword of North Jew Gale leaped back and forth between the top floor and the 9th floor. He held the sword in his right hand and the metal rod in his left. Like a nimble monkey, he was extremely agile. He continuously moved under the iron roof and leaped up from different directions, but it was a pity that Zhu Xuanji blocked them all. In the eyes of millions of people, Zhu Xuanji was incredibly eye-catching. He held two swords in his hands as if he was performing a sword dance alone. His movements were elegant, like a white crane dancing gracefully, and from time to time, the sound of a flute echoed. Compared to him, the North Jew Gale sword was completely inferior. At least in terms of sword techniques, it was not as good as Zhu Xuanji's. Xie Wuyo frowned. The elders and deacons of the Xie sect widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Sword intent. Is it our Xie sect's 36 paths Jade Xiao sword? Xie Wuyo whispered to the elder beside him. He naturally had an impression of a mysterious high-tier sword art. However, he did not know the 36 paths Jade Xiao sword. The elder nodded with a dazed expression and murmured, "Yes. 36 paths Jade Xiao sword, sword essence, it really is sword essence." His favorite was the 36 paths Jade Xiao sword. But until now, no one had managed to cultivate its sword intent. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of reverence for Zhu Xuanji. 36 paths Jade Xiao sword was an extremely elegant sword technique. It had 36 transformations and was impossible to defend against. Zhu Xuanji switched back and forth between the white crane sword technique and 36 paths Jade Xiao sword, maintaining the state of sword will. Compared to all the other sword sparring participants, he seemed so unique. Not to mention spiritual power, even Zhao Tsongjian could not compare to him in terms of posture. Little Jiang Shue's eyes sparkled as she watched the crowd. Not only her, Huang Lianxin was the same. Even though Zhu Xuanji's body was small, he looked incredibly tall when he swung his sword. Anyone who saw him would sigh in amazement. Sword Dao Grandmaster. This was the so-called Grandmaster. There was no need for words, it could be shown in battle. Not only did Zhu Xuanji show it, he did it to the fullest. Sword God Zhu truly lives up to his name, to be able to switch between the two sword intents with such ease. Too powerful. No wonder the sword monarch of Great Zhu views him as an opponent. Putting aside cultivation, just his attainments in the way of the sword is something I've never seen before. This is a true sword Dao Grandmaster. Isn't the North Jew Gale sword a little too weak? Look at Sword God Zhu, this is the demeanor of a sword cultivator. Millions of people discussed excitedly. Their voices were loud, but they could not cover the sound of swords clashing. Looking at Zhu Xuanji's solo dance on the top floor, who would dare to say that Zhu Xuanji's fame was just for show? The great third-rank General Xiahou Jin was also sighing. What a good sword God Zhu. After the sword conference, he will most likely enter the hero ranking board of Great Zhu. The deputy generals around him did not refute his evaluation. They admired him too. At the same time, a young man in yellow stood on his tiptoes in the sea of people. He had delicate features and looked like a lady. It was Princess Xuanya, who had the Dao manifestation constitution. Back at Cloud Swallow City, she was captured by Zhuang Huisheng. If not for Zhu Xuanji's counterattack, she would have fallen into the hands of the demons. But she still bore a grudge. Zhu Xuanji did not catch her then. She almost fell to her death. She heard that sword god Zhu was going to participate in the sword conference, so she sneaked out of the royal palace again. She disguised herself and came to watch the battle. She hated Zhu Xuanji so much that she gnashed her teeth. But at this moment, she was completely convinced by him. She screamed for Zhu Xuanji, sword god Zhu. Beat him down. While everyone was in awe of Zhu Xuanji, the North Zhu Gale Sword felt terrible. He roared furiously in his heart, "Damn, how can this guy continue to use his sword will? And he can switch his sword will. Damn, I will fight you to the death." He suddenly exploded with a horrifying aura and leaped up from Zhu Xuanji's back. It was as though Zhu Xuanji had eyes in the back of his head. He slashed with both swords at the same time. His body was like a pine without any awkwardness, but it had a different kind of beauty to it. The North Zhu Gale Sword's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He held his sword with both hands, and the blade was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. He slashed down. He channeled his spirit energy in this slash, and the muscles in his arms bulged. The cold radiance of the blade was like the sun, shining in the sky. Many people squinted their eyes, including Zhu Xuanji. Clang, the two swords clashed, and the thunderclap sword was sent flying away. Zhu Xuanji felt a sharp pain in his palm, and his body fell backward instinctively. Everyone became anxious at this scene. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth with her hands. Her heart was in her throat. The North Zhu Gale Sword grinned. "So what if your sword technique is exquisite? Your spirit energy is still too weak." Zhu Xuanji was about to fall. His toes hooked onto the metal frame below the top floor. The Crimson Dragon sword appeared behind him out of nowhere and pushed him up. 1,000,000 people opened their eyes wide. What sword technique is this? Did the sword turn into a spirit? Zhu Xuanji came to the top floor again, and the North Zhu Gale sword also stepped onto the top floor. In the blink of an eye, the formless sword appeared beside Zhu Xuanji. Only he could see it. With a shift of his mind, the formless sword shot out with the ranged sword propelling. PFFTT. The North Zhu Gale sword's chest was penetrated, and blood spurted out. He opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with astonishment. What happened? His body fell backward. Zhu Xuanji's figure was getting further and higher in his eyes. Zhu Xuanji stood on the top floor and looked down at him disdainfully. His eyes were indifferent, as though he was looking at an ant. The North Zhu Gale sword's eyes turned red in an instant. His anger surged up. "No, I will not lose like this," he roared furiously in his heart. Even though he was severely injured, he channeled the spirit energy in his body and prepared to charge. Zhu Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword suddenly. The tip of the sword pointed at the North Zhu Gale sword, and the blade rotated at high speed. Lightning intertwined. Boom! The thunderclap sword transformed into a massive thunderbolt and struck down. The lightning was so fast. The North Zhu Gale sword, who was falling, could not dodge in time. In the eyes of the 1,000,000 people, the thunderbolt struck the North Zhu Gale sword and smashed down. Because the metal tower below was wider, the metal frame was broken one after another. The sword conference's participants were almost scared out of their wits. There was another earth-shattering rumble. The thunderbolt landed. The North Zhu Gale sword smashed through the stone surface. Dust and smoke billowed, and his fate was unknown. And now, the North Zhu Gale sword was eliminated. The 1,000,000 people fell into a momentary silence. Zhu Xuanji stood proudly on the top floor of the metal tower with the swine-culling sword in his right hand. The tip of the sword was pointed downward. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his domineering aura shook the heavens. Chapter 65. When the dust settled, the North Zhu Gale sword had already fainted in the stone pit. His body was charred black and he looked extremely miserable. Zhu Xuanji waved his left hand, and the thunderclap sword flew back into his hand. That move just now was one of the 36 paths Jade Xiao sword techniques, Xiao Descending. The Xiao Descending, which was imbued with heavenly thunder, was truly domineering. It caused the inner pellet North Jew Gale Sword to lose his ability to fight. One had to know that the North Jew Gale Sword was an existence that could sweep away everything in the inner Dan stage. It was a pity that his sword was not as good as Zhu Xuanji's, and his sword techniques were even worse. Zhao Tsungjian, who was on the 8th floor, raised his head and stared at him silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Further down, the battles on the various floors were still ongoing. Although they were all frightened by Zhu Xuanji, they still had to show off their might. This was a good opportunity to become famous. Even if he could not win in the end, he had to display his full strength. Perhaps he could gain the favor of some big shot. Zhu Xuanji looked down at Zhao Tsungjian and said with a smile, "Do you dare to come up and fight?" If he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest one. After dealing with the North Jew Gale Sword, Zhao Tsungjian was next. As long as he could defeat Zhao Tsungjian, the sword conference would be a sure thing. Facing Zhu Xuanji's aggressive declaration of war, how could Zhao Tsungjian reject? That was exactly what he wanted. He sheathed the sword in his hand and flipped his right hand. A long sword that seemed to be made of white jade appeared in his hand. He leaped over the roof and slashed down with his sword. The sword qi appeared like a violent storm and swept toward Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji reacted just as quickly. He activated the Tri-Source Vein Severing Sword with the dual sword's form. Streams of sword qi clashed with Zhao Tsungjian's sword qi. Rumble, the two powerful sword qis collided, shaking the entire iron tower. The sword cultivators below all looked up. When they saw Zhu Xuanji and Zhao Tsungjian fighting, they all stopped and looked up at the battle at the top. They all wanted to see who was stronger between Zhao Tsungjian and Sword God Zhu. At the same time, they hoped to learn something from their battle. Of course, it would be even better if both of them were heavily injured. Zhong Tianjian was anxious for Zhu Xuanji. He knew that he had no chance of winning, so he hoped that Zhu Xuanji could win. Zhao Tsungjian's long hair danced in the wind. He stepped onto the edge of the metal board and swung his sword with his right hand. His powerful attack forced Zhu Xuanji to take half a step back. The two of them each had 1 foot on the 1-meter-long iron plate. Their bodies were leaning backwards, and the blades of their swords clashed rapidly, creating countless sparks. Even with Zhu Xuanji's dual sword mode, he could not suppress Zhao Tsungjian, who only had 1 sword. As expected of Zhao Tsungjian, he's much stronger than the North Jew Gale Sword. Zhu Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. He was not discouraged but was even more motivated. Only by defeating such a genius would one feel a sense of accomplishment. The invisible sword and the crimson dragon sword appeared behind him. The two magical swords quickly joined the battle and caught Zhao Tsungjian off guard. Zhao Tsungjian was not a physical cultivator, so his physical strength was not as powerful as Zhu Xuanji's. But his cultivation level was high, and together with his exquisite sword techniques, he was not pushed down by the 4 legendary swords. 3 swords. No. There's another one. I can't see it. Zhao Tsungjian's face was cold, but he was shocked. He also knew how to use a 2-handed sword, but he wasn't good at it, so he wasn't as good as a 1-handed sword. But Zhu Xuanji had 2 swords in his hands, and he could control the other 2 swords. He suddenly remembered a legend about Sword God Zhu, 9 sword. The sword cultivators on the ground were dumbfounded. They could not see the invisible sword, but even so, the 3 sword stream shocked them. The million spectators were in an uproar. Sword God Zhu is so powerful. He's using 3 swords at the same time. Why do I feel that Zhao Tsungjian is more powerful? 1 sword to block 3 swords. Idiot, you can use 3 swords. Zhao Tsungjian only used 1 sword because he couldn't control 3 sword. Did you guys notice? The trajectories of the 3 swords were different, as though he was using different sword techniques. This is Sword God Zhu. He still has 6 swords that he hasn't used. Cries of surprise, cheers, and doubts gathered together, shaking the heavens and the earth. Xie Wuyo locked his brows tightly. His eyes were filled with fear. If such a Sword God Zhu were to grow up, it seemed that his revered teacher's evaluation of Sword God Zhu was not false. Beixiao Wangjian was excited. This was Zhao Tsungjian, the new superstar in the sword's way. All these years, He had heard so many rumors about Zhao Tsungjian that his ears had grown calluses. But such a person did not have an advantage against Zhu Xuanji. My master is still the most powerful. Xiahou Jin sat up straight and stared at Zhu Xuanji with passionate eyes. I must have him. No matter the price. He mumbled. At this moment, Zhao Tsungjian suddenly entered the sword will mode. His eyes became indifferent, and his body seemed to be glowing with a layer of faint silver radiance. Man and sword union. His sword suddenly became mysterious and sharp. The speed of his sword was more than twice as fast as before. The 4 legendary swords were suppressed by him in an instant. The thunderclap sword suddenly exploded with countless lightning bolts, which were extremely dazzling. However, Zhao Tsungjian's sword was not affected by the lightning bolts. He was like an insulator and was not damaged at all. Zhu Xuanji immediately activated dual sword will. The thunderclap sword in his left hand, Trisource Vein Severing Sword Will, the Swine Culling Sword in his right hand, and the 36 Paths Jade Xiao Sword Will. The 3 sword wills clashed together. In that instant, the 2 of them radiated with a rainbow radiance. The swords shone brightly, and the 3 swords moved like the wind. The scene was extremely shocking to the eyes. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji did not look like he was at the enlightening stage at all. Boom! The 10-story iron tower shook violently, and the iron frames looked like they were going to break at any moment. Zhao Tsungjian's expression turned fierce and even hideous. Zhu Xuanji's prowess made his blood boil. He had never met such an opponent before, so he was very excited. However, Zhu Xuanji's attack had only just begun. The Hell King Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Windcutter Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Residual Image Sword, and Tiger Roar Sword appeared around Zhu Xuanji. Together with the Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Swine Culling Sword, and Crimson Dragon Sword, he used all 10 swords at the same time. No one can surpass me in the way of the sword, Zhu Xuanji said coldly. His hands did not stop moving. The other 8 legendary swords emanated sword chi, which transformed into dragons and coiled around the blades. 10,000 sword dragon incantation. Looking up from below, Zhu Xuanji still had 8 golden dragons around him, and they roared furiously at Zhao Tsungjian. Zhao Tsungjian opened his eyes wide and was shocked by the scene before him. 10 swords. Dragon-shaped sword chi? Zhu Xuanji focused his attention, and the 8 legendary swords surrounded Zhao Tsungjian with dragon-shaped sword chi. The legendary swords slashed and slashed wildly, and Zhao Tsungjian was injured instantly. His back, thigh, lower back, and abdomen were slashed consecutively. Blood splattered. The battle turned into a brutal massacre in an instant. In the eyes of a million people, Zhao Tsungjian could not be compared to Sword God Zhu at all. At first glance, it was as though the 2 of them were not on the same level. Too powerful. Yang Che raised his head and mumbled to himself. Both of his legs were trembling. Xie Wuyo opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with disbelief. The hundreds of authoritative figures at the back of the crowd stood up one after another and looked at this scene in shock. What sword technique is this? In less than 3 breaths' time, Zhao Tsungjian was already covered in blood and could not resist at all. Zhu Xuanji stopped, and so did the 8 legendary swords around him. After he was no longer attacked, Zhao Tsungjian, who was exhausted, fell backward. He tried his best to open his eyes, and in his vision, blood covered the entire blue sky. Zhu Xuanji straightened his body. His left leg landed on the ground, and he raised his right leg and stepped on Zhao Tsungjian's chest. The scene seemed to freeze. Zhu Xuanji stood proudly on the top of the metal board. He held his sword with both hands, and 8 legendary swords with dragon-shaped sword chi hovered around him. He raised his right leg and stepped on Zhao Tsungjian's chest. Even though he was not as tall as Zhao Tsungjian, at this moment, he looked so majestic. Under the radiance of the sun, he was like a god who looked down on the world. Chapter 66. Zhu Xuanji stepped on Zhao Tsungjian's chest and looked down at him, saying, "It is not a shame that you lost to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his right leg and Zhao Tsungjian fell to the ground. His vision was the same as that of the North Zhu Gale sword. Zhu Xuanji grew higher and smaller in his eyes. Unlike the North Zhu Gale sword, He no longer had the strength to retaliate. Previously, Zhu Xuanji's barrage of attacks had severed all of his vital channels. His spirit energy was cut off, and he could no longer maintain his balance in the air. The sword cultivators of each level stared at Zhao Tsungjian falling with their mouths agape. Although it was not as powerful as when the North Ju Gale sword fell, Zhao Tsungjian's fall shocked them to the core. It was as if they had seen a god fall. The invincible Zhao Tsungjian with 3 swords, the one who could climb up to the Emperor's son, he was still no match for the unparalleled sword god Zhu. Like a rubber ball, Zhao Tsungjian smashed onto the metal frames, and finally landed on the stone platform with a plop. Blood flowed out of his body, and as he lay in a pool of blood, he looked up. He could vaguely see Zhu Xuanji's legendary sword, but he could not see Zhu Xuanji. I've lost. I've lost completely. Zhao Tsungjian fell into a daze. He felt that his eyelids were very heavy and drowsiness rushed over him like a tidal wave. Before he lost consciousness, a memory surfaced in his mind. It was his father talking to him, who was injured in bed when he was young. Tsungjian, there will always be someone better than you in this world. Your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. Don't force yourself. You have to understand that when the conditions are right, you will succeed. Father, could it be that even if one practices the sword to the peak, he still can't become the strongest? Maybe you can, but you have to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become a god of swords to be qualified to explore this question. Is there really a sword god in this world? You will meet them. Maybe you will become a sword god. Zhao Tsungjian smiled bitterly and finally fainted amidst the cheers of 1,000,000 people. After the North Ju Gale sword, Zhao Tsungjian, who was invincible in 3 swords, lost again. And it was a crushing defeat. No one could find an excuse for Zhao Tsungjian in this battle. He was utterly defeated. Too strong. Too strong. In this world, other than the sword monarch, who else can compete with sword god Zhu in the way of the sword? How did he do it? Even if those swords are used as ritual implements, it's impossible for them to perform sword techniques on their own. Could it be that they all have spirits? He really is the sword god. I'm afraid that even the sword monarch of Great Zhu would not be able to control so many swords. At most, he would be able to control all the swords to stab in one direction. From today onwards, sword god Zhu is my goal, the spectators exclaimed in excitement. It hadn't been long since the sword discussion had begun, yet the 2 favorites had both suffered crushing defeats. Both of them had lost consciousness, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. It was truly something that no one had expected. Zhu Xuanji stood at the top and looked down. Who else dares to come up? He said proudly. He had just defeated Zhao Tsungjian. Who would dare to challenge him now? The sword cultivators came back to their senses and continued to look for old opponents. Zhu Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Facing Zhao Tsungjian, he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual power. At this moment, he seemed to be in high spirits, but in reality, he was a little weak. He stood where he was, surrounded by the divine swords, and began to recover his spiritual power. He did not dare to consume spirit pills, because if he consumed any kind of replenishment in the sword discussion, he would be disqualified. He did not internalize qi to cultivate either. If he did, wouldn't he be telling others that he lacked spiritual qi? I hope you guys can fight slowly. Zhu Xuanji thought to himself. He turned around and his gaze fell on little Jiang Shui, who was at the edge of the stone platform. He winked at her. Although they were a few hundred meters apart, little Jiang Shui was at the foundation building stage and had extraordinary eyesight. She could see it with one glance. She smiled sweetly and looked very happy. Zhong Ruyu, who was standing beside Northern Sword Valiant, cried out in sorrow, "Our senior is indeed our senior. He is both awe-inspiring and flirting with girls at the same time. He is a role model. I envy him." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Little Jiang Shui blushed, but her gaze never left him. She suddenly felt that Zhu Xuanji had grown up. Although she had always relied on Zhu Xuanji, the current Zhu Xuanji gave her an indescribable feeling. Looking at this boy who had grown so awe-inspiring from just 2 years old, she felt sweet and proud at the same time. Back then, she was the one who carried him by the river. She was the one who cooked for him every day and brought him up. Many women around them were screaming. They thought that Zhu Xuanji was looking at them. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and snorted softly. She thought to herself, "He is my Xuanji, you can only think about it." The Xie sect disciples carried Zhao Tsongjian down to treat his injuries. Of course, only he could receive such treatment. As time ticked by, more and more sword cultivators were eliminated. Only Zhu Xuanji stood proudly at the top and looked down calmly, like a king watching two tigers fight. His spiritual energy was recovering bit by bit. The recovery effect of the sword Qi Golden Body incantation was very powerful. At least in this sword discussion conference, no one could compare to him in terms of spiritual energy recovery. He guessed that the sword Qi Golden Body incantation might be an earth-grade energy technique, or even a heaven-grade. He dared not be sure. He asked the sword spirit, but the sword spirit said that he could not verify it. Most of the time, the sword spirit was reliable, but sometimes he was not. Of course, he suspected that the sword spirit was hiding it on purpose. It was like playing a game. One must reach a certain level to unlock more information and functions. Although he stood still, he still attracted the attention of most people. It could not be helped. His battles with North Ju Gale Sword and Zhao Tsongjian were too exciting. Compared to them, the battles of the others were dull and boring. Sword God Ju. Go. Eliminate them in one go. Someone with a loud voice suddenly shouted. His voice was so penetrating that it caused a commotion among the people around him. And then, more and more people shouted, hoping that Zhu Xuanji would stop watching the battles. After defeating Zhao Tsongjian, the outcome was already decided. Why waste more time? Zhu Xuanji's face was cold, but he was complaining in his heart. Isn't it better to let you guys watch the show? Seeing that more and more people were starting to shout, he felt that he could not continue watching. Or else, it would tarnish the reputation of Sword God Zhu. He immediately controlled the bloodbath sword and swooped down. In the current situation, he could only rely on the bloodbath sword. The more blood it absorbed, the more powerful the sword owner would be. The bloodbath sword had already leveled up to gold grade. Its flying speed was extremely fast. The sword cultivators who were fighting were pierced by it before they could react, and their blood was absorbed. Zhu Xuanji controlled it well. He avoided the vital parts and only injured the sword cultivator's muscles and bones. In a short while, he killed 8 sword cultivators, which made the millions of spectators excited. The atmosphere was jubilant again. Zhu Xuanji felt that his qi and blood, stamina, and spirit energy were recovering quickly. This speed feels so good. It was his most powerful legendary sword indeed. At the same time, on the stone platform, a Xie sect elder walked up to Xie Wuyo and said softly, "Suzerain, with his talent, if he enters the sword library for 3 days." Xie Wuyo heard him and his expression changed drastically. The other elders were the same. Back then, Zhu Xuanji learned the black-grade upper-tier 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword in half an hour. If he were given 3 days, wouldn't he learn everything in the sword library? Chapter 67. Just when Xie Wuyo was worrying about the sword library, Zhu Xuanji had fully recovered with the help of the bloodbath sword. He could feel the spirit energy in his body surging. It must be known that among the 50 sword cultivators who participated in the sword conference, other than Zhu Xuanji, the rest were all at inner pellet. Absorbing their blood and transforming it into spiritual energy was something that was easily satisfied by those in the enlightening realm. The sword cultivators who were stabbed by the bloodbath sword did not feel their blood being sucked away. Because the bloodbath sword was too fast, it did not absorb too much of their blood. Moreover, the battle was urgent. How could he care so much? At this point, there were 13 sword cultivators left on the 10 floors of the metal tower. Zhong Tianjian and Yang Che were still alive. The former was excited because he felt that Zhu Xuanji was protecting him. The latter was anxious and hesitant about whether he should take revenge. Zhu Xuanji stored his sword, leaving only the swine-culling sword in his hand. If he revealed too much of the bloodbath sword's ability, he was afraid of attracting attention. He could already feel many strange gazes. He reckoned that there would be a lot of trouble after the sword meet ended. He suddenly leaped up and flipped his body upside down. With his head facing downwards, he flew past the 9th floor, the 8th floor, the 7th floor, and arrived at the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, there were 3 sword cultivators engaged in a chaotic battle. When they saw Zhu Xuanji land, they were almost scared out of their wits. Zhu Xuanji charged over with the 8-step sword lunge. Without using the 10-sword style, he was able to fight against North Zhu Gale Sword and Zhao Tsongjian head-on. How could these sword cultivators be a match for him? In less than 4 breaths of time, 3 sword cultivators had successively been heavily injured, and they fell to the ground and were eliminated from the sword discussion. Zhu Xuanji slid down the metal rod like a spirit fox and came to the 5th level. There were only 2 people on the 5th level, and as soon as they saw Zhu Xuanji, they immediately ran down. Zhu Xuanji chased closely as though he was hunting. "Everyone, let's go. Or else we will all be eliminated by Sword God Zhu." Yang Che suddenly shouted loudly, causing the expressions of the remaining 7 sword cultivators to change drastically, and they all jumped up. Zhong Tianjian did not go up. After all, he was already on good terms with Zhu Xuanji, so he naturally would not attack him. He already understood that he had no chance of winning in this sword conference. However, it was not bad to be able to show off for a while. The 5th floor. Zhu Xuanji was helped by Yang Che and the other sword cultivators, and all of them looked at him with complicated expressions, feeling incredibly nervous. Zhong Tianjian came to Zhu Xuanji's side and said with a deep voice, "If you want to deal with Sir Zhu, you must get past me first." He puffed out his chest and raised his head in a righteous manner. He thought that he would be cheered upon, but no one paid attention to him. They were all discussing how many moves Sword God Zhu would use to end the battle. Zhu Xuanji stared at Yang Che and said with squinted eyes, "You are very scheming." Yang Che was frightened by the look in his eyes, but he still plucked up his courage and shouted, "When it comes to discussing swords, we will rely on our own skills. Our strength is inferior to yours, but can't we join hands?" The other sword show agreed with his words. They had prepared for the sword discourse for several years and did not want it to end just like that. Zhu Xuanji snorted coldly in disdain, "Then let's go." He immediately took out the Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, and Formless Sword. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation, 10 Sword Style. With a thought, the 9 divine swords shot out rapidly. He then used the 8-step sword steps and arrived in front of Yang Che. Yang Che was so frightened that he subconsciously wanted to jump backwards. Zhu Xuanji used the Trisource Vein Severing Sword straight away. The horrifying sword chi exploded like a gale and severed all the vital channels in Yang Che's body in an instant. Blood spurted from all over his body, and his vitality dissipated quickly. Zhu Xuanji slashed backward and decapitated Yang Che. Wah! The million spectators were shocked. They did not expect Zhu Xuanji to be so ruthless. But when they thought about how the North Zhu Gale Sword was struck by lightning, they felt relieved. The Sword Discourse Conference did not forbid taking lives. Life was already at stake in sparring, let alone when one was wielding a sharp sword. The subordinates of the Yang clan felt that the sky had collapsed. Yang Che was dead. How were they going to answer to the Yang clan lord? Zhu Chengxin shook his head. This Yang Che was really stupid. If it were before, Zhu Xuanji would have brought trouble to himself for killing him. But now, the world would only mock the Yang clan. Zhu Xuanji had already shown his strength. Under such circumstances, he still wanted to provoke him. If he wasn't seeking death, what was he? The other sword cultivators were struck down by the legendary swords one after another. Soon, only Zhu Xuanji and Zhong Tianjian were left on the steel tower. Zhu Xuanji turned around and looked at Zhong Tianjian. Their eyes met. Zhu Xuanji's calm expression made Zhong Tianjian's eyelid twitch. Zhong Tianjian immediately kept his sword and cupped his fist at Zhu Xuanji. After bowing, he turned around to face the million spectators. He channeled his spirit energy and shouted, "The unparalleled Sword God Zhu. You deserve it." After that, he leaped up without hesitation and landed on the ground elegantly. Boom! The million spectators were excited again. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented peak. This time, they shouted the same sentence in unison. The unparalleled sword god Ju. The unparalleled sword god Ju. The unparalleled sword god Ju. The voices of 1,000,000 people gathered together. How exciting was that? Zhu Xuanji flew up to the steel tower on his sword. 8 legendary swords levitated behind his back, and 1 invisible sword was hidden. He was like a sword immortal who descended to the mortal world. His black robe fluttered majestically. And now, the winner of the Sword Discourse Conference had been decided. Little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Baixiao Wangjian, and the rest were so excited that they jumped on the spot. The brothers Zhong Ruyu and Zhong Rutan hugged each other. Zhu Chengxin looked up at him and sighed, unparalleled in the world indeed. The sword monarch of Great Zhu had 7 legendary swords, and his name shook the world. Now, sword god Zhu stood proudly in the sky with 9 legendary swords. Looking at this scene, Zhu Chengxin felt like he saw a new legend rising. In the future, the name of sword god Zhu would surely be mentioned frequently. Xie Wuyo and the rest looked bitter. Oh no, how should they face the matter of sword god Zhu entering the sword library? Zhu Xuanji enjoyed the cheers of the 1,000,000 spectators. He was not nervous, but he felt a sense of pride. Somehow, he thought of Qiu Bailey. From today onwards, if you hear the name of sword god Zhu, will you think of me? You wanted me to be famous, and I have done it. Zhu Xuanji sheathed his sword and landed slowly. The crowd around the stone platform was still chanting sword god Zhu's name. Xie Wuyo walked up to him and pretended to be angry. How can you take someone's life? Zhu Xuanji replied calmly, the battle was urgent, and I was too anxious. Xie Wuyo was so angry that he laughed. This guy really knew how to find excuses. Zhu Chengxin, on the other hand, walked up to Zhu Xuanji with a big smile. He patted his shoulder and said, from today onwards, the entire Great Zhu will be talking about you, sword god Zhu. Zhu Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and did not appear to be happy. It was as though any victory in front of him was nothing. Zhu Xuanji looked at Xie Wuyo and asked, when can I enter the sword library? With this, Xie Wuyo's face turned unnatural immediately. He felt that the world was falling apart, and he cried in his heart. Oh no! Chapter 68. 10 days from now, we will open the door to the sword pavilion for you. Please rest for a while, our Xie sect will definitely treat you well. Xie Wuyo said with a smile, looking very enthusiastic. Zhu Xuanji frowned and looked at him suspiciously. 10 days. You're not thinking of emptying the sword pavilion, are you? Xie Wuyo's face stiffened. The surrounding Xie sect elders were also embarrassed. How did this guy guess it? Zhu Chengxin's expression was strange. He suddenly remembered Zhu Xuanji's terrifying learning ability and understood immediately. He had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Xie Wuyo with sympathy. Xie Wuyo looked at him and Zhu Xuanji and felt that he had lost face. How can it be? How could my Xie sect do such a thing? Alright, with the foundation of your Xie sect sword pavilion, if I don't see an earth-grade sword technique inside, then the value of the sword conference will be debatable. Zhu Xuanji said seriously, which made Xie Wuyo want to vomit blood. Too treacherous. In front of Zhu Chengxin, Xie Wuyo could only bite the bullet and agree. Next, under the protection of the Xie sect disciples, Zhu Xuanji and the group of injured sword cultivators were escorted back to the Xie sect. Little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Baixiao Wangjian, and the others were already by his side. They were very excited and kept talking. Along the way, they were surrounded by many people enthusiastically, and in the end, they had no choice but to fly on their swords. After sword god Zhu left, the crowd dispersed. Xiahou Jin walked out from the pavilion. He looked at the direction where Zhu Xuanji left and said, if I want to rope sword god Zhu in, what kind of gift do you think I need? The deputy general behind him said hesitantly, it's probably a peerless sword technique or a treasured sword. Xiahou Jin nodded and fell into deep thought. Since he wanted to rope in sword god Zhu, he could not return empty-handed. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji bade farewell to Xie Wuyo and planned to stay at the Zhong clan. He deliberately said, in 10 days, I will go to the Xie sect. I hope you will not disappoint me. Xie Wuyo could only nod with a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. After returning to the Zhong clan, Zhu Xuanji followed little Jiang Shui into her room to rest. Zhong Tianjian was the same. In the sword conference, he had suffered many injuries and needed to recuperate. The others were very excited, chatting non-stop in the courtyard. Inside the house, Zhu Xuanji heaved a long sigh and cursed, "That was dangerous. Fortunately, my bloodbath sword can absorb spirit energy." He told little Jiang Shui about his predicament. He could not tell Baixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin about this as it would damage their reputation. However, it would be fine if he told little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui knew how to protect his image better than him. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and mocked, "That's what you get for trying to show off. You just had to climb to the top right from the start." As she spoke, she poured tea for Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji sat on the bed and said with his eyes wide open, "Since we are going to win, we must win with boundless glory. Yes, yes, yes. My little sword god, you are the best." Little Jiang Shui brought the teacup to him and blew on the hot tea before passing it to him. Zhu Xuanji finished it in one gulp and asked, "Where are the three-eyed drought rodent and the little black snake?" Little Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "He's probably playing in the courtyard." Although the little black snake wanted to escape, it did not have the strength to do so. And the three-eyed drought rodent could not leave Zhu Xuanji's side, so it would definitely not run away. As expected, after an hour, the three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake, which was riddled with scars, and climbed in from the window. "I hate," the dizzy little black snake mumbled incessantly. It was obvious that it had been through some torture. For the next period of time, Zhu Xuanji did not leave the Zhong residence. Because the entire swordsman city was in an uproar, he did not want to be surrounded. The sword conference's battle swept across Great Zhu's borders like a storm that swept across the empires. Countless people cried out in shock. Sword god Zhu was stepping on North Zhu Galesword and Zhao Tsongjian to climb to the top. The news began to spread to the other empires in Great Zhu, and it became more and more influential. Sword god Zhu's position in the hearts of Great Zhu's people began to rise rapidly. The 8th day after the sword conference ended, an uninvited guest came to the Zhong residence. "Zhao Tsongjian?" Zhu Xuanji frowned. Why was this guy looking for him? Zhong Ruyu asked anxiously, "Sir, do you want to go and take a look?" Although Zhao Tsongjian was defeated by Zhu Xuanji, to him, he was still someone to look up to. Even Zhong Tianjian had to be careful when facing Zhao Tsongjian. Zhu Xuanji nodded and walked out of the guest room with little Jiang Shui. Soon, they came to the main hall. Zhong Tianjian sat at the head seat and chatted with the stern Zhao Tsongjian with a face full of smiles. Zhong Rutan sat opposite him and looked at Zhao Tsongjian uneasily. When they saw Zhu Xuanji, the three of them stood up. Zhu Xuanji sat down on a chair and asked, "Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me that this guy was subdued by me like Baixiao Wangjian. If that's the case, it's not bad." Zhao Tsongjian's talent was comparable to Zhu Yalong's. Perhaps even Xiao Jinghong could not compare to him. Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath and cupped his fist. "I want to know the name of the sword technique that you used to defeat me." He could pick it up and let it go. 10,000 sword dragon incantation, Zhu Xuanji replied. Zhao Tsongjian frowned and began to repeat the name. 10,000 sword dragon incantation. Could it be 10,000 swords? His heart trembled. He could not withstand just 10 swords, 10,000 swords, he shuddered. At this moment, he realized that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. He shook his head and was about to leave. "Wait." Zhu Xuanji called out to him suddenly. Zhao Tsongjian turned around and looked at him with a tight frown. Zhu Xuanji asked, "Do you have a revered teacher? A sect?" Zhao Tsongjian shook his head and said, "I'm all alone and travel the world with my sword." "Do you have anyone you care about?" "Yes. But it's not important anymore. Follow me." Zhao Tsongjian looked at Zhu Xuanji in confusion. Zhong Tianjian and his son were stunned. They suddenly thought of Baixiao Wangjian, and their expressions became strange. Little Jiang Shui was the same. She could not help but roll her eyes. Zhu Xuanji got up and said, "Follow me. I will teach you supreme sword techniques. One day, I will make you the top swordsman in Great Ju. Zhao Tsongjian frowned tightly. Is this guy crazy? He asked, if I'm the top swordsman in Great Ju, what about you? I'm the top swordsman in the world, Zhu Xuanji replied as a matter of course. Arrogant. Everyone was stunned. Little Jiang Shui covered her face. Why does this guy like to show off so much? Zhao Tsongjian looked at Zhu Xuanji intently and turned to leave. He was a proud person. How could he be willing to submit to Zhu Xuanji? Clang, clang, clang. Numerous legendary swords landed in front of Zhao Tsongjian and pierced through the ground, blocking his way. Zhao Tsongjian turned his head and looked sideways at Zhu Xuanji. You want to force me to stay? He asked. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, you have such talent and power, but you are all alone in this world. Don't you have any hatred? You love the way of the sword. After seeing my sword techniques, aren't you moved? Take me as your master, and I will teach you sword techniques. As long as you defeat me, I will let you go unconditionally. How about that? Zhao Tsongjian was silent, as though his thoughts were seen through. Especially Zhu Xuanji's last sentence. Defeat him, and you can leave him unconditionally. Zhao Tsongjian was moved. Zhong Tianjian and the others were stupefied. If Zhao Tsongjian became Sword God Zhu's disciple, how terrifying would they be when they grow up? Zhu Xuanji walked up to Zhao Tsongjian and looked up at him. Most people only have one chance in their lives. Don't let yourself regret it. In ancient times, there were powerful beings who knelt before the gods for 49 years to learn ultimate energy techniques. You lost to me, and I'm not qualified to teach you. Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath. He admitted that he was really impressed by Zhu Xuanji's sword techniques and wanted to learn them. But he had his own pride in his heart. In an instant, he fell into an internal struggle. Zhu Xuanji was furious. Take me as your master, is it so difficult? He continued, there are always people who are better than you. Do you really like swords? Zhao Tsongjian's expression changed, as though he thought of something. His expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath and half knelt down. Zhao Tsongjian greets my master, he said. The third update. Today, it was already the first in the free QQ reading ranking. Everyone is awesome. Don't hide your recommendation votes. Throw them all at me .. Chapter 69. There is always someone better than you out there. This was what Zhao Tsongjian's late father loved to say to him. Now that it came from Zhu Xuanji's mouth, he was completely moved. Zhu Xuanji patted his shoulder and smiled satisfactorily. Become my sword slave. I will treat you like my disciple. When I can't teach you anymore, or when you surpass me, I will let you go. I can see that you have the ambition to become the most powerful. Set me as your goal. He waved his right hand and stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage. Zhao Tsongjian heard the word sword slave and frowned instinctively. But thinking about it carefully, wouldn't serving Zhu Xuanji be a slave? Besides, the latter half of Zhu Xuanji's words made his heart beat faster. The ambition to become the most powerful. He did not expect Zhu Xuanji to know him so well. Just when he was thinking about random things, Zhu Xuanji helped him up and said with a smile, let's stay here. Zhu Xuanji turned to Zhong Tianjian and asked, is that okay? Zhong Tianjian, who was stunned, came back to his senses and quickly nodded in agreement. Zhong Ruyu and Zhong Rutan were still stunned. Sir Zhu subdued Zhao Tsongjian just like that. They felt like they were in a dream and could not tell if it was real or not. Little Jiang Shui was also stunned. Follow me, Zhu Xuanji said to Zhao Tsongjian. With that, he walked towards the courtyard where he lived. Zhao Tsongjian followed him immediately. Zhu Xuanji pulled along the dazed little Jiang Shui and left the hall. Zhong Rutan swallowed his saliva and asked, Brother, I want to be Sir Zhu's sword slave. Do you think there's hope? Smack. Zhong Ruyu slapped him and asked, what do you think now? Zhong Rutan covered his face and said, feeling wronged, no, Zhong Tianjian was thinking about this too. Even Zhao Tsongjian became Sword God Zhu's disciple. If he became Sword God Zhu's sword slave, it might not be a humiliation, but an honor. Now that the outside world was talking about how powerful Sword God Zhu was, why didn't he get the moon first? On the other side, Zhu Xuanji and the other two came to the courtyard. He called out Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin. When the two saw Zhao Congjian, they were stunned. Zhu Xuanji said, "From now on, he is my sword slave too. He is considered to have joined our team. But we still need to work together." The latter part of his sentence meant that the revenge could not be revealed yet. In the past, he often set a secret with the three of them. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. To a swordsman, who would not yearn for Zhu Xuanji's sword technique? Zhu Xuanji walked into the stone pavilion and gestured for everyone to sit down. After everyone sat down, he said, "Tell me, what do you want to do? I will help you in the future." Zhu Xuanji said. The conversation just now allowed him to see through Zhao Congjian. He knew that this guy had something that he could not reveal. With such talent, he alone he did not belong. Zhu Xuanji Congji's Zhu, the Chen was. Zhu Chen was. Empire. Song Empire was Zhu. The Great Chen dynasty was the neighbor of the Great Zhu dynasty. The territory it controlled was no less than that of the Great Zhu Empire, and the two empires often traded with each other. However, the Great Zhu people did not know much about Great Chen. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "I will take revenge for you." Zhao Congjian asked in astonishment, "Aren't you going to ask who? What if my enemy is the emperor of Great Chen?" Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Give me 100 years. Even if it's the emperor, I will behead him and give him to you." Bei Xiao Wangjian and little Jiang Shui were not surprised. His target was the empress after all. Although the difficulty of the assassination was lower than that of the emperor, it was not that much different. Zhao Congjian was shocked by Zhu Xuanji's heroism. He choked and did not know how to reply. At this moment, Huang Lianxin walked over with tea and poured for everyone. The three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake and jumped onto the stone table. I am going to die," the little black snake cried, which caught Zhao Congjian's attention. He asked curiously, "The three-eyed drought rodent that knows all the treasures in the world?" "And this snake," Zhu Xuanji said calmly, "his name is Hegemon-scaled black dragon. Have you heard of him?" Zhao Congjian opened his eyes wide and asked, "That fifth-rank demon king? Weren't he and Li Kaimai killed by the sword noble?" Bei Xiao Wangjian snorted coldly, "Xiao Jinghong is my master's disciple. What do you think?" Zhao Congjian was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jinghong was sword god Zhu's disciple? Although he thought that he was more talented than Xiao Jinghong, his current power was still far from Xiao Jinghong's. If what Bei Xiao Wangjian said was true, then could the Hegemon-scaled black dragon be a gift from Xiao Jinghong to Zhu Xuanji? The more he thought about it, the more Zhu Xuanji's image in his heart grew. From tomorrow onwards, you have to teach him a black-grade advanced tier sword technique. Teach him every day until he reaches great accomplishment. Zhu Xuanji pointed at Bei Xiao Wangjian suddenly and said to Zhao Congjian. With this, both of them were stunned. Bei Xiao Wangjian was pleasantly surprised, while Zhao Congjian frowned. Just when he was about to speak, Zhu Xuanji said, "After you start teaching him, as long as he reaches small accomplishment, I will teach you a higher tier sword technique." "Have you taught anyone sword techniques personally before?" Zhao Congjian was stumped. He was obsessed with sword techniques. How could he have the time to teach others? Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. Back then, when Bei Xiao Wangjian joined, he was also instructed by master to teach me sword techniques. Bei Xiao Wangjian nodded and said, "Imparting sword techniques allows us to see problems that we can't usually see. Master will never let us do useless work." Zhao Congjian heard and thought about it. Maybe it was a direction. Zhu Xuanji, on the other hand, drank his tea calmly and looked profound and unfathomable. But he was laughing in his heart. "Actually, I just want you to teach each other." In the end, Zhao Congjian agreed. It was not that he did not have any black-grade advanced tier sword techniques. All these years, he had killed many enemies and obtained many sword techniques. At this moment, Zhao Congjian stayed in the courtyard, in the guest room beside Bei Xiao Wangjian. 2 days later. Zhu Xuanji came to the sword library under the guidance of the Xie sect disciples. The sword library was located within the Xie sect. It was 15 meters tall and occupied half the size of the Zhong residence. There were dozens of Xie sect disciples guarding it. 2 elders sat in front of the door and cultivated silently. Xie Wuyo and the group of elders followed behind Zhu Xuanji. Go in. 3 days later, someone will inform you to come out. Xie Wuyo said with a gentle smile, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and immediately stepped into the sword library. Clank. The sword library's door was closed, and the smile on Xie Wuyo's face disappeared instantly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "How much do you think he will learn?" The elders looked at each other in dismay. No one answered. When they thought of Zhu Xuanji's result in the 3rd stage of the sword conference examination, their hearts sank. At the same time, Zhu Xuanji stood in front of the sword library's door and looked at the bookshelves in front of him. He smiled weirdly and laughed, "If I don't learn all the sword techniques here, I am not worthy to be called Sword God Zhu." He raised his voice intentionally, and his voice traveled outside the sword library. Xie Wuyo and the Xie sect elders' faces turned black. Chapter 70. Within the sword pavilion, every single bookshelf was almost 12 meters tall, and there were at least 50 bookshelves in total. Every single bookshelf was 15 meters long, and numerous ancient books and jade slips were placed on top of them. It was a dazzling collection of books. It was hard to calculate how many energy techniques there were here. No wonder the sword conference was so attractive. What a joke. You want to learn all the sword techniques here? An old voice came from the side. Zhu Xuanji glanced over and saw a white-haired old man sweeping the floor under a stone pillar. Zhu Xuanji smiled with disdain. How could an ant know the power of a mighty eagle? He walked forward and quickly picked up a sword technique and began reading. Sword Spirit, remember all of them. Yes, Sword Owner. With the help of the Sword Spirit, Zhu Xuanji quickly read through the books. The white-haired old man burst into laughter. The legendary sword god Zhu was just like that. Zhu Xuanji was already fully focused and ignored the old man's disdain. His talent in the way of the sword was already extremely outstanding. With the help of the sword spirit, he almost finished reading a sword technique in a minute. He memorized every move and stance. He realized that most of them were yellow-grade sword techniques and energy techniques. To him, they were trash. After he finished reading the entire bookshelf, he finally found a black-grade low-tier sword technique. His face turned black. Damn Xie sect. If they really bully me, I will flatten the Xie sect. Zhu Xuanji held back his anger and continued reading. Outside the sword library, Xie Wuyo stood for a long time and did not leave. He turned to the elder beside him and asked, "Is it too much?" The elder replied, "I still kept 2 earth-grade low-tier sword techniques." Xie Wuyo nodded and thought to himself, although it's a little stingy, it's not undeserved. I don't think Sword God Zhu can say anything. Although he offended Sword God Zhu, he was not afraid. His revered teacher was the sword monarch of Great Zhu. Moreover, 2 earth-grade low-tier sword techniques were already top-notch treasures in the Xie sect. Other than that, the black and yellow-grade sword techniques and energy techniques were not taken away. To Sword God Zhu, it was not a loss. He shook his head and turned to leave. He did not want to wait any longer. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, Xie Wuyo and the elders of the Xie sect came to the sword pavilion and waited. When the gate opened, they instantly smiled and seemed very enthusiastic. Zhu Xuanji walked out expressionlessly. Zhu Chengxin walked over from a small path beside the sword garret. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Senior Zhu. How much have you learned?" "Everything," Zhu Xuanji replied. Xie Wuyo and the others' eyelids twitched, but they still maintained an awkward and polite smile on their faces. Zhu Xuanji walked up to Xie Wuyo and said, "You are really generous." After saying that, he directly brushed past Xie Wuyo's shoulder. In this trip to the sword pavilion, he had learned 2 low-tier earth grade, 2 top-tier profound grade, and 3 high-tier profound grade sword arts. As for the other grades of sword arts, he was not interested in them. He only asked the sword spirit to memorize and organize them. For the sword pavilion that was renowned throughout the entire Great Ju, the foundation that they displayed was a little disappointing. Xie Wuyo forced a smile and didn't know what to say. Zhu Xuanji immediately left on his sword and flew out of the Xie sect. Looking in the direction in which he left, he sighed. This fellow was really greedy. Are 2 Earth-grade sword techniques bad? But the winners of the previous sword conference had learned an Earth-grade intermediate tier energy technique, which was widely spread back then. Compared to that, the sword pavilion seemed a little stingy. Zhu Chengxin walked over and asked, "Why do I feel that Senior Zhu is a little unhappy?" Xie Wuyo smiled. Maybe he set his sights too high. After all, the sword techniques that he mastered are already extremely outstanding. Dual sword will, 10 swords mode. Even the sword monarch did not know that. Zhu Chengxin nodded and bade farewell to Xie Wuyo. He was prepared to chase after Zhu Xuanji. Back at the Zhong clan residence, Zhu Xuanji gathered everyone and told them about what happened. Beixiao Wangjian slammed the table and said furiously, "This is too much. Could it be because our master rejected the sword monarch's offer?" Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also looked furious. Zhao Tsongjian snorted coldly and said, "Xie sect sword Garrett is only SOSO. Fortunately, I did not agree to become the sword monarch's disciple." With this, little Jiang Shui and the other 2 looked at him in astonishment. The sword monarch tried to recruit Zhao Tsongjian? Then why was he willing to become Zhu Xuanji's disciple but rejected the sword monarch? Although Zhu Xuanji was devilishly talented in the way of the sword and mastered ultimate techniques that even the sword monarch did not know, his current power was far from the sword monarch's. Sensing everyone's confusion, Zhao Tsongjian said calmly, "I don't like the sword monarch. This person is too greedy for power. He mingles with the great Ju's royal court and tries to win people's hearts. He is not fit to be the sword monarch." His tone was filled with deep disdain for the sword monarch. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Zhu Xuanji drank his tea quietly and remained calm. He could see that Zhao Tsongjian was proud. Although he was already his disciple, if he did not teach him a good sword technique, this guy would surely find an opportunity to run away. He immediately got up, took out the swine-culling sword and began to practice. He was practicing a low-tier Earth-grade sword technique, Vibrant Raindrops Sword. Even the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword was only a top-tier black-grade sword technique, which showed how powerful the Vibrant Raindrops Sword was. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji began to practice, everyone looked at him. Now that Zhu Xuanji's body had grown, and with his cultivation, he finished the first round of sword forms very quickly. Zhao Tsongjian frowned and asked, could it be that he learned this sword technique from the sword library? He could not address Zhu Xuanji as his master yet. No one answered him. Zhu Xuanji began to practice again and again. After 50 rounds, Vibrant Raindrops sword technique reached small accomplishment. Zhao Tsongjian's expression changed. At this moment, Zhong Tianjian came to visit with his 2 sons. When they saw that Zhu Xuanji was practicing, they were stunned and did not dare to disturb him. They wanted to leave, but they were attracted by Zhu Xuanji's sword technique. They all stood there and watched. After 100 rounds, Vibrant Raindrops sword technique reached great accomplishment. Zhao Tsongjian was dumbfounded. Zhong Tianjian and the other 2 were tongue-tied. Next, Zhu Xuanji swung his sword with extreme speed and finished 1 round in 2 breaths. After 500 rounds, the Vibrant Raindrops sword technique reached its sword will, silence. The entire courtyard was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Zhu Xuanji stored his sword. He turned to Zhao Tsongjian and asked, this sword technique is called Vibrant Raindrops sword technique. What do you think? Zhao Tsongjian's heart was in turmoil. He forcefully suppressed his astonishment and nodded, not bad. Vibrant Raindrops sword technique was a fast sword technique. The falling rain was an illusion created by the speed of the sword. It was so fast that the sword stars were like falling rain. Do you want to learn it? Zhu Xuanji asked calmly. Zhao Tsongjian nodded instinctively. It was not that he did not have any Earth-grade sword techniques, but who would complain about having too many? The Vibrant Raindrops sword technique was very suitable for him because his way of the sword was speed. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "If you complete the mission I gave you, I will teach you the Tri-Source Vein-Severing Sword too." Without the supreme legendary sword system, Zhao Tsongjian would need a few years to reach great accomplishment in these two sword techniques, let alone the sword will. By the time he reached great accomplishment, Zhu Xuanji would have been reborn and would have an even more powerful sword technique. There was no need to worry that he would not be able to suppress him. Chapter 71. After learning the vibrant raindrop sword, Zhu Xuanji continued to practice the second earth-grade low-tier sword technique. Tempest Slash. He did not mind Zhong Tianjian and his son watching from the side. Such a sword technique could not be learned just by watching. After all, not everyone was as devilish as him. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji continued to practice, everyone became spirited. Could it be that he could attain sword will again? Zhong Tianjian felt complicated. He really wanted to become Zhu Xuanji's sword slave, but he did not know how to ask. The Tempest Slash did not have many sword moves. It mainly focused on the technique of channeling energy. After he practiced for the 6th time, Zhu Chengxian came over. Zhong Tianjian signaled him not to speak and continued to watch quietly. Zhu Chengxian was stunned. Sword God Zhu was practicing sword techniques. He looked at Zhao Tsongjian, Baixiao Wangjian, and the rest, then he brought his guards to the other side and watched quietly. Back then, when he knew that Sword God Zhu had subdued Zhao Tsongjian, he was greatly shocked. Now, he was much more curious about Sword God Zhu than before. Zhu Xuanji noticed his arrival and did not stop. He could use Zhu Chengxian as a tool. He repeated the sword forms again and again, and his speed became faster and faster. After 50 times, he attained small accomplishment for Tempest Slash. Everyone was shocked. After 100 times, he attained great accomplishment for Tempest Slash. Zhu Chengxian and his guards opened their mouths wide, as though they had seen a ghost. Zhao Tsongjian tried his best to remain calm. Looking at Zhu Xuanji, the arrogance in his bones began to dissipate. His greatest advantage was his innate talent, but compared to Zhu Xuanji, he was extremely mediocre. Little Jiang Shui was all smiles. She loved to see Zhu Xuanji's swordplay. On the stone table, the little black snake laid on the back of the three-eyed drought rodent. It spat its forked tongue and said softly, "Too scary. Too scary. Who can tame this devilish demon?" Dusk came. After 500 times, he attained sword will for Tempest Slash. Zhu Xuanji's body was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. He slashed toward the sky. Gusts of strong wind soared into the sky along with the sword qi, shaking the surrounding flora and fauna. Even the bricks and tiles of the buildings nearby shook violently. In that instant, everyone shuddered in fear. Zhu Xuanji sheathed his sword and looked at Zhao Tsongjian. This is the Tempest Slash, which is also an earth-grade low-tier sword technique. It's one of the two most powerful sword techniques in the sword library. Do you want to learn it? Zhao Tsongjian was already convinced by Zhu Xuanji's prowess. He took a deep breath and half knelt in front of Zhu Chengxian. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, I want to learn." At that moment, he truly felt that following Zhu Xuanji was a massive opportunity. Such talent was even more terrifying than photographic memory. In the future, he could learn the most powerful sword techniques in the world through Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "I will teach you in the future. Pack up and prepare to depart." Little Jiang Shui, Baixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin immediately went to pack up. Zhong Tianjian quickly walked over and asked, "Senior, where are you going? Why don't you stay a little longer?" Zhu Xuanji said, "Compared to a bustling city, I prefer mountains and rivers. Thank you for your hospitality. Let me gift you a black-grade low-tier sword technique. It's not too shabby, right?" He flipped his right hand, took out a blue-covered book, and threw it to Zhong Tianjian. He obtained this book when he killed an enemy in the past. Zhong Tianjian took over the sword technique and suddenly knelt down. He cupped his fists and said with a deep voice, "Senior, I'm willing to be your sword slave. Can you accept me?" With this, Zhong Rutan and Zhong Ruyu became excited. His father had finally understood. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, "If you become my sword slave, you will have to let go of everything that you have." We have all lost something and wandered the world to avenge ourselves. If you join us, although you can learn sword techniques, your life will be in danger. Zhong Tianjian was stunned and did not know how to reply. Zhu Chengxin quickly walked over and asked, "Senior, where are you going?" "You." This word was enough to show the change in Zhu Xuanji's position in his heart. Zhu Xuanji said with deep meaning, "We will meet at Great Zhu's Heaven Selection." He wanted to participate in Great Zhu's Heaven Selection through Zhu Chengxin's recommendation. But the Battle of the Princes was too cruel. He did not want to get involved. It was better to find Meng Tianlang. Great Zhu's Heaven Selection? Zhu Chengxin was stunned. Could it be that Zhu Xuanji was going to join Great Zhu's Heaven Selection? Soon, little Jiang Shui and the other two walked out one after another. The three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake and jumped onto Zhu Xuanji's shoulder. Zhu Xuanji led the group toward the exit of the courtyard. Zhu Chengxin followed and was prepared to escort them. Zhong Tianjian followed along with his two sons. His expression changed. He was hesitating whether to join Zhu Xuanji or not. Actually, Zhu Xuanji did not really want to take him in. He already had a plan. The sword slaves he would take in the future must have a certain talent threshold. It would be best if they were powerful enough to form an army by themselves. No matter where he went in the future, he would not be afraid. After his revenge, he planned to travel around the northern wilderness region. The world was so colorful, how could he not explore it? After walking out of the Zhong clan's residence, Zhong Tianjian could not make up his mind. Maybe this was the reason why the sword monarch did not take him in. He could not let go of wealth and glory. His heart was not a pure heart of the sword. Looking at the backs of Zhu Xuanji, little Jiang Shui, Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin, everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. Zhu Chengxin said, "I feel that they will turn Great Zhu upside down." His guards nodded as well. Only God knew what they experienced just now. They never thought that a sword could be cultivated so easily. With such talent, even the sword monarch and Zhu Yalong were nothing in front of him. Zhong Tianjian felt a little lost. He felt a tinge of regret in his heart. "Master, you are going to participate in Great Zhu's Heaven Selection?" Zhao Tsongjian could not help but ask. He hated being an official and did not want to be a soldier or an official with Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "After Great Zhu's Heaven Selection, I want to kill people. After that, we will leave Great Zhu." Zhao Tsongjian shuddered. What kind of person must participate in Great Zhu's Heaven Selection to kill? Great Zhu's Heaven Selection was not a sword competition. It was under the emperor's nose. He glanced at Beixiao Wangjian and the other two and realized that they were not surprised. So, he suppressed his curiosity and followed Zhu Xuanji to the city gate of Swordsman City. An hour later, the group walked out of Swordsman City and came to the wasteland. Zhu Xuanji let out a big and small The two dragon eagles fluttered their wings and let out a long cry, which attracted the attention of many soldiers at the city gate. Zhao Tsongjian's eyes brightened. Such handsome demon birds. Zhu Xuanji suddenly stopped and said with gritted teeth, "No, I'm still not satisfied." The group was stunned. Zhu Xuanji looked at Zhao Tsongjian and asked, "Can you defeat Xie Wuyo?" Zhao Tsongjian muttered, "I can't, but he can't keep me here either. Go and burn the sword library for me." Zhu Xuanji snorted, "Just set a fire. Don't burn everything, just a part of it." "Who asked him to set me up?" Little Jiang Shui stared at him and said, "Aren't you offending him?" Zhu Xuanji stared back at her and said, "He already offended me." "Okay." Zhao Tsongjian immediately turned around and rushed toward Swordsman City. His face was filled with excitement. Challenging Xie Zong was truly a tough test. Chapter 72. After Zhao Tsongjian left, people came to him one after another to befriend him. After all, the name of sword god Zhu had spread like wildfire recently. Zhu Xuanji had no choice but to let our big and small protect him. His face looked fierce. Zhu Xuanji sighed, "Fame is a problem for humans, and obesity is a problem for pigs." Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin heard him and burst out in laughter. Beixiao Wangjian said, "Master, you have already entered the top 10 of Great Zhu's reputation ranking, but Great Jew's hero ranking board did not record you. They might think that you are over 100 years old. Zhu Xuanji stared at him and said, "Nonsense, I'm only 11 years old." "Yes, 11 years old." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were stunned. After spending so much time with Zhu Xuanji, it was easy to forget his age. After a while, Zhu Xuanji estimated that it was about time, so he ordered, "Beixiao, bring our big and small to receive him." "Yes." Beixiao Wangjian immediately leaped onto our big and flew toward the Xie sect. Now, the two dragon eagles were extremely fast. Even Beixiao Wangjian, who was at the enlightening stage, could not match up to them. Little Jiang Shui walked up to him and asked, "Will he really be okay?" Zhu Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Xie Wuyo is only the disciple of the Sword Monarch. It's not that serious." Huang Lianxin nodded and said, "Although Xie Wuyo is the first disciple of the Sword Monarch, he is not the first disciple. The Sword Monarch's previous disciples all died for the Great Zhu Empire. This is why the Great Zhu Empire respects him so much." Zhu Xuanji sat on the ground and waited patiently. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and shouted, "I'm hungry." Smack! Zhu Xuanji slapped it away along with the three-eyed drought rodent. The three-eyed drought rodent's head was dizzy from the fall. After it woke up, it vented its anger on the little black snake. In an instant, the little black snake screamed in pain. After half an hour, two dragon eagles flew out from Swordsman City, followed by hundreds of Xie sect disciples. All of them were flying on their swords. The leader was Xie Wuyo. His face was filled with rage. He looked at Zhao Zongjian's silhouette in front of him and wanted to tear him into pieces. "Zhao Zongjian, stop right there!" Xie Wuyo roared. As he spoke, he held the sword in his right hand and thrust it forward. The blade trembled, and dozens of sword qi visible to the naked eye shot toward the two dragon eagles. Zhao Zongjian stood on Little Fool's back, turned around and swept his sword horizontally, dispersing the sword qi. He gazed at Xie Wuyo and said, "Xie Wuyo, your Xie sect is too shameless. The so-called sword conference is just a joke. All of you hid the high-grade sword techniques of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. What a pleasant surprise." He deliberately circulated his spiritual power, and his voice resounded throughout Swordsman City, causing an uproar among the spectators. The Sword Pavilion hid a superior sword technique? Wait, the winner of the sword conference is Sword God Zhu. What's Zhao Zongjian's name? You don't know? Zhao Zongjian has already become Sword God Zhu's disciple. What? Xie sect is so shameless. If that's the case, who would participate in the sword conference? I fought with my life on the line, but in the end, I got ditched. Where's Sword God Zhu? Is he going to break up with Xie Zong? Cries of astonishment resounded in the city. Apparently, they were surprised by Xie sect's action. The sword conference had been going on for decades, but it was the first time such a scandal broke out. Xie Wuyo's face turned green in anger. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Soon, the two dragon eagles flew to Zhu Xuanji and the others. Zhu Xuanji waved his right hand. The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, and Formless Sword levitated in front of him. The tips of the swords were all pointed at Xie Wuyo and the others. Xie Wuyo immediately stopped. Behind him, hundreds of Xie sect elders and disciples glared at him fiercely. All of them were furious. Although Zhao Zongjian's fire did not burn down the entire sword library, it destroyed many ancient books on sword techniques. Zhu Xuanji stared at Xie Wuyo and said, "I hate people who set me up. I'm already being very kind by not burning down the entire sword library." Xie Wuyo's expression changed. "Our Xie sect did not set you up," he said with a deep voice. Zhu Xuanji snorted coldly and said with disdain, "Don't you know what's going on?" Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. Zhao Zongjian landed beside Zhu Xuanji and prepared to fight alongside him. He liked Zhu Xuanji's temper. Never afraid. As a swordsman, one must ask one's heart. If one feels injustice, then draw his sword. Xie Wuyo stared at Zhu Xuanji fixedly and hesitated. Should I fight or not? Ha ha ha. The great Xie sect will become a laughingstock to the great Zhu by doing such a thing. A heroic voice came. Xiahou Jin flew over from the clouds. He was still wearing his mighty and heavy armor and had an exaggeratedly large blade in his hand. He quickly landed between Zhu Xuanji and the others and Xie sect. Seeing Xiahou Jin, Xie Wuyo's expression changed slightly. He quickly explained, General Xie, our Xie sect did not do such a despicable thing. He spoke righteously, but some of the elders behind him blushed. Xiahou Jin ignored Xie Wuyo and said to Zhu Xuanji with a smile, Brother Zhu, leave first. Xie Wuyo and I have not met for a long time and want to chat. Xie Wuyo wanted to say something but stopped. He understood that Xiahou Jin was giving him a way out. Zhu Xuanji was not stupid. If they really fought, they might not win. How should I address you? He asked. At this moment, he could not just turn around and leave. He still remembered this favor. He wasn't Long Outyen, who could do whatever he wanted with regards to dealing with people. Xiahou Jin, if you want to participate in Great Zhu's Heaven selection, you can look for me at the royal city's military camp. Xiahou Jin said with a smile. After that, he threw a military order to Zhu Xuanji. 2 words were carved on it, Xiahou. Zhu Xuanji received the order and was stunned. Are all great Zhu generals so straightforward? He shook his head with a smile and left with little Jiang Shui and the others. Xiahou Jin glanced at Zhao Tsongjian with a smile. If he could subdue Zhu Xuanji, he would get another Zhao Tsongjian. It would be a great return. After Zhu Xuanji and the others left, Xiahou Jin looked at Xie Wuyo and snorted, Brother Xie, what's wrong with you? Suddenly short-sighted? This doesn't seem like the usual you. Xie Wuyo smiled awkwardly. He did not know how to answer and could only sigh. His relationship with Xiahou Jin was not simple. That was why he gave Xiahou Jin face. He sighed, maybe I'm really bewitched. Ever since he met Zhu Xuanji, he felt that he was not as calm as before. It could be because the Sword Monarch praised him, or it could be because Zhu Xuanji was too talented. But it was just a little. His heart was in a mess. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji and the others were already far away. Little Jiang Shui curled her lip and snorted, that Xie Wuyo is such a hypocrite. It was Xie Wuyo who played tricks, but he still looked like he was slandered. Zhu Xuanji pinched her cheek and smiled, weren't you afraid that I would offend him? Little Jiang Shui raised her chin and said matter-of-factly, I was afraid, but he dared to mistreat you. I hate him and despise him. Humph. Chapter 73. After leaving Swordsman City, Zhu Xuanji and the rest walked toward the Empire. They were not in a hurry but traveled as though they were on a sightseeing tour. Along the way, Zhu Xuanji was paying attention to how Zhao Tsongjian was teaching Northern Sword Valiant. He had been teaching little Jiang Shui since she was 2 years old. After that, he taught Northern Sword Valiant and Huanglian Xin for a few years. Among them, he even taught the sword noble Xiao Jinghong. So, he had a lot of teaching experience. With the foundation of the sword's way, he could always point out the problems in Zhao Tsongjian's teaching. Zhao Tsongjian was ashamed at first, but as time passed, he looked forward to Zhu Xuanji pointing out his problems. He even took the initiative to ask Zhu Xuanji after he taught him sword moves. Because Zhu Xuanji was teaching him too. He definitely knew the sword techniques that Zhao Tsongjian taught him. Zhu Xuanji's questions always benefited him greatly. This day, by the river, Zhu Xuanji was internalizing qi while little Jiang Shui washed his clothes. She was the one who washed his clothes. Huanglian Xin could not help even if she wanted to. Zhao Tsongjian stood in front of Northern Sword Valiant and watched him train. When Huanglian Xin walked past him, he could not help but ask, Master, you don't even train with the sword? This was his biggest doubt. After leaving Swordsman City, he had never seen Zhu Xuanji train with the sword. He only cared about internalizing qi. Huanglian Xin rolled her eyes at him and said unpleasantly, didn't you see back then in Swordsman City? With such talent, he still needs to train with the sword. To my master, the sword is a gift from the heavens. After that, She walked toward the 2 dragon eagles and prepared to feed them. Zhao Zongjian was silent. At this moment, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. It came from his chest. It was heartbreak. He took a deep breath and took out his sword to train with Northern Sword Valiant. But why did he feel so bitter when he was training with the sword? After little Jiang Shui hung the clothes, she squatted down in front of Zhu Xuanji. The hair in front of her forehead was wet and twisted together. Her sleeves were rolled up, and her snow-white forearms looked extremely smooth. She squatted down and stared at Zhu Xuanji, blinking her eyes. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhu Xuanji, who had his eyes closed, asked. His tone was just as doting as before. She asked softly, "Are we really going to Great Zhu's heaven selection?" She hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't help but ask quietly. With Zhu Xuanji's personality, if he could defeat Xie Wuyo, he would have done so long ago. If he couldn't even handle Xie Wuyo, how could he fight the Empress of Great Zhu? She was also afraid of hurting Zhu Xuanji's pride, so she endured it for a month. At the same time, she felt a little guilty. If she was powerful enough, she could avenge her brother. Zhu Xuanji looked at her and asked with a smile, "You don't want me to go?" Little Jiang Shui hesitated and did not know what to say. "Then I won't go," Zhu Xuanji said as he shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Ah!" Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhu Xuanji in disbelief. Zhu Xuanji said, "No matter how great the hatred is, it's not as important as the person in front of me." In fact, he was also thinking about this problem. Previously, he had no idea how powerful the existences above the inner pellet realm were. After all, he had yet to truly encounter a stronger existence. One had to know that there were countless spirit spring and nascent soul realm cultivators by the Empress side. There were even leaving aperture realm cultivators. Xie Wuyo was only at the spirit spring stage and was able to force them to retreat. If he went to the Great Zhu Palace, he might not even be able to defeat the Empress. As the Empress of Great Zhu, her cultivation was very high as well. Little Jiang Shui blushed a little and said, "Are you always so obedient?" "Yes." Zhu Xuanji winked at her, but in his heart, he was thinking of another way. In another 10 years, he would definitely be more powerful, but the Empress would not remain the same. He still had to find an opportunity. Little Jiang Shui got up and bent down to pat his head. She giggled and said, "Good boy." Zhu Xuanji stared at her and said, "There's someone behind me. Give me face." After that, he got up and moved away from little Jiang Shui. In another 2 years, he would not be able to call her little Jiang Shui anymore. Looking at the grown-up little Jiang Shui, Zhu Xuanji sighed inexplicably. In both his previous and current lives, other than his parents, she was the one who had spent the most time with him. He turned to look at the others and clapped his hands, saying, "All of you, come here." Having heard him, Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Zongjian sheathed their swords and walked over. Huang Lianxin did the same. Even the 3-eyed drought rodent ran over with the little black snake. Zhu Xuanji gestured for them to sit on the soft grass. "I think we need to change our plan. Does anyone know what the Empress has been up to recently?" Zhu Xuanji said straightforwardly. He did not feel humiliated or embarrassed. What was more important than his life? Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin heard him and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They also felt that it was too dangerous for Zhu Xuanji to come into contact with the Empress. But in their eyes, Zhu Xuanji had always been unfathomable and could create miracles. Moreover, with Zhu Xuanji's prestige, they dared not to mention it. Beixiao Wangjian shook his head and said, "We can't hear news from the royal city in Swordsman City." Zhao Zongjian squinted his eyes and said, "I know that the Empress is preparing to go to Merciful Melody Cliff in the next few years." Sword God Zhu wanted to kill the Empress? This is crazy. Not only did he not feel that it was ridiculous, but he felt an indescribable excitement. Zhu Xuanji dared to mention this in front of him because he could tell that he was not interested in the royal court. Many officials and generals of Great Zhu, including the royal family, invited him, but he rejected them all. Merciful Melody Cliff. Zhu Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. In the northern wilderness region, there were many transcendent sects and sanctums that were on equal footing with the empires. Merciful Melody Cliff was one of them. Back then, the Empress of Great Ju studied at Merciful Melody Cliff. After her cultivation reached great accomplishment, she left the mountain to assist Emperor Yang of Ju. In the end, one of them became the Emperor of Great Ju, while the other became the Empress. It became a beautiful story. This might be his chance. But the Empress would surely bring many powerful cultivators with her. Whenever he thought of Lady Zhao Xian, he felt terrible again. His greatest hope was to avenge Lady Zhao Xian before the world forgot her. It was a pity that he did not lack potential, but he lacked time. Do you know where is suitable for cultivation? Zhu Xuanji looked up and asked. He was prepared to focus on his cultivation and wait for the Empress to leave Great Ju. Zhao Tsongjian replied, within Great Ju, there are countless blessed lands, but there are very few places that people can enter and leave freely. We can go to Immortal Sundering Mountain. This year's heaven selection will be held there too. Zhu Xuanji asked curiously, which means, we might meet someone from Great Ju's heaven selection at Immortal Sundering Mountain? Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, this is also one of the assessment missions for Great Ju's heaven selection. The participants' enemies can ambush them here. Unless someone beyond Soul Fountain intervenes, Great Ju will not interfere. Zhu Xuanji immediately slapped his thigh and said, let's go to Immortal Sundering Mountain then. If he could meet Emperor Yang of Ju at Immortal Sundering Mountain, his other plan could be implemented. Of course, the most important thing was to cultivate. He would cultivate wholeheartedly. A legendary sword every year. When I reach the maximum level, I will barge into the Great Ju Royal Palace directly. I don't need to beat around the bush. Chapter 74. It was 30,000 miles from Swordsman City to Immortal Sundering Mountain. Zhu Xuanji and the others took half a month to arrive. Looking at the undulating mountains and forests in front of him, the little black snake sighed and said, back then, I had also cultivated here for 200 years. Then, I was discovered by Li Kaimai. From then on, I followed him on the wrong path and ended up like this. The group ignored it and continued forward. Zhu Xuanji clicked his tongue in amazement and said, the spiritual qi here is indeed dense. There should be many demons here, right? Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, after all, the Sundering Immortal Mountain Range is one of the best mountain ranges in the Zhu dynasty. There are many places that few people know about. Naturally, there are countless beasts inside. Little Jiang Shui asked curiously, why are there so many demonic beasts? Is it because there are many powerful demon kings hidden inside? The Great Ju can't do anything to them? Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, of course, in captivity. To humans, every part of a demon's body is a treasure. As they chatted, they walked into the forest. The broken Immortal Mountain Range was full of flowers and trees. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. The three-eyed drought rodent seemed very excited. It dragged the little black snake and ran forward. Our big and little too followed closely behind. Their huge bodies caused a cloud of dust to rise as they charged about, and the trees along the way were toppled. Let's go take a look. There might be treasures. Zhu Xuanji instructed Northern Sword Valiant, and Northern Sword Valiant immediately gave chase. The three-eyed drought rodent was said to know all the treasures in the world. In the past, it often found many treasures for Zhu Xuanji, but most of them were spirit stones or spirit herbs or spirit fruits. Zhu Xuanji, Little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Tsongjian moved forward slowly. Along the way, Zhao Tsongjian started asking about the difficulties of practicing the vibrant raindrop sword. Zhu Xuanji had already mastered the sword will and had mastered the vibrant raindrop sword, so he could answer his questions with just a few words. Now, Zhao Tsongjian had completely given in. Following Zhu Xuanji, his way of the sword had been improving. However, what he wanted to learn the most was the dual sword intent. Before teaching Beixiao Wang's sword to a high level, he did not have the face to make such a request. An hour later, with our big and small leading the way, they found Northern Valiant Sword and the three-eyed drought rodent. This was a cave located at the foot of the mountain. It was hidden by bushes and seemed bottomless. Beixiao Wangjian stood at the entrance of the cave and said, the demonic beasts inside have been dealt with. Do you want to go down and take a look? Zhu Xuanji nodded and led little Jiang Shui into the cave. Zhao Tsongjian and Huang Lianxin followed closely behind. Our big and small were too big, so they could only wait outside. The tunnel led downward, and the walls were slightly damp. After walking for about 50 meters, they saw a very spacious underground space. The walls were inlaid with all kinds of gems, and the light they emitted illuminated the cave. Not far away, there were 4 corpses of demonic beasts. They looked like crocodiles and were drenched in blood. Zhu Xuanji's gaze fell on a lake in front of him. At the center of the lake, there was a blood lotus that was glowing with a faint luster. One look and anyone could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Blood jade lotus, this is a good thing. It can strengthen your qi and blood. If I consume it, I will be able to recover my cultivation base to the 2nd level. When the time comes, I will be able to help you. The little black snake laid on Zhu Xuanji's shoulder and said politely. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "Tsongjian, go get it." Yes. Zhao Tsongjian immediately walked over. The little black snake was overjoyed. I'm going to become stronger. Finally, he didn't need to be oppressed by this stinky rat. Are there any hidden dangers here? Zhu Xuanji asked Huang Lianxin. Huang Lianxin's ability to see through things had been evolving. Not only could she see through the human body, but she could also see through mountains, murky rivers, flowers, and trees. Zhao Tsongjian once suspected that her eyes contained some kind of bloodline. But it was a pity that Huang Lianxin was not sure herself. Huang Lianxin's eyes sparkled with a strange light. She looked around and shook her head, saying, "There's no danger." When little Jiang Shui heard this, she felt relieved and walked towards a beautiful and dazzling blue crystal. Zhao Tsongjian quickly brought the blood jade lotus to Zhu Xuanji. The blood jade lotus was huge. It had 8 petals, and each petal was the size of a human palm. Zhu Xuanji took over the blood jade lotus and asked the little black snake, "Do you want to eat it raw?" The little black snake nodded excitedly and said, "My body is small, I have to eat it slowly." Smack! Zhu Xuanji slapped it away, along with the 3-eyed drought rodent. He tore off a petal and began to chew. In an instant, he felt a stream of heat flowing down his throat and coursing through his meridians. He immediately sat down and began to channel his energy. The little black snake was in a daze from the fall and shouted in a flustered and exasperated manner, "This old man cannot coexist with you." What responded was the 3-eyed drought rodent's butt. Zhu Xuanji channeled the sword qi golden body incantation and cultivated on his own, while the others dug out the spirit stone crystals embedded in the walls. After they finished harvesting, Zhu Xuanji was still not done, so they decided to stay here for a while. Baixiao Wangjian and Zhao Tsongjian walked out of the cave and cleared out an empty space to continue their sword training. Time passed. 7 days passed. Zhu Xuanji ate 2 blood jade lotus petals and finally broke through to enlightening level 4. His sword qi golden body incantation reached level 3, sword qi saw. Previously, he was already halfway into sword qi saw. This time, he completely stepped into it, and the spirit energy in his body grew tremendously. The so-called sword qi saw was to use the pores of the skin as the clouds, and the sword qi would burst out. If the enemies were close, they would be killed by the sword qi and shredded into pieces. After breaking through to sword qi saw, he was in a good mood. He gave 2 blood jade lotus petals to little Jiang Shui, 1 each to Baixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Tsongjian. He tore off half of the remaining petal and threw it to the 3-eyed drought rodent. He kept the other half for himself. Little Jiang Shui suggested that she give her petal to our big and small Although Zhu Xuanji rejected, he could not stand her coaxing and pestering. After that, the group packed up and continued their journey. They planned to head deeper into the immortal Sundering Mountain. The deeper they went, the richer the spiritual qi. After traveling for a month, they finally stopped. During this period of time, they encountered many demons and even cultivators, but they did not interact with any of them. The place they chose to settle down was the top of a mountain. There was an old tree that was 30 meters tall. The trunk of the tree needed 8 adult men to wrap their arms around it. The cliff was more than 300 meters tall. Below it was a boundless forest. Looking from here, they could see very far. Zhu Xuanji began to cultivate crazily. Not only did he internalize qi, but he also used spirit stones and spirit pills. 3 months later, he forcefully broke through to enlightening level 5. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also broke through to foundation building level 6. Another few months passed. Zhu Xuanji continued to break through and reached enlightening level 6. Under Zhao Tsongjian's guidance, Beixiao Wangjian achieved small accomplishment in his sword technique. It was a black-grade advanced tier sword technique after all. To achieve great accomplishment required time and effort. Zhao Tsongjian's vibrant raindrops sword also reached small accomplishment. During the day, he trained with his sword and occasionally gave Beixiao Wangjian some pointers. At night, he internalized qi and cultivated. The others did the same. They cultivated spells or sword techniques during the day and internalized qi at night. Only Zhu Xuanji internalized qi from morning to night. He could even sit for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. This day, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhu Xuanji's mind, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 12 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Chapter 75. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, gold, furious ape sword, bronze, chicken slaying sword. Zhu Xuanji was stunned. 2 legendary swords. What was going on? Wasn't he only allowed to draw once? Every year the sword master grows older, he must draw a divine sword. At the same time, there is a chance to draw other things, including divine swords. The sword spirit quickly explained, which enlightened Zhu Xuanji. What if one day, his mortal rank exploded and he directly drew dozens of divine swords? If that was the case, then his 100-sword style would be realized. He took out the Furious Ape Sword and Chicken Slaying Sword. The Furious Ape Sword was a gold-ranked divine sword, so it must be very powerful. As for the Chicken Slaying Sword, this name, Ahum. At this moment, a few lines of small words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Furious Ape Sword level, gold, description, a divine sword formed from the bones of the ancient angry ape. By injecting spiritual energy or magic power into it, it can unleash sword qi. The longer it takes to accumulate power, the stronger the sword qi will be. Special warning, there is no time limit for accumulating power. Sword name, chicken slaying sword level, bronze, description, specialized in killing chickens, born to kill chicken. When Zhu Xuanji saw the description of the Furious Ape Sword, his eyes brightened. This feature was awesome. Charging up to slash sword qi, and there was no time limit. Wouldn't it be infinitely powerful? But when he saw the chicken slaying sword's description, he was speechless. He already had a swine culling sword, and now he had another sword that specialized in killing chickens. Was there a special meaning behind the term chicken? Zhu Xuanji thought as he focused on the 2 swords in his hands. The Furious Ape Sword was a black sword with a lot of black ape fur on its hilt. It was very comfortable to touch. The blade was 4 fingers wide and 1 meter long. There was a small angry ape's head at the point where the hilt and the blade were connected. It looked very sinister and terrifying. The chicken slaying sword appeared simple and unremarkable. If it was placed in a weapon shop, no one would notice it. It was just an ordinary silver sword that was slightly longer than the Furious Ape Sword. It was actually used to chop chickens. Good sword. Zhao Tsongjian, who was not far away, praised. His eyes were burning with passion. As a swordsman, he had a keen eye for swords. Zhu Xuanji stored the Furious Ape Sword and held the chicken slaying sword in his hand. Let's spar, he asked with a smile. Zhao Tsongjian looked at the chicken slaying sword and shook his head. This sword is all right, but it's far from that sword. Why don't you use that sword to spar with me? Zhu Xuanji shook his sword and said with a smile, this is the chicken slaying sword, don't underestimate it. As he finished speaking, he dashed towards Zhao Tsongjian with the vibrant raindrops sword. Zhao Tsongjian's eyes brightened. He immediately understood that Zhu Xuanji wanted to teach him some sword techniques. He immediately used the vibrant raindrops sword to resist Zhu Xuanji. The 2 swords clashed, and Zhu Xuanji directly suppressed him. In terms of spirit energy, Zhu Xuanji was no match for him. But Zhu Xuanji was a dual cultivator of energy and physique. After he broke through to the third level of the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation, Sword Qi Saw, his power increased tremendously. Together with the fact that his sword was faster than Zhao Tsongjian was naturally at a disadvantage. In the distance, little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were chatting at the edge of the cliff. Master is 12 years old today. Aren't you already 16? Time passes so quickly. It's time for the little girl to get married. Huang Lianxin sighed in amazement. She was only in her 20s, which was the prime of a woman's life. She wore a long dress the color of a green lotus and had 2 hairpins in her hair bun. Together with her pretty face, she could charm most men. Although little Jiang Shui looked young beside her, her looks were more exquisite. Her eyes were bright, and she wore a golden thorn inner armor with a layer of blue clothes and a white long robe. She wore a jade phoenix evil destroyer hairpin on her head. She already had the looks and temperament that could cause the downfall of a city. Hearing Huang Lianxin's words, she blushed and mumbled, "I'm not getting married." Young girls were always full of anticipation and shyness toward love. Huang Lianxin smiled faintly and said, "Are you waiting for Master to grow up?" In their eyes, Zhu Xuanji was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, so they had never treated him as a child. Huang Lianxin had already seen through little Jiang Shui's thoughts, but Zhu Xuanji did not. This guy was really a cultivation maniac. Usually, he only talked about cultivation. Little Jiang Shui lowered her head. Even her ears were red. Every time this happened, she would think back to the day when she first met Zhu Xuanji. That day, when she was bullied and returned to her room, Zhu Xuanji was lying on the bed. "Sister, I'm thirsty," he called out to her. She would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. She raised her head and asked with a blushing face, "Sister Lianxin, do you have someone you like?" Huang Lianxin was a little stunned. She shook her head and laughed, saying, "All I think about is revenge. I have already given up on love." Little Jiang Shui blinked and said, "Then you don't know what love is either." Huang Lianxin heard her and blushed. She faked a cough and said, "Of course I know. What is love? To hold hands and never be separated. To have each other in your heart. That is love." "Really?" The 2 girls began to discuss love. To prove that she understood love, Huang Lianxin began to tell little Jiang Shui about the love legends in the northern wilderness region. On the other side, Northern Valiant Sword's attention was attracted by Zhu Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian's spar. He had a weird expression and mumbled, "Master's sword. Why does it always stab downward?" Zhu Xuanji was astonished in his heart too. Why did his chicken-slaying sword always stab downward? Zhao Tsongjian's face turned red. With the vibrant raindrop sword, he really could not withstand Zhu Xuanji's attacks. He wanted to use other sword techniques, but the pride in his heart did not allow him to. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji kept his sword and stood up straight. He faked a cough and said, "Let's stop here. Do you know where you are lacking?" Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath and cupped his fist at Zhu Xuanji in shame. He turned around and left immediately. He planned to practice the vibrant raindrops sword throughout the night. Zhu Xuanji turned around to look at Northern Valiant Sword and slowly raised the chicken-slaying sword. Northern Valiant Sword shuddered. He felt a gust of cold wind drilling between his legs, and he immediately escaped. Zhu Xuanji looked at the chicken-slaying sword in his hand and sighed in amazement. It's really the chicken-slaying sword. After that, he stored the legendary sword into the supreme storage. He turned around and walked toward little Jiang Shui. He wanted to hear what the 2 girls were talking about. His hearing was outstanding, so he could hear their conversation before he even got close. "So they are telling a story." Zhu Xuanji smiled. He quickly sat down beside little Jiang Shui and asked with a smile, "What story are you 2 telling?" Little Jiang Shui hugged his shoulder and giggled, "You tell me. Sister Lianxin's stories are not good at all. The endings are too tragic." Huang Lianxin mumbled, "Master knows about love stories. He can only tell you stories about the rise of powerful cultivators." Zhu Xuanji stared at her and said, "Who says I don't know? I know so many stories that you will be scared to death." Yeah. You tell me a beautiful love story." Little Jiang Shui nodded with a smile and urged him. Since she was young, she often listened to Zhu Xuanji's stories. Zhu Xuanji could always tell her different and interesting stories. Listen up. I will tell you a beautiful love story that will touch the hearts of all ages. Zhu Xuanji slapped away little Jiang Shui's hand that was on his shoulder and began to tell the story. Legend has it that there was a powerful god in the sky. His name was Marshal Tianpeng, and he led 100,000 heavenly river navy soldiers. He was majestic and awe-inspiring, and he awed the three realms. After that, he made a mistake while drinking and was banished to the mortal realm. He was turned into a pig, and when he was young, he was almost killed. Fortunately, a little girl could not bear to see him like that, so she asked her parents to buy him and let him go. Marshal Tianpeng began to cultivate in the wild. After that, he became a demon king and returned in human form to search for the little girl who saved his life. But hundreds of years passed, and the world changed. The little girl reincarnated and was born in a wealthy family called Gaolao Village. The first update of the night, I updated Zhu Xuanji's attributes in the forum. There will be more content announced in advance. You can go and take a look. Chapter 76. Zhu Xuanji narrated Canopy Marshal's story. His voice was not soft, and even Zhao Tsongjian and Baixiao Wangjian, who were far away, were listening. Heaven Realm? Canopy Marshal? 100,000 heavenly river navy? Why hadn't they heard of such a legend? Hearing Zhu Xuanji speak as if it was the truth, they almost believed him. As the story progressed, the evil monk Tang Xuanzang brought his demonic disciple, Sun Wukong, to separate the Canopy Marshal and Lady Gao, who had finally gotten together. Little Jiang Shui and little Jiang Shui's tears fell as they listened to the story. In order to let Miss Gao live forever and accompany him forever, the Canopy Marshal bade farewell to Miss Gao and was given the name Zhubaji by Tang Xuanzang, with the courtesy name Wuneng. He became Tang Xuanzang's servant and went with him to the Western Paradise to obtain scriptures. Zhu Xuanji told the ending of the story, and he even sighed. He could not describe the joys and sorrows of parting and reuniting, nor the feelings of love. The two women were already sobbing uncontrollably. Zhao Tsongjian sighed in a low voice, "What a great Marshal Tianpeng. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's a hero." Northern Valiant Sword was also at a loss as he thought of her. Heroes always fall for the charms of a beautiful woman. Little Jiang Shui wiped the tears off her face. Her eyes were red and swollen. She grabbed Zhu Xuanji's arm and asked, "What happened after that? Did Canopy Marshal reunite with Miss Gao?" Huang Lianxin also looked at Zhu Xuanji, hoping that Canopy Marshal would have a good ending. If such a sentimental hero could not get what he wanted, how many lifetimes would he have to search for Miss Gao? Zhu Xuanji got up and looked into the distance. He went to the Western Paradise and became a pure altar emissary under Buddha. He could never see Miss Gao again, and Miss Gao could not withstand the mercilessness of time. She turned into dust and disappeared with the wind. Everyone in the world praises immortals and Buddhas, but who can escape from mortal emotions? Be it immortals or demons, they can't escape love. With that, he shook his head and left in a huff. Even he himself couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Now that he was acting, it was really smooth and natural, with a unique charm. Little Jiang Shui was stunned. She quickly got up and chased after Zhu Xuanji. She tilted her head and asked, "Will they really never meet again?" Her tone was low, which made Zhu Xuanji feel quite helpless. "Did I speak too well, or are you too soft-hearted? Stories belong to others. What you should be concerned about is how you write your own story." Zhu Xuanji patted her head and comforted her. Little Jiang Shui nodded and pouted, "Why do you sound so reasonable now? Have you grown up?" Zhu Xuanji almost collapsed in laughter. What did it mean to grow up? Little Jiang Shui hooked her arms around Zhu Xuanji's neck and pressed her forehead against his. She asked softly, "Tell me, do you have someone you like? You know so many stories. You must have matured early." Zhu Xuanji stared at her and wanted to break free, but the girl did not let go. He said helplessly, "I'm only 12 years old. How can I have a sweetheart? Young girls in the prime of their youth were just too troublesome." thinking about nonsense all day long. Little Jiang Shui let go with satisfaction, and Zhu Xuanji quickly escaped. Wait. He doesn't have a sweetheart? Little Jiang Shui suddenly thought of something and her face darkened. It was a pity that Zhu Xuanji had already disappeared. For the next month, little Jiang Shui was sulking. Although she still washed his clothes and cooked for him, every time he talked to her, she would turn around with a cold snort and ignore him. Zhu Xuanji was amused. He knew exactly what little Jiang Shui was thinking. He just wanted to anger her. 5 months later, Zhu Xuanji broke through again and reached enlightening level 7. This day, Zhao Tsongjian returned on his sword. He landed beside Zhu Xuanji, bowed, and said, "Master, Great Zhu's heaven selection has begun. There are 372 participants in the martial science exam. Their goal is to hunt down rank 4 demons, rank 5 demon kings, and rank 6 great demon kings." Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "They can only kill rank 3 demons?" Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, "If it's any lower, it wouldn't be in line with Great Zhu's heaven-chosen level. Great Zhu has sent a 2nd-rank general and 6 3rd-rank generals to guard and patrol. Among them is Xiahou Jin, who helped us that day." "Is Meng Tianlang here?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He did not feel guilty for standing Meng Tianlang up. After all, he did not owe Meng Tianlang anything. He had never used the General Meng token. "He's here," Zhao Tsongjian said. Many princes and princesses came from the royal family, but the emperor and the empress did not come. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "Ignore them. Let's continue our cultivation." Although Great Zhu's heaven selection was held at Immortal Sundering Mountain, Great Zhu did not clear out its participants. Even if the heaven chosen had conflicts with unrelated people or killed each other, they would not interfere. As long as one's cultivation did not exceed Soul Fountain, it would be a test. So, in every heaven selection, many failed participants came to look for trouble. This made Great Zhu extremely lively during Great Zhu's heaven selection. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. Zhao Tsongjian nodded and walked under the tree to continue his sword practice. That day, after Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, our big and smaller returned, Zhu Xuanji gathered them and reminded them not to go out casually, in case something bad happened to them. No one objected. Little Jiang Shui asked, "Are we going to stay here?" "Not hide. The top of the cliff was too conspicuous, and there would be trouble." Zhu Xuanji said with a smile, "There are so many geniuses. There might be someone suitable to be my sword slave." Everyone's eyes brightened, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhao Tsongjian looked at Beixiao Wangjian and said, "Go and practice your sword skills. If you don't succeed soon, there will be newcomers, and you will still be at the bottom." Beixiao Wangjian was a little depressed. "Didn't I still have Huang Lianxin?" The first round of Great Zhu's heaven selection lasted for a year. 20 out of the 372 would enter Great Zhu's royal city, and the top 3 would be decided under the emperor's nose. The group continued to cultivate. They had already built 5 wooden huts under the tree, and they stored plenty of firewood and food. There was a small river at the foot of the mountain, and they could wash up. With their cultivation, they could jump into the river with their clothes on and use their magic energy to evaporate the water. They did not even need to take off their clothes. They could just change in the huts. The group began to cultivate day after day. After dinner every day, Zhu Xuanji would tell them stories. The stories were filled with logic, and even Zhao Tsongjian loved to listen to them. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. This day, a genius finally came to Zhu Xuanji and the rest. "I'm Long Yangtian, ranked 26th on Great Zhu's hero ranking board. How about selling these 2 dragon eagles to me?" A handsome young man came on a flying fan. He wore a green robe and had an extraordinary demeanor. He stared at our big and small with a burning gaze. Zhu Xuanji and the rest laughed. "Let me do it," Beixiao Wangjian said excitedly. Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why don't you consider yourself? You want to die with your enlightening stage cultivation?" Long Yangtian saw that Huang Lianxin was beautiful and that she said such words. He immediately raised his chin and looked arrogant. Zhao Tsongjian got up slowly and looked at Long Yangtian. I'm Zhao Tsongjian, ranked 9th on Great Jew's hero ranking board. Since you are here, then stay. Long Yangtian opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Chapter 77. 9th on the Great Jew's reputation ranking? Zhao Tsongjian? Long Yangtian widened his eyes in shock and his brain stopped working. He frowned and shouted, Zhao Tsongjian? How could this be? Aren't you the new disciple of the Sword Monarch? Why are you here? The Sword Monarch's disciple would not participate in Great Jew's heaven selection. This was a strict order from the Sword Monarch. Zhao Tsongjian frowned when he heard that. Before he participated in the Xie sect's sword discourse, the news that he was the Sword Emperor's disciple had spread. However, he had never seen the Sword Emperor with his own eyes. The Sword Emperor had sent someone to see him and expressed his intention to take him in as a disciple, but he was too arrogant and had directly refused. But after that, the news of him being the Sword Emperor's disciple didn't stop, and it became even more intense. As time passed, everyone in the world thought that he was the Sword Emperor's disciple, causing him to be extremely disgusted with the Sword Emperor. Hearing Long Yangtian mention this again, his eyes turned cold, and he suddenly leaped up with his sword. Zhao Tsongjian's speed was very fast. Before Long Yangtian could escape, he was already close to him. Long Yangtian leaped and the flying fan under his feet landed in his hands. He waved it at Zhao Tsongjian. Zhao Tsongjian shook his long sword and countless sword stars shot out, drowning Long Yangtian. In an instant, Long Yangtian's robes were cut open and blood splattered everywhere. Vibrant raindrops soared. Now, Zhao Tsongjian's sword technique was nearing completion. Even if it was still lacking, it was enough to defeat Long Yangtian. Zhu Xuanji waved at Beixiao Wangjian. When Beixiao Wangjian walked up to him, he asked curiously, Zhao Tsongjian did not even reach Soul Fountain, why is he ranked 9th? Meng Tianlang and Xiao Jinghong were both at the Spirit Spring stage. The latter could kill 5th-rank demons and Spirit Spring experts like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Could it be that there was a dividing line within the Great Jew's reputation list? Northern Sword Valiant smiled bitterly. The Zhou dynasty's reputation chart is a chart for those below 100 years old. Master, do you think everyone is like you, reaching the 7th level of the enlightening state at the age of 12? With Zhu Xuanji's pace, he might have broken through to Soul Fountain by the age of 20. Looking at him, Northern Sword Valiant could not help but sigh. Talent was really a cruel thing. Zhu Xuanji blinked and said, seems like our Great Jew's talents are declining. Northern Sword Valiant, the battle between Zhao Tsongjian and Long Yangtian continued. Long Yangtian was no match for Zhao Tsongjian at all. In less than 100 rounds, he was defeated. In the end, he was thrown to the top of the cliff by Zhao Tsongjian. His storage ring and storage bag were all taken away. His face was filled with despair as he laid down like a corpse. Northern Sword Valiant asked, this person is one of the top 30 on the hero ranking board of Great Jew. Is he qualified to be your sword slave? Sword slave? Long Yangtian shuddered and turned to look at Zhu Xuanji instinctively. A child? Wait a minute. Children. 2 dragon eagles. Long Yangtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned horrified. He said with a trembling voice, unparalleled in the world. Sword God Zhu, at this moment, he wished for nothing more than to give himself a few slaps. He was too rash. Zhu Xuanji walked up to Long Yangtian and looked down at him. He doesn't know the sword. Let him go, he said with a frown. Long Yangtian was excited when he heard that. He struggled to get up and stammered, thank you. Senior God of Swords. Then, he carefully walked past the crowd and arrived at the cliff. Relying on his flying fan, he swayed and flew towards the horizon. Zhu Xuanji looked at Zhao Tsongjian and said, check the loot. Zhao Tsongjian nodded. Long Yangtian was just the beginning. Over the next few days, cultivators passed by this place. Most of them were attracted by the dragon eagles, Huang Lianxin, and little Jiang Shui. In the end, some died, while others were injured. Zhu Xuanji's wealth began to grow exponentially. Apart from cultivators, there were also demon kings passing by. Most of them were only at the 4th rank, barely able to take human form. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed by. Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian had both mastered their sword techniques. The name of sword god Zhu spread across the immortal Sundering mountain range. All the chosen ones knew that sword god Zhu brought Zhao Tsongjian along to cultivate at the immortal Sundering mountain. Many sword cultivators began to search for sword god Zhu. Even the unparalleled Zhao Tsongjian was willing to take sword god Zhu as his master. How profound was sword god Zhu's way of the sword? On this day, a young man in black flew past the cliff. He stopped abruptly and looked at the two dragon eagles before looking at Zhu Xuanji. The dragon eagle's cry pierces through the skies. The unparalleled sword god Zhu, the body of a dwarf, that's him. The black-clothed youth immediately became excited, and he immediately landed on top of the mountain. Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian turned around and looked at him coldly, as though they were looking at their prey. At this moment, the black-clothed youth knelt down on the ground with a loud thud. He held back his excitement and cried out, "Sir Sword God, please take me as your disciple." Although he was not handsome, the black mole on his left eyebrow made it easy for people to remember him. Take him as a disciple? The group was stunned and could not understand the situation. Zhu Xuanji looked at him and asked, "Tell me your name." The black-clothed youth said, "My name is Fang Junsheng, ranked 19th on Great Zhu's hero ranking board. I have long heard of Sir Sword God's decisiveness in the way of the sword. Dual sword wills and 9-sword mode. Even the sword monarch of Great Zhu does not know that. I am here to be your disciple. As long as you agree, I can give up Great Zhu's heaven selection and follow you to roam the world." Zhu Xuanji frowned and said, "Are you stupid? Give up Great Zhu's heaven selection to follow him?" Zhu Xuanji could not understand it. Could it be that this person had other intentions? Fang Junsheng scratched his head and smiled. "Actually, I don't want to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection. It was my family that forced me to. I wanted to leave my family a long time ago." Sword god Zhu appeared out of nowhere and had never tasted defeat. He even dared to reject the sword monarch's offer and burned the Xie sect sword library. He had long become someone who was respected by countless people. Especially among the sword cultivators, many were dissatisfied with the sword monarch of Great Zhu's fame and fortune. The appearance of sword god Zhu gave them hope that the sword monarch of Great Zhu would be overthrown. Of course, it was only hope. Judging from his performance, sword god Zhu was far from the sword monarch. Zhu Xuanji threw a glance at Zhao Tsongjian, who immediately understood and thrust his sword toward Fang Junsheng. Fang Junsheng understood that this was a test. He raised his spirits and drew his sword to meet the attack. The two of them exchanged blows on the mountain top. Their swords clashed, and sparks flew. It was very exciting. Little Jiang Shui, Northern Sword Valiant, Huang Lianxin, our big and small the three-eyed drought rodent, and the little black snake all looked over. At this moment, a silhouette leaped over the cliff and landed in front of Zhu Xuanji. Seeing him, Northern Sword Valiant's expression changed drastically. The little black snake hid behind the three-eyed drought rodent out of fear. It was Xiao Jinghong. He wore a white robe and a bamboo hat. With a sword in his hand, he looked like a wandering swordsman. He walked up to Zhu Xuanji and half knelt down. "Greetings, revered teacher." Zhu Xuanji was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Northern Sword Valiant and the little black snake swallowed their saliva. Although they knew that Xiao Jinghong was Zhu Xuanji's disciple, seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them greatly. Xiao Jinghong looked up and said with a smile, "There are still 2 more years before my duel with Meng Tianlang. I want to come here to continue my training and master dual sword wills." Zhao Tsongjian and Fang Junsheng, who were sparring, opened their eyes wide. Sword noble, he was sword god Zhu's disciple? Both of them were shocked, including Zhao Tsongjian. He thought that Northern Sword Valiant was bragging, but he did not expect it to be true. Xiao Jinghong ignored their gazes. He got up and said to Zhu Xuanji, "These years, I went to the depths of Gulan Forest and challenged the Gulan Demon Monarch. Unfortunately, I lost terribly and almost did not come back. But fortunately, I broke through to Astral Infant. If I master dual sword wills, Meng Tianlang will not be my match." Chapter 78. Break through to the nascent soul realm? Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. This brat is so powerful. The cultivation realms of the human race, from low to high, were qi-nourishing, foundation establishment, enlightening, inner Dan, spirit spring, and nascent soul. Once one reached the nascent soul realm, as long as they didn't encounter a great disaster, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live for 1,000 years. He asked, "Did you follow me and protect me in the dark?" Nodding his head, Xiao Jinghong sighed, "Master's speed of improvement is something I'm far inferior to. Back then, when they had first met Zhu Xuanji, he was already devilish enough. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the enlightening realm at the age of 12, he was even more monstrous than Zhao Tsongjian and Zhu Yalong." Zhu Xuanji gestured for him to sit down, then waved at the three of them. Huang Lianxin and Beixiao Wangjian took the initiative to introduce themselves. Beixiao Wangjian looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. Back then, he had lost to Northern Valiant Sword. Northern Sword Valiant, although you are not talented, you have good foresight. You will be fortunate in the future. Xiao Jinghong nodded at Northern Sword Valiant and smiled. His tone made Northern Sword Valiant very unhappy. Xiao Jinghong was Zhu Xuanji's disciple, while Beixiao Wangjian was a sword slave. Northern Sword Valiant snorted coldly, "I'm already very fortunate." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Following Zhu Xuanji, his sword technique had been improving. Every day was fulfilling, and he did not have to challenge other swordsmen like before to seek a breakthrough. Zhu Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Xiao Jinghong answered honestly. In the end, Xiao Jinghong smiled and said, "After I defeat Meng Tianlang, I will follow Master to roam the world." "Master, what is your goal? Target?" Zhu Xuanji could not help but think. After taking revenge, he planned to travel around the world. Therefore, he was filled with lofty sentiments and said with a smile, "There will be a day when 10,000 swords soar in the sky, and I will stand at the highest point." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. They thought of Zhu Xuanji's 10-sword mode. It turned out that 10 strikes was not his limit. His goal was 10,000 strikes. They imagined the scene and got goosebumps. Xiao Jinghong sighed, "Master's idea is truly spectacular." Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, "He's invincible when he brags." Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "Just you wait. That day will come." The other side. Zhao Tsongjian defeated Fang Junsheng. Fang Junsheng looked defeated. Xiao Jinghong glanced at them and said, "This kid isn't worthy of being your disciple. He's more suitable to be a sword slave." When Fang Junsheng heard this, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. With Xiao Jinghong around, the threshold to become Zhu Xuanji's disciple was high, and he could not rebut. Zhu Xuanji looked at Fang Junsheng and asked, "You really want to follow me?" Fang Junsheng immediately ran over and knelt behind Zhu Xuanji. "Even if I become a sword slave, I'm willing. My path is the way of the sword, and my family can't give me much help. My family is not on good terms with the sword monarch of Great Zhu, and it's impossible for me to become his disciple, so I can only rely on you." Zhu Xuanji muttered, "Follow us for half a year first. Within half a year, if I'm not satisfied, you can leave." Fang Junsheng was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed toward Zhu Xuanji. Xiao Jinghong's lips curled upwards, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Tsongjian, on the other hand, stared at Xiao Jinghong with a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Beixiao Wangjian clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. He had to work hard and couldn't always be at the bottom. The addition of Xiao Jinghong and Fang Junsheng made the group even livelier. From then on, Zhu Xuanji would teach Xiao Jinghong every day. Seeing how Xiao Jinghong humbly sought guidance in front of Zhu Xuanji, Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Fang Junsheng were all stimulated. Zhu Xuanji's image in their hearts grew bigger. Half a month later, Zhao Tsongjian could not hold it in anymore and challenged Xiao Jinghong. In the end, he was defeated in less than 3 moves. Zhao Tsongjian, the undefeatable 3-sword moves. This title was so ear-piercing to Zhao Tsongjian. When my revered teacher was 6 years old, he defeated me with his sword techniques alone. Xiao Jinghong pointed his sword at Zhao Tsongjian's throat and said expressionlessly. Zhao Tsongjian's pupils contracted, and his expression turned bitter. Zhu Xuanji could not bear it anymore. He stared at Xiao Jinghong and said, "Don't bully me." Xiao Jinghong smiled and turned around to continue his training. Zhu Xuanji waved his hand at Zhao Tsongjian and said, "I will teach you how to manifest the sword will of the vibrant raindrop sword." Zhao Tsongjian heard him and his eyes brightened. He immediately forgot about his unhappiness and walked quickly toward Zhu Xuanji. Under the tree, Fang Junsheng was building a house as he asked Beixiao Wangjian, who was training beside him, "Brother Beixiao, how many sword techniques does Master know?" "I feel that he knows many types of sword wills." He really liked the atmosphere when Zhu Xuanji and the others trained. Other than little Jiang Shui, everyone enjoyed training their sword techniques. The positive atmosphere was infectious to him. Beixiao Wangjian replied, "Master is unfathomable. It's not something that you and I can guess. Every sword technique that he knows, he can manifest the sword will." Zhu Xuanji's talent had already made him a god. Fang Junsheng nodded and continued to build the house. He looked back occasionally. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were training in front of our big and small Zhu Xuanji obtained many spells, enough for little Jiang Shui to train for a few hundred years. Ever since Xiao Jinghong joined, the little black snake became extremely well behaved. It did not even speak a word. It was probably pretending to be an ordinary snake. The group did not expose it and intended to suffocate it to death. In a valley, countless snakes were gathered here in a dense mass. They were like a black ocean that surged endlessly, causing one to feel a chill run down one's spine. On a giant rock, two demons in human form stood. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man had an evil aura, while the woman had a bewitching charm. Their lower body was that of a snake, while their upper body wore clothes made of snakeskin. "Husband, are we really going to deal with Sword God Zhu? Until now, no one knows how powerful he is." The female demon frowned and asked worriedly. The male demon waved his hand and said proudly, "Who am I? I am Nanheng Snake Lord. Xie Wuyo is nothing in front of me with his cultivation of 5th rank level 10. And Sword God Zhu could not even deal with Xie Wuyo. He is not that powerful." 5th rank level 10 was equivalent to Soul Fountain level 10. Nanheng Snake Lord held the female demon's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, my dear. As long as we can take down Sword God Zhu's head, I will bring you and our children away from Great Zhu. We will go to the demon race's territory and never participate in any conflicts." The female demon sighed. Her bewitching face was filled with sorrow. She said faintly, "The demon monarch is too much. Didn't he owe the Gulan demon monarch a demonic pellet back then? He sent us to kill Sword God Zhu because of this. We have no choice. Our demon monarch cares about morality the most." Nanheng Snake Lord shook his head and smiled. After that, he turned to look at the sea of snakes below. With a hideous smile, he shouted, "All of you, go and find Sword God Zhu's whereabouts. Remember what I told you before." After he spoke, all the snakes dashed toward different directions. They crawled all over the mountain walls, as though they were dyed with a layer of black. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji and the others had another uninvited guest. Seeing him, everyone's expression changed slightly. They did not attack immediately. The person was the second on Great Zhu's reputation ranking, Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang had already broken through to Astral Infant 4 years ago. He was one step faster than Xiao Jinghong, but he was much older than Xiao Jinghong. He wore Great Zhu's iron armor and rode on a fierce horse. The horses hoof stepped on the clouds. "Xiao Jinghong." Meng Tianlang squinted his eyes and stared at Xiao Jinghong. The smile on his face disappeared quickly. He was here to look for Sword God Zhu, but he did not expect to meet his nemesis. Xiao Jinghong looked at him expressionlessly and did not make a sound. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became heavy. Beixiao Wangjian, Fang Junsheng, and Huang Lianxin were extremely nervous. Chapter 79. General Meng, long time no see. Zhu Xuanji said with a calm expression. He was thinking about how to reject Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang turned to look at him with a complicated expression. "Sword God Zhu." Back then, Zhu Xuanji pretended to be a kid and lied to him. He lied that he was going to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection and cheated him of his General Meng token. After that, Zhu Xuanji never went to Great Zhu's camp. Meng Tianlang was furious, but he did not take it to heart. But today, they found out that the kid was Sword God Zhu. Sword God Zhu was standing together with his archenemy, Xiao Jinghong. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Zhao Tsongjian stepped out and blocked in front of Zhu Xuanji. "Are you going to attack?" he asked. Facing Meng Tianlang, whose reputation was not inferior to that of the Sword Sovereign, he was eager to try. "You can leave," Zhu Xuanji said unpleasantly. This guy was always so impulsive. Meng Tianlang was not Xiao Jinghong. If they really fought, Zhao Tsongjian would definitely die. Zhao Tsongjian was indeed talented, but like Zhu Xuanji, he needed time. Clang! Xiao Jinghong raised his right hand, holding the sword in his hand. With a flick of his thumb, he pulled out the hilt of the sword, revealing half of the blade. He looked up at Meng Tianlang and said, "Sword God Zhu is my revered teacher. If you want to deal with him, ask the sword in my hand first." Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide, somewhat not daring to believe his ears. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, his hands clutching his stomach. "Xiao Jinghong, oh Xiao Jinghong, you actually acknowledged such a kid as your master? Are you king possessed?" Meng Tianlang laughed angrily, and his tone contained a tone of exasperation that she didn't live up to his expectations. He saw Xiao Jinghong as his lifelong rival, and Xiao Jinghong's actions made him feel humiliated. Xiao Jinghong remained expressionless. "What are you laughing at? Do you know how powerful my master is? Frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted." Meng Tianlang stopped smiling and said, "He's only in the enlightening realm. How powerful can he be?" Zhu Xuanji's qi obscuring incantation was not omnipotent. Meng Tianlang was at the astral infant stage and could see through his cultivation at a glance. How could Zhu Xuanji allow him to continue humiliating him? "You look down on me. How about this, since you have a high cultivation, do you dare to take my sword head-on? If you come out unscathed, I'll admit defeat and I'll give you the 2 dragon eagles. If I win, you'll be my slave. Do you dare?" Zhu Xuanji said. With these words, everyone's gaze fell on him. "Master," Zhao Tsongjian wanted to say something but stopped. Meng Tianlang was at the astral infant stage, which was 3 stages lower than Zhu Xuanji. How could he defeat him? Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhu Xuanji in astonishment. Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, and Fang Junsheng were too nervous to speak. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhu Xuanji in silence. "This is insane." The little black snake hid behind the 3-eyed drought rodent and muttered to itself. Meng Tianlang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. This brat is so fearless, where does he get his confidence from? "What? You're the great Zhu cavalry general, are you afraid?" Zhu Xuanji said with a smile, provoking Meng Tianlang on purpose. "Damn it! How can this brat be so eloquent?" Meng Tianlang cursed in his heart. Last time, he was fooled by this brat. Now that he thought about it, he blushed and wanted to beat Zhu Xuanji up. Xiao Jinghong raised his brow and said, "Of course he doesn't dare to. He can't afford to lose." Meng Tianlang heard him and snorted coldly, "Then bring it on. I have another request. Only you can fight." He was also afraid that Zhu Xuanji was up to something. Zhu Xuanji took out the furious ape sword and said, "I will rely on this sword." Everyone looked at it and was shocked. Such a handsome sword. Meng Tianlang heaved a sigh of relief. This sword was indeed powerful, but it was still a pipe dream to threaten him. He had his own powerful enchanted artifact, why should he be afraid? Brat, your standards are still too low. You have never experienced the sky of the astral infant stage. Meng Tianlang thought to himself with a cold smile. He immediately took out his broadsword and said with a smile, "Come on, your dragon eagles are mine." Thinking about how he humiliated Xiao Jinghong's revered teacher, he felt so good. Xiao Jinghong walked to the side and looked at Zhu Xuanji calmly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what happened 6 years ago. The current situation was so similar to what happened back then. Zhu Xuanji pointed his sword at Meng Tianlang and said, "Don't regret, don't dodge." Meng Tianlang leaped up and landed on the edge of the cliff. He stood proudly and said, If I regret, I'm your son. If I dodge, I'm your grandson. What a grandson. Zhu Xuanji smiled and immediately channeled his spirit energy into the furious ape sword. In that instant, the furious ape sword trembled slightly, but there was no unusual phenomenon. Zhu Xuanji could sense that the furious ape sword was already charging up. It contained an extremely powerful force. Meng Tianlang was all smiles. He did not even place his broadsword horizontally in front of him and waited for Zhu Xuanji to attack. The others looked at Zhu Xuanji anxiously. The two of them were 10 meters apart. This distance was already very close for them. Even our big and small were observing. Zhu Xuanji held the sword with his right hand and channeled his spirit energy into it. His eyes were fixed on Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang looked calm and collected, but he was sweating in his heart. This kid is so confident. It must be a powerful sword technique. He had heard about the legend of sword god Zhu before. So he was on his guard and was afraid that Zhu Xuanji would suddenly take out the other 8 swords. The two of them looked at each other with confidence written all over their faces. 1 breath's time. 2 breaths' time. 3 breaths' time. A gust of cold wind blew, which made the atmosphere even more silent. No one dared to blink, afraid that they would miss something. A while later, Meng Tianlang's smile froze. He could not hold it in anymore and said with a deep voice, "Kid, are you going to attack or not? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid?" Zhu Xuanji asked calmly. As he spoke, he was still internalizing qi and absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. Multitasking. That was his talent. Meng Tianlang snorted coldly, "Me? Afraid? Then I will wait for you. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves." He understood in his heart that this kid wanted to attack him when he was not on guard. Back then, when he first joined the army, he could do the horse stance for 16 hours. When was he ever afraid? The two of them looked at each other again. Time continued to pass. After half an hour, little Jiang Shui could not hold it in anymore and sat on the ground. The others followed suit. It was too torturous. They were not afraid that Meng Tianlang would defeat Zhu Xuanji. Xiao Jinghong was here anyway. Xiao Jinghong was also a little confused. What was his master waiting for? He noticed that the surrounding spiritual qi was flowing into Zhu Xuanji's body, but it was not as fast as Zhu Xuanji's internalization of qi, so he did not take it to heart. An hour later, Meng Tianlang's face was gloomy, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he gnashed his teeth. How much longer does this kid have to wait? I'm at the nascent soul realm. I'm going to exhaust you to death. Zhu Xuanji continued to stare at him expressionlessly. Under this kind of gaze, Meng Tianlang did not speak, in case he appeared to lose his composure. 2 hours. 4 hours. Dusk came and the moon rose. Good lad. How ruthless. Meng Tianlang thought to himself as he stared at Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji was also looking at him. Xiao Jinghong had already sat down. He was not far from Zhu Xuanji and was protecting him. The others gathered around the fire and began to eat. Fang Junsheng sighed. Both seniors are ruthless. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin nodded, their faces filled with emotions. It was their first time witnessing a duel like this. Little Jiang Shui turned around and shouted, "Do you want to eat first before continuing?" "Eat. How can it be? I'm accumulating my energy." Zhu Xuanji shouted, "In a duel, we must focus. In a battle between powerful cultivators, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. I'm looking for his flaws, and so is he. If I eat now, won't I be disrespecting him and not worthy of being called a powerful cultivator?" Meng Tianlang, who was about to eat, heard him and immediately gave up on the idea. He laughed coldly, "Kid, you have a backbone. I will fight you to the end and make you admit defeat." Chapter 80. It was late at night, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The roars of demons could be heard from time to time, which added a sense of horror to the night. On the top of the mountain, before the cliff, Zhu Xuanji and Meng Tianlang were still facing off. The bone-chilling wind blew. The others were already in the state of cultivation, and only the two of them were still standing. To prevent Meng Tianlang from attacking, Zhu Xuanji said, "Very good. You are indeed great Zhu's cavalry general. I have a whole new level of respect for your endurance. Meng Tianlang was brave and smart. Although he could tell that Zhu Xuanji was up to no good, he cared about his reputation and was confident in his power, so he was in a stalemate with Zhu Xuanji. Facing Zhu Xuanji's compliment, he said with disdain, "How can you know the fierce battles that I, Meng Tianlang, have been through?" Xiao Jinghong could not help but shake his head. Meng Tianlang was good at everything, except that he paid too much attention to his morals. He would not break his promise. This was also the reason why Xiao Jinghong saw him as a lifelong enemy. But Zhu Xuanji was too cunning. He saw through Meng Tianlang with one look and forced Meng Tianlang to not dare to step down. Now, Xiao Jinghong was curious about what Zhu Xuanji would do. Could he be waiting for Meng Tianlang to let his guard down and attack suddenly? But even so, it was extremely difficult to hurt Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang was not at inner pellet or soul fountain, but astral infant. No matter how powerful a sword technique was, it could not surpass 3 stages. Moreover, Meng Tianlang was not an ordinary person. He was extremely talented in battle. Time continued to pass. The moon set and the sun rose. When the first ray of sunlight came from the horizon, Zhu Xuanji had less than a quarter of his spirit energy left in his body. Even though he had been internalizing qi, it could not be compared to the speed at which he channeled his spirit energy. He thought to himself, is the spirit energy in the furious ape sword enough? Seeing that he was frowning, Meng Tianlang thought that he was panicking, so he laughed coldly. What? You can't find my weakness? Admit defeat and give me the dragon eagle. Zhu Xuanji said with a deep voice, I have not drawn my sword, so the outcome is not decided yet. If you are impatient, you can cancel the agreement. If you break it, don't even think about getting my dragon eagle. Meng Tianlang heard him and snorted. The art of war says that it is better to adapt to the situation and wait for opportunities to come. I have been leading and fighting for many years. How can you compare to my patience? Compared to the dragon eagle, he wanted to surpass Xiao Jinghong more. If he defeated Zhu Xuanji, he would have defeated Xiao Jinghong. All right, let's continue. You said that if you regret it, you're my son. If you avoid it, you're my grandson. Zhu Xuanji pretended to be heroic and shouted. He could not help but glance at Xiao Jinghong. If Xiao Jinghong wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to provoke Meng Tianlang like this. The two of them continued to be in a deadlock. 2 hours. 4 hours. Noon came. Northern Valiant Sword and Zhao Tsongjian started to practice their swordsmanship while Fang Junsheng waited eagerly. Xiao Jinghong had been sitting near Zhu Xuanji to support him. In the afternoon, 2 cultivators flew past the cliff. When they saw Zhu Xuanji and Meng Tianlang, they were stunned. That's Meng Tianlang, General Meng, one of them exclaimed. They were all chosen ones and had seen Meng Tianlang before. The two of them turned to look at Zhu Xuanji. There were no children in the immortal Severing Mountain range. It could only be the unparalleled sword god Zhu. General Meng and sword god Zhu are confronting each other? The other person cried out. The two of them immediately flew to a nearby mountain and looked at the battle. They were very excited. No matter if it was sword god Zhu or Meng Tianlang, they were both famous people. Their battle would surely be exciting. However, they watched for a long time, but neither of them made a move. What are they doing? One of them mumbled. The other person rubbed his chin and said mysteriously, in a battle between powerful cultivators, victory or defeat is usually decided in an instant. They are looking for their opponent's flaws. Once they make a move, victory or defeat will be decided. The two of them held their breaths and waited quietly. Time ticked by. 6 hours later, 4 more cultivators passed by and joined the crowd of spectators. Far away, on a mountain top, 2 giant snakes coiled around the mountain wall and transformed into Nanheng Snake Lord and his wife. Nanheng Snake Lord frowned and mumbled, "Why is Meng Tianlang here?" He could not defeat Meng Tianlang. Among the demons, Meng Tianlang's cultivation was equivalent to a 6th-rank Great Demon King. The Snake Lady said anxiously, "Then we cannot attack." Hearing Meng Tianlang's name, she was so frightened that her tail could not stand steadily. She did not agree to kill sword god Ju in the first place, and she would not agree even more now. Nanheng Snake Lord nodded and said, let's watch first. Maybe Meng Tianlang would kill Zhu Xuanji, and he would take the opportunity to decapitate him. Time passed. The sun set, and the moon rose. Night fell again. Zhu Xuanji's spirit energy was almost depleted, so he reduced the speed at which he accumulated energy. After a day and a night, the surging energy contained in the furious ape sword shocked even him. Of course, he was the only one who could sense it. Even Meng Tianlang and Xiao Jinghong, who were at the astral infant stage, could not sense the energy contained in the furious ape sword. It's not enough. Hold on. When this guy can't hold it any longer, I will attack. Zhu Xuanji thought to himself, but he was still looking at Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang could sense the will to fight in his eyes and was in awe of this guy's perseverance. The two continued to confront each other. The moon set, and the sun rose. The third day came. The spectating cultivators were a little tired. They all internalized qi and observed. Last night, someone used a spell to spread the news. Just as the sun rose, 6 cultivators came and joined the spectators. It's really General Meng. Why does he want to fight Sword God Ju? Although the two of them did not fight, this silent scene makes me feel like I'm suffocating. I heard that they have been confronting each other for a few days and have yet to fight. Such determination, can you guys do it? Is the one beside Sword God Ju the Sword Noble? Wait, the Sword Noble? The cultivators discussed among themselves. Soon, someone recognized Xiao Jinghong, which made them even more excited. The Sword Noble, Meng Tianlang, and Sword God Ju. The 3 majestic and powerful cultivators gathered together. They cast their spells and spread the news. In the next few days, more and more people knew about this. Even the royal family and generals were alerted. More and more people came to the cliff where Zhu Xuanji and the others were. 6 days later, Zhu Chengxian, Princess Xuanya, and the other princes arrived one after another. Seeing Zhu Xuanji, Zhu Chengxian sighed in amazement. Sir Zhu is so powerful. He faced General Meng so quickly. So this was what he meant by Great Zhu's heaven selection. Well, with his power, there is no need for him to participate in Great Zhu's heaven selection. Princess Xuanya, who was not far away, also looked at Zhu Xuanji with admiration. Ever since she met Zhu Xuanji, she felt that the whole world was talking about him. He was so dazzling. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji's hands began to tremble. It was not because he was tired, but because the energy contained in the furious ape sword was too powerful. Meng Tianlang sensed that more and more people were gathering around him. At this moment, he could not make the first move. When he saw Zhu Xuanji's trembling right hand, he could not help but laugh. Brat, are you getting tired? Zhu Xuanji's forehead was covered in sweat. I will get tired. Meng Tianlang laughed coldly. Another 2 days passed. Zhu Xuanji's legs began to tremble. Meng Tianlang mocked, admit defeat. I'm filled with energy. You can't beat me. Zhu Xuanji stared at him. His face was covered in cold sweat. He pretended to be calm and said, I'm going to attack. Meng Tianlang's body trembled. He understood that Zhu Xuanji could no longer find his weakness, so he decided to give it his all. He laughed and said, You are going to attack now. It seems like you have miscalculated. If you knew this, you should have attacked straight away. Chapter 81. The conversation between Zhu Xuanji and Meng Tianlang was heard by all the spectators. Little Jiang Shui, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others even got up and watched nervously. Sword God Zhu is going to draw his sword. It's finally starting. I've waited for 10 days. Looking at Sword God Zhu, he might not be able to defeat General Meng, not necessarily, maybe it's a big move. Who will win? The spectators discussed animatedly with their eyes wide open. They didn't dare to blink for fear of missing the most exciting moment. Zhu Chengxian was also worried for Zhu Xuanji. His relationship with Meng Tianlang was not very good. In comparison, Zhu Xuanji was easier to rope in, so he hoped that Zhu Xuanji would win. He had helped Zhu Xuanji before. If Zhu Xuanji's fame grew, people would definitely mention him and add to his good name. In the distance, Nanhung Snake Lord and his wife transformed into two little snakes and watched from afar. Husband, who do you think will win? The lamia asked curiously. It was the first time she had seen someone confront each other for so long on the eve of a battle. Nanhung Snake Lord muttered, it should be Meng Tianlang, ranked second on Great Jew's reputation ranking. His talent in battle goes without saying. Although Sword God Jew's background is mysterious, he looks like an arrow at the end of its flight. Most of the spectators believed that Meng Tianlang would win. Meng Tianlang behaved calmly, but when he looked at Sword God Jew, his legs were trembling and his forehead was covered in sweat. When the two of them stood together, it was easy for others to judge. Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He was very excited. He was also very perturbed. He was afraid that this sword strike would kill Meng Tianlang. Don't forget what you said. Don't hide. Zhu Xuanji smiled and reminded him again. Meng Tianlang said disdainfully, I, Meng Tianlang, have always kept my word. I'd rather die than regret it. Xiao Jinghong also fixed his gaze on Zhu Xuanji. He wanted to see what sword technique Zhu Xuanji was going to use. Zhu Xuanji stared at Meng Tianlang and said, this sword technique is called Tempest Slash. I learned it from the Xie Sect sword library. It's Earth grade low tier, and it's the most powerful sword technique in the sword library. With so many people watching, he naturally had to insult the Xie Sect. After saying that, he directly entered the sword intent state of the Tempest Slash. Great wind, rise. Hoo-hoo, Zhu Xuanji's black robe danced in the wind around him, forming a small tornado visible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for Zhu Xuanji to attack. Sword intent. Meng Tianlang narrowed his eyes. This brat managed to cultivate the sword intent of the Tempest Slash so quickly. No wonder he could become Xiao Jinghong's master. No one can stand before my sword. Meng Tianlang, your reputation will not be tarnished if you are defeated by this sword. Because the one who defeated you is me. Zhu Xuanji laughed out loud suddenly. His left hand descended swiftly, and with both hands on his sword, he slashed furiously. Tempest Skybreaker Slash. Roar, the furious roar of the ancient ape was earth-shattering. A terrifying sword energy visible to the naked eye shot towards Meng Tianlang. In front of this sword energy, Meng Tianlang seemed so tiny. In an instant, Meng Tianlang and Xiao Jinghong were visibly moved. This is, Xiao Jinghong's eyes widened in excitement. Meng Tianlang was even more shocked and immediately slashed with his saber. A loud boom resounded. Meng Tianlang's saber was broken, and his body was sent flying away by the sword qi. His armor was shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. He flew out nearly 1,000 meters with extreme speed and smashed into a small mountain. Crushed rocks flew everywhere. The white sword qi, which was 30 meters long, was like a crescent moon in the sky. It was accompanied by the furious roar of the ancient ape, which shook everyone's heart. The cliff in front of Zhu Xuanji crumbled immediately. The sword qi left hundreds of tiny cracks on the ground. A violent gale blew between the heavens and the earth, which made the forest below look like a green ocean with raging waves. This slash used up all of his stamina and spirit energy. His legs gave way, and he quickly stabbed his sword into the ground to support his body. Silence. The entire world was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone looked at Zhu Xuanji in disbelief. That slash just now made everyone tremble in fear. Especially the furious roar of the ancient ape, which almost scared them out of their wits. Zhu Xuanji panted with his sword in hand. He tried his best to stand up straight. At this moment, he had to hold on. Oh my! This legendary sword is too ferocious. If I accumulate my energy for a few years, can I destroy Great Zhu? Zhu Xuanji exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly, he had a bold idea, which was to stay near the Great Zhu Royal Palace and accumulate energy every day. After half a year, he would slash the Great Zhu Royal Palace in half a year. There's a chance. But he was not sure how powerful Emperor Yang of Zhu was. Maybe half a year was not enough. No matter what, the Furious Ape Sword was already his most powerful legendary sword. In terms of destructive power, it was limitless. Little Jiang Shui immediately pounced over and hugged Zhu Xuanji. She was very excited and cried out continuously, "So powerful! So powerful!" She looked excited, but she was actually supporting Zhu Xuanji. Being hugged by her, Zhu Xuanji did not fall but felt more relaxed. Zhao Tsongjian, Baixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Fang Junsheng walked over. They were so excited that they could not speak coherently. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and was dumbfounded. Did I see it wrong? This brat is definitely the reincarnation of an ancient demon. So terrifying. So terrifying. It mumbled. Xiao Jinghong was stunned on the spot. He seemed to be in a daze. He could not stop replaying the slash just now in his mind. Stunning. Domineering. Unstoppable. He was thinking, if it was him, would he be able to block that slash directly? The other spectators came back to their senses and cried out in surprise. Oh my god! That slash just now! Xiesect's sword technique is so powerful. Sword God Zhu is too powerful. Meng Tianlang could not even withstand a single blow from him. Meng Tianlang did not dodge. That slash is too powerful. It totally matches the title of Sword God. Most of them were extremely excited, as though they were Sword God Zhu themselves. Great Zhu's generals and princes flew toward Meng Tianlang. They did not want him to die here. With Meng Tianlang's talent, it would not be difficult for him to become a first-rank general. Losing Meng Tianlang was like losing a pillar for Great Zhu. Zhu Chengxin and Princess Xuanya flew toward Zhu Xuanji. Master, when can I learn the Tempest Slash? Zhao Tsongjian held back his excitement and asked. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and smiled. That day will come. It's a pity that you don't have the Furious Ape Sword. Even if you master the Tempest Slash to the extreme, you will not be as graceful as me. Under the crowd's encirclement, Zhu Xuanji quickly took out a bottle of pills and poured them into his mouth to prevent others from seeing. Sir Zhu, you are so graceful. Zhu Chengxin's voice came from behind Baixiao Wangjian. Princess Xuanya followed behind him, and she was looking at Zhu Xuanji charmingly. Zhu Xuanji looked calm and said, "Seventh Prince, why are you here?" Zhu Chengxin smiled and said, "The competition between you and General Meng has spread throughout the Great Zhu's heaven selection. How can I not come and take a look?" Zhu Xuanji nodded and did not speak anymore. He began to recuperate his qi and blood. He mumbled in his heart, "Please don't let Meng Tianlang die." He was quite fond of such a powerful fighter. The cultivators who were watching from afar also wanted to befriend Zhu Xuanji. But when Xiao Jinghong drew his sword, all of them retreated like frightened birds. On the other side, on a small mountain, the two snakes were silent. "Husband?" the snake lady asked. Nanheng Snake Lord said, "My wife, you don't have to say much. I understand." After that, the two snakes quickly climbed down and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 82. Nanheng Snake Lord left with his wife dejectedly, not attracting any attention. Meng Tianlang, who was embedded in the mountain, was carried out. His entire body was covered in blood, his hair was in a mess, and he looked extremely miserable. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, one would have thought that he was already dead. One of the generals asked nervously, "General Meng, are you all right?" Meng Tianlang raised his head with great difficulty. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes revealed shock and horror. "I've been tricked. How was this a competition of patience? This kid was purposely trying to make him relax." At this moment, Meng Tianlang wished that he was already dead. Thinking about becoming Zhu Xuanji's slave, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the general in front of him. Zhu Xuanji had already seen Meng Tianlang's miserable state. He smiled and said, "I'm going to have another sword slave." Northern Sword Valiant grinned and said, "It should be Dao Nu." Zhu Chengxin and Princess Xuanya were both curious. What did Zhu Xuanji mean? Zhao Tsongjian's relationship with Zhu Chengxin was not bad, so he explained it to him. When the two great Zhu royal family members heard this, their expressions became strange. If Meng Tianlang became Zhu Xuanji's servant, the Emperor of Great Zhu, Emperor Yang of Zhu, would be furious. After all, Emperor Yang of Zhu had high hopes for Meng Tianlang. Zhu Chengshin wanted to remind Zhu Xuanji, but he felt that it was not the right time to make sarcastic remarks, so he could only hold it in. Soon, great Zhu's generals and princes helped Meng Tianlang to the top of the mountain. All of them looked at Zhu Xuanji furiously and wanted to tear him into pieces. Meng Tianlang stood up with difficulty. He looked at Zhu Xuanji and said with gritted teeth, "Shameless brat. You tricked me." Zhu Xuanji said calmly, "How?" Meng Tianlang wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. Zhu Xuanji only used the furious ape sword and no one else helped him. Everything was within the agreement. But he was so aggrieved. The injuries all over his body told him that he had really lost. Zhu Xuanji purposely frowned and said unhappily, "Meng Tianlang, you want to go back on your word?" In his heart, he was already rolling with laughter. It felt so good. "Who asked you to look down on me? In the future, I'll make you follow behind me and call me master every day." Meng Tianlang was exasperated and didn't know what to say. At this moment, he noticed that Xiao Jinghong was frowning. He was instantly enraged and roared, "I'm a man of my word. Just you wait, after this great Jew's heaven selection, I'll resign from my position as a general and work like a slave for you. Go." The surrounding generals and princes jumped in fright when they heard that. Meng Tianlang wanted to resign from his position as a general and join Sword God Zhu? They hurriedly asked as they supported Meng Tianlang away. To the generals, Meng Tianlang was a rare genius on the battlefield. For the princes, if they could rope in Meng Tianlang, they would be closer to the throne. After they left, Zhu Chengshin couldn't help but sigh, "General Meng, a single mistake brings everlasting sorrow." He muttered in his heart. Wasn't Meng Tianlang very smart? Why did he suddenly become stupid? He even dared to compete in such a bet. Now he had failed miserably. Zhu Xuanji smiled. After the pill entered his body, he had the strength to stand up straight. It seemed that he would have to be more careful when using the furious ape sword in the future. He didn't want to ruin himself. Too strong. Too strong. Fang Junsheng clenched his fists. He was so excited that he could not control himself, as though he was injected with chicken blood. After Zhu Chengshin chatted with Zhu Xuanji for a while, he left with Princess Xuanya, who was in a love-struck state. As the spectators left, the cliff quieted down again. Little Jiang Shui wrapped her arms around his neck and said meaningfully, "The way that Princess looked at you just now, it was as though flowers were blooming." Zhu Xuanji curled his lip and said unpleasantly, "Have you forgotten who I am?" Little Jiang Shui heard him and realized that he was right. Zhu Xuanji was also a prince of Great Zhu, which was equivalent to Princess Xuanya's younger brother. She immediately beamed with joy and went to feed the dragon eagles. Xiao Jinghong walked over and took a deep breath. That slash just now was definitely not the power of an earth-grade sword technique. "Revered teacher, can you teach me?" Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Learn the dual sword wills first. Haste makes waste. There will be plenty of time and opportunities to learn other sword techniques in the future." Xiao Jinghong nodded, as though he was enlightened. In the next month, the news of Sword God Zhu severely injuring Meng Tianlang with a single strike swept across the immortal Sundering Mountain and the entire Great Zhu. Meng Tianlang's fame had been in the top 50 of Great Zhu's reputation ranking for a long time, and he was ranked second on Great Zhu's hero ranking board. He was a sharp blade that could protect Great Zhu's future, and even Emperor Yang of Zhu praised him. Such a powerful cultivator could not even block a single strike from Sword God Zhu, and almost died. In an instant, the name of Sword God Zhu was spread like wildfire. He had even surpassed Sword Monarch Xiao Jinghong. Zhu Xuanji and the others, who were in the immortal Sundering Mountain range, did not know any of this. Zhu Xuanji continued to cultivate day after day. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin trained even harder after witnessing Zhu Xuanji's slash. Little Jiang Shui was also trying her best to internalize qi, charging towards the enlightening state. As Fang Junsheng watched them practice, he would also follow suit. As time passed, his understanding of the sword Dao also increased. On this day, Zhu Xuanji easily broke through to enlightening level 8. He was getting closer to the inner pellet realm. Zhao Tsongjian only broke through to inner pellet at the age of 18, and he was already crowned as the only one in history. Zhu Xuanzhi's goal was to break through to inner pellet before the age of 15. Judging from the current situation, it was not a difficult task. In front of the cliff, Xiao Jinghong held 2 swords in his hands and used 2 different sword techniques. He looked very impressive. He still had not mastered dual sword wills, but the speed at which he switched between his sword wills was much faster than before. Zhu Xuanzhi stood at the side and nodded occasionally. This disciple of his had good comprehension. He estimated that he would be able to master dual sword wills in less than half a year. Zhao Tsongjian ran over and said respectfully, "Master, the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword has many transformations. There is something I don't understand. Speak." Zhu Xuanzhi nodded and listened to Zhao Tsongjian's questions. He sighed in his heart. How are they sword slaves? They are all disciples. But he quite liked the process of nurturing them. What's the fun of traveling the world alone? With sword slaves, disciples, and maidservants, I can travel anywhere in the world. Whoever dares to cause trouble, sword slaves go. After Zhao Tsongjian's questions were answered, he left in satisfaction and continued to practice. Zhu Xuanzhi turned around and asked, "Will Meng Tianlang really keep his word?" Xiao Jinghong replied as he practiced, "Of course. But the Meng clan and the great Zhu royal family might not agree to it. He needs time to settle everything. A year later, we will have a battle. He can't run away." Zhu Xuanzhi nodded. If he were Emperor Yang of Zhu, how could he let go of such a talent? Shortly after, he continued his cultivation in peace and could not be bothered to think about this. 4 days later, he celebrated his 13th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 13 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, gold, water driving sword, white dragon golden robe, 300 pieces of 3rd grade spirit stone. The sword spirit's voice came as expected. Zhu Xuanzhi, who was internalizing qi, opened his eyes. Another gold grade legendary sword. Now, he had 5 gold grade legendary swords. They were the Hell King sword, Thunderclap sword, Bloodbath sword, Furious Ape sword, and this water driving sword. Good luck. Chapter 83. Zhu Xuanzhi took out the water driving sword. The sword was silver-white in color, with ripple patterns on the blade. It was very beautiful, and it was 1.4 meters long. It felt light in his hand. Not bad. 3 lines of words appeared in front of his eyes: sword name, water driving sword grade, gold description. With this legendary sword, one can control all water in the world. The range of control is proportional to the sword owner's power. Control all water in the world. Incredible. The water driving sword could not only be used in battle, but it might have other uses in the future. Zhu Xuanzhi held the water driving sword and practiced the white crane sword technique. After familiarizing himself with it, he sheathed the sword. The others were cultivating on their own and did not notice that he had another legendary sword. He opened his hands, and the white dragon golden robe appeared in his hands. Just like the verdant foal cloud riding boots, once the owner was recognized, the robe would change according to his size and fit comfortably. After changing into the white dragon golden robe, his entire aura changed. On the clean white robe, there were golden dragons drawn with golden patterns. They were vivid and lifelike. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, while the saddle makes the man. After putting on the white dragon golden robe, Zhu Xuanzhi's royal aura was displayed. His face was as clear as jade, and he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head, making him look lively and handsome. He did not lose out to the princes of Great Zhu. Little Jiang Shui, who was internalizing qi in front of small saw him and immediately ran over. The others also noticed that Zhu Xuanzhi had changed his clothes. After they saw him, they all praised him in their hearts. What a young man! Xiao Jinghong frowned suddenly. For some reason, he felt that Zhu Xuanzhi looked like another person. Zhu. 13 years old. Could it be? Xiao Jinghong suddenly thought of something and could not help but be moved. Fang Junsheng, who was chopping wood, praised loudly, "Master, you are so wise and mighty. Northern Valiant Sword rolled his eyes. Can this brat be more serious in his bootlicking? Fang Junsheng was in the top 30 of Great Jew's hero ranking board after all. He was at Inner Pellet and was more powerful than Northern Valiant Sword. But in front of Northern Valiant Sword, he always had to bow and bow. If there were no accidents, Fang Junsheng would become Zhu Xuanji's sword slave sooner or later. So Northern Valiant Sword's attitude became better and better. He did not even bother to scold him anymore. Little Jiang Shui moved closer to Zhu Xuanji and sized him up. She nodded continuously. You're getting more and more handsome. God bless you, you didn't grow too old. Little Jiang Shui pinched Zhu Xuanji's cheeks and smiled happily. Zhu Xuanji glared at her and said unpleasantly, of course. In the future, not only will I be the top swordsman in the world, but I'll also be the top commander in the world. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. You're the most handsome. She suddenly thought of something and became discouraged. With a bitter face, she said, your clothes are really beautiful. I'm afraid the clothes I knitted for you can't compare. Zhu Xuanji comforted her. It's okay, I understand your intentions. Don't knit any more in the future, lest it hurts your hands. After the age of 12, his height began to increase by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already at little Jiang Shui's eyebrows. He looked at the 17-year-old Jiang Shui, no, Jiang Shui. Zhu Xuanji was filled with amazement. The flower finally bloomed. Jiang Shui felt regret and disappointment. But when she looked up and met Zhu Xuanji's gaze, the gentleness in his eyes made her disappointment disappear immediately. She smiled sweetly and said, I'll listen to you. The two of them stood at the edge of the cliff and began to chat. They talked about the jokes of the past and their hopes for the future. As they chatted, the two of them sat at the edge of the cliff. Jiang Shui could not change her bad habit. Once she got close to Zhu Xuanji, she could not help but feel up to him. And so, she wrapped her arms around Zhu Xuanji's neck. Zhu Xuanji said helplessly, in another year, your arms will get sore if you hug me like this. Jiang Shui smiled without a care, it's okay. You can hug me when the time comes. Hey, don't you understand? Men and women should not touch each other. We are all grown up. Hey, why are you talking to me about this? Don't we always sleep in the same room? Okay, from today onwards, let's sleep in separate rooms. You dare. The two of them began to quarrel, and the others were envious of them. Northern Sword Valiant sighed. Back then, I had a childhood friend like him too. Fang Junsheng asked curiously, what about now? Gone. Northern Sword Valiant replied calmly. After that, he turned around and left, leaving Fang Junsheng with a lonely and bleak silhouette. This was a man with a story. Fang Junsheng rubbed his chin and thought. Time passed quickly. Another 5 months had passed. Zhu Xuanji broke through to enlightening level 9, and the first stage of the Great Zhu Heaven selection came to an end. Following the shocking news of Sword God Zhu defeating Meng Tianlang, the cultivators who passed by the cliff dared not to cause trouble. Even the demon kings did not dare to get close. However, the peace was still broken. This day, a group of soldiers came on a cloud. There was a carriage on top of it. The carriage was luxurious and luxurious. It was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary carriage and looked like a small building. Zhao Tsungjian, Xiao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant, and the others gathered around Zhu Xuanji. Great Zhu's Meng clan's flag. It should be Meng Tianlang's elder. Xiao Jinghong said softly. The leader of the soldiers held a huge flag with the word Meng carved on it. Zhu Xuanji squinted his eyes and did not speak. Soon, the Meng clan's soldiers stopped in front of the cliff. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with python patterns walked out slowly. His sideburns were like fire, his body was muscular, and he had a stocky build. Just by standing there, he gave people a strong sense of oppression. He stared at Zhu Xuanji and said, You are Sword God Zhu? Zhu Xuanji asked, Who are you? Meng clan, Meng Changhu, Great Zhu's second-rank general king. I feel that the bet between my nephew, Tianlang, and you should be discussed at length, so I came specially. The middle-aged man in black leaped up and landed in front of Zhu Xuanji and the others. His boldness was even stronger than Meng Tianlang's. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Northern Sword Valiant were all prepared for battle. Fang Junsheng lowered his head and hid behind Huang Lianxin. He did not dare to look at Meng Changhu directly. I wasn't the one who forced him to make this bet, Zhu Xuanji said casually, which made Meng Changhu frown. He frowned, and the pressure grew stronger. He looked at Zhu Xuanji's face carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. If you have any requests, just tell me, Meng Changhu said calmly, but his eyes flickered with a strange look. There's no room for discussion, Zhu Xuanji replied. If he let this go, he would lose face. Okay. Meng Changhu flicked his sleeves and turned around. He pointed at Fang Junsheng and said, You, come here. Follow me home. If your father knew that you are such a coward, your wives and concubines can forget about living. Fang Junsheng heard him and his expression changed drastically. He could only grit his teeth and walk up to him. Meng Changhu grabbed his shoulder and flew up to the clouds. Zhu Xuanji did not stop him. Fang Junsheng was not his sword slave yet, and Meng Changhu was not Fang Junsheng's enemy. He had no reason to stop him. Meng Changhu walked into the carriage, and the soldiers left on the clouds. Prince Xuanji, His Majesty was right. You will be the top prodigy in Great Zhu's history. You have perfectly inherited the royal bloodline of Great Zhu. But I have to give you a piece of advice. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Meng Changhu's voice came suddenly, and Zhu Xuanji's expression changed. The others did the same and looked at Zhu Xuanji. Chapter 84. Master. You are the Prince of Great Zhu? Zhao Tsongjian could not help but ask. His expression was complicated, and he could not help but think of Zhu Chengshin. If Zhu Chengshin knew Zhu Xuanji's identity, wouldn't he vomit blood? The powerful cultivator that he tried so hard to rope in was actually his brother. Xiao Jinghong was in deep thought. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were shocked, but they did not ask. Zhu Xuanji wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhu, so why would it be impossible for him to be the Prince of Great Zhu? Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhu Xuanji worriedly. She knew what kind of danger he would face if his identity was exposed. Zhu Xuanji stared at the direction where Meng Changhu's group left and said calmly, Yes, I am the son of Lady Zhao Xian, Zhu Xuanji. Lady Zhao Xian. Everyone's expression changed. They still remembered the shocking incident 11 years ago clearly. Back then, in order to search for Lady Zhao Xian and her son, Great Zhu went to great lengths. All the kingdoms helped, but both mother and son died in the end. I see, Huang Lianxin mumbled to herself. No wonder Zhu Xuanji wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhu. All the questions were answered immediately. Back then, Emperor Yang of Zhu favored Lady Zhao Xian, which made the Empress jealous. It was not a secret. Xiao Jinghong squinted his eyes and said, Back then, when revered teacher was just born, he was loved by the Emperor. But Lady Zhao Xian's family rebelled at this time. There must be more to it than meets the eye. Bei Xiao Wangjian nodded and guessed, if they did not rebel, Lady Zhao Xian's family would have a meteoric rise. After the rebellion, the one who benefited the most was the Empress of Great Zhu. Zhao Tsongjian walked up to Zhu Xuanji and half knelt. I will definitely kill my way into the Great Zhu royal palace for master and avenge you. Although he was a sword slave, Zhu Xuanji treated him just as well as Xiao Jinghong. He never treated him harshly. He did not express his feelings, but he remembered them in his heart. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin saw this and knelt down as well. We will go through fire and water for master. Wherever master goes, I will go, even if there is a slim chance of survival. Both of them looked resolute and fearless. Xiao Jinghong knelt down as well and cupped his fists. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Now that I, Xiao Jinghong, have acknowledged you as my master, your matters are my matters. Even if the enemy is the Emperor of Great Zhu, I will definitely stand before you. Looking at the four people in front of him, Zhu Xuanji felt a little teary. Other than Jiang Shui, he didn't expect to get four other people who would risk their lives for him. He laughed heroically and said, What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. I value my life more than you do. I won't bring you to your deaths. The atmosphere was no longer tense. Everyone smiled and stood up. Jiang Shui smiled and said, with Xuanji's talent, it will be easy for him to take revenge in the future. Zhu Xuanji nodded and smiled, we promise to travel the world together. Master, let's make a deal. After you get your revenge, we'll go to the holy land of the sword, 10,000 swords divine mountain. How about that? Xiao Jinghong smiled as a yearning look appeared on his face. Zhao Tsongjian's eyes brightened, the legendary 10,000 swords divine ridge? It really exists. Xiao Jinghong nodded. Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were all curious. They did not know much about the northern wilderness region. Not to mention the northern wilderness region, they had not even explored the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Zhu Xuanji laughed and said, go. Of course. In the future, wherever you want to go, we will go. The group looked at each other and laughed. Even in the face of the Empress' threat, they still laughed heartily. After chatting for a while, they decided to leave this place. Since Meng Changhu could recognize Zhu Xuanji's identity, it meant danger. Who knew which faction Meng Changhu belonged to? Now that the ascension of Emperor Yang of Zhou was getting closer, the fight for the throne was getting more and more intense. Zhu Xuanji did not want to die recklessly. He could not just shout, I'm the Prince of Great Zhou, Zhu Xuanji. If he did so, he would die even faster. After all, Zhu Yilong had the highest chance of becoming the emperor. He had already won over half of the royal court, and the empress was even more powerful in the royal palace. Even though Emperor Yang of Zhou had great powers, it was extremely difficult for Zhu Xuanji to appear before him. Wu Ah big roared in the sky, and the group flew on their swords. Jiang Shui hugged Zhu Xuanji's waist, while the three-eyed drought rodent was in his arms. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and exclaimed, impressive. I didn't expect you to be a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and of the royal bloodline of the Great Zhou dynasty. Your father is a top-notch almighty in the northern wilderness region, and he is world-shaking. It talked endlessly as if it was Emperor Yang of Zhou's son. Zhu Xuanji ignored it and headed deeper into the immortal Sundering mountain range. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators. Seeing Zhu Xuanji, those cultivators could not contain their excitement and continuously cried out. They flew for 1,000 li. Zhu Xuanji learned a lot of news. He was already ranked third on the Great Zhou honor ranking. It even overshadowed the brilliance of Great Zhou's heavens selection. Defeating Meng Tianlang was not enough to cause such a stir. It was mainly because of the accumulation of his previous achievements. The Demon Emperor's son, North Zhou Galesword, Zhao Tsongjian, Xiezong, Meng Tianlang, Sword God Zhu, who appeared out of nowhere, was already a legend in the eyes of the people. He was an undefeated legend. How powerful was Meng Tianlang? He was defeated by a single sword strike and almost died. How powerful was Sword God Zhu? Within Great Zhou, it was widely believed that Sword God Zhu had already surpassed the astral infant stage. There were very few experts who surpassed the nascent soul realm, and it was difficult for a dynasty to produce one in 1,000 years. Even within the dynasty, they would be top experts and would be roped in by the court. TSK, if this continues, will people think that you are more powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou? Jiang Shui rested her chin on Zhu Xuanji's shoulder and asked with a smile. The strong wind messed up her hair, and she could only squint her eyes. Even so, she was still beautiful. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, Sword God and Sword Monarch, who's more powerful? Can't you tell from their names? Bullshit, but you'll definitely be stronger than him in the future. Jiang Shui pinched Zhu Xuanji's face and giggled. Hey, I'm flying on my sword. Be careful not to get into an accident. Zhu Xuanji cried out loudly, which frightened Jiang Shui so much that she immediately stopped. The others were also laughing. Thinking back to that sword strike from that day, they still felt amazed. They traveled for 7 days. The group found a valley that was open and surrounded by mountains. There was a lake, flowers, and trees in the valley. It was suitable for living. After checking in, everyone continued to cultivate. Zhu Xuanji's goal was to break through to inner pellet as soon as possible. Next, every month, he would send Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian out to find out about the Empress' visit to Merciful Melody Cliff. One thing was for sure. Before Great Zhu's heaven selection ended, the Empress, as the mother of the empire, would not go out. 4 months later, Zhu Xuanji successfully broke through to enlightening level 10. At the same time, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin reached foundation building level 10. Beixiao Wangjian received a lot of resources and reached enlightening level 8. Zhao Tsongjian received a year of guidance from Zhu Xuanji and began to break through to Soul Fountain. The entire group was becoming more powerful quickly. This day, Great Zhu's heaven selection's first round ended. Great Zhu's army retreated from Immortal Sundering Mountain. Immortal Sundering Mountain welcomed peace. The demons no longer hid and came out to roam the world. Whoosh in the valley, Zhu Xuanji, who was cultivating, felt a gust of cold wind. Immortal Sundering Mountain was like spring all year round, and it was rare to have such a cold wind. He looked up instinctively, and his expression changed. He saw a silhouette standing on the top of a mountain. The sun shone above his head, and no one could see his face clearly. Chapter 85. There's someone. Everyone, be careful. Xiao Jinghong's voice came from a tree not far away. Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian, whom he was teaching, turned around as well. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin, who were bathing the dragon eagles by the lake, also became alert. The little black snake, who was sleeping soundly on the three-eyed drought rodent's head, quivered and raised its head to look. His Majesty said that you were the chosen one, but you died at the age of 2 and became a joke. I didn't expect you to still be alive. An old voice sounded. His tone was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. Zhu Xuanji's heart trembled. People from the Great Zhu Empire? Before he could say anything, Xiao Jinghong asked, Who exactly are you, and why have you come here? Sword King Xiao Jinghong? You're quite a character, but it's a pity that you've followed the wrong person. The world will belong to the second prince in the future. Zhao Xian's son must die. The ancient voice came again. After that, he leaped up and dived down toward Zhu Xuanji. He rushed out of the sunlight and revealed his true self. He was dressed in a loose black robe, and his face was like an eagle's. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like an evil demon that had been born. Zhu Xuanji took out the Hell King sword and Thunderclap sword and prepared to fight. Xiao Jinghong's treasured sword shot towards the black-robed elder like a sharp arrow. Master, this person is also at the nascent soul realm. Leave him to me. Xiao Jinghong bellowed and leaped into the air. He took out another sword and slashed at the black-robed old man. After the black-robed old man dodged the incoming sword, he flipped his right hand, and a black wooden scepter appeared in his hand. The top of the scepter looked like a scorched claw, and it was horrifying. The scepter and the sword clashed together, causing sparks to fly and an ear-piercing sound. Xiao Jinghong turned around and caught the other sword with his left hand. Wielding his sword with both hands, he moved like a swallow and fought fiercely with the black-robed old man in the air. The two of them attacked extremely quickly, and even Zhu Xuanji was dazzled by their movements. Zhao Tsongjian looked at the sky with a burning gaze. This guy had forgotten about the danger. He only felt excited and wanted to learn something. Xiao Jinghong's swords were like the wind, and his attacks were swift and fierce, similar to Zhu Xuanji's style. The black-robed old man held the scepter in his hand, and strands of evil qi seeped out from the scepter, turning into numerous ghost heads that surrounded Xiao Jinghong. Compared to Xiao Jinghong, the black-robed old man's movements were bold and majestic, and he had the aura of a general. Zhu Xuanji frowned slightly. He could tell that Xiao Jinghong did not have the upper hand. From the looks of it, this person was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Jiang Shui walked to Zhu Xuanji's side and took out the flaming fan. Do we need help? Zhu Xuanji said, We can't interfere. Let's not give him more trouble. He was somewhat moved that Xiao Jinghong would still stand up for the experts of the Great Zhu Empire. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Jinghong had already helped him several times before he had mastered the dual sword intent that he had taught him. To have such a disciple was the greatest fortune of his life. The battle continued. The black-robed elder's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even though Xiao Jinghong kept switching his sword intense, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. The two of them continued to fight along the mountain wall, causing rocks to fall from the mountain. If they continued to fight like this, they would probably fill up the entire valley. Xiao Jinghong, you are indeed powerful, but when I was young, I was ranked in the top 5 of Great Jew's hero ranking board. Now that I am 7 levels higher than you are no match for me. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. His tone was filled with coldness and murderous intent. After he spoke, he leaped up abruptly and shook off Xiao Jinghong. A billowing black wind came out from his sleeves and circled around his body, forming into a black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It roared furiously and shook the heavens and the earth. The little black snake opened its eyes wide at this scene and said with a trembling voice, "Dragon soul. This old guy is so lucky." Next, the black-robed elder entered the black dragon's head. The black dragon twisted its body and charged toward Xiao Jinghong with an unstoppable force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xiao Jinghong did not panic at all. He danced with his sword on the spot, and streaks of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared around him. He stabbed with his sword, and all the sword shadows shot out simultaneously. It was like a powerful current crashing into the black dragon. Boom! The surrounding mountains shook violently. The trees swayed, and a violent gale blew. Zhu Xuanji looked up at this scene with squinted eyes. He looked calm, but he was actually worried for Xiao Jinghong. At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the black-robed elder. Soon, Xiao Jinghong's sword shadows were torn apart by the black dragon. The black dragon crashed into Xiao Jinghong's face, and the horrifying force caused Xiao Jinghong to vomit blood immediately. His body smashed into the mountain wall like a cannonball and disappeared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The black-robed elder stood high above. He turned to look at Zhu Xuanji and said, "Prince Xuanji, remember, the person who captured you is called Qin Chitsuan. Come with me to see the Empress." He charged toward Zhu Xuanji suddenly, and the black dragon followed him. Its 100-meter-long body was awe-inspiring and gave off an unstoppable aura. Clang! Clang! Xiao Jinghong suddenly appeared in front of the black dragon and stabbed with both swords. The swords pierced through the black dragon's head and into Qin Chitsuan's shoulders. So fast! Zhao Tsongjian opened his eyes wide and cried out in disbelief. He did not see Xiao Jinghong's movement trajectory at all. Qin Chitsuan was shocked too. He saw that Xiao Jinghong was surrounded by 2 types of sword wills, one green and one white, each occupying half of his body. The sword qi was visible to the naked eye. He stared at Qin Chitsuan coldly, as though he was looking at a dead man. "This is 2 types of sword wills. How can it be?" Qin Chitsuan cried out in shock. He suddenly remembered that sword god Ju was proficient in dual sword wills. Xiao Jinghong learned dual sword wills by following sword god Ju? Before he could think further, Xiao Jinghong relied on dual sword wills and unleashed an unprecedented attack, which forced him back step by step. He learned dual sword wills, Beixiao Wangjian mumbled to himself. His tone was a little bitter. This was his talent. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Zhu Xuanji shook his head slightly. He could tell that Xiao Jinghong only broke through in the face of danger, and his dual sword wills were not stable. After being slashed by Xiao Jinghong for dozens of times, Qin Chitsuan was covered in blood. He went completely berserk and roared. The black dragon materialized again and grew even bigger. Xiao Jinghong stepped back suddenly. He held the sword in his right hand in front of him and the sword in his left hand behind his back. The blade was pointed at the center of his brows. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he was prepared to kill Qin Chitsuan in one strike. The 2 sword wills transformed into green and white flames, and his aura grew even more powerful. Swoosh! He transformed into a beam of light that alternated between green and white and charged toward Qin Chitsuan. Boom! The black dragon collapsed, and Xiao Jinghong's swords pierced through Qin Chitsuan's abdomen. Blood splattered. The black-robed old man hit Xiao Jinghong's back with his staff, and the sound of bones breaking was extremely clear. Next, Qin Chitsuan slammed into the mountain wall, while Xiao Jinghong fell to the bottom of the valley. The impact swept up a cloud of dust. Zhu Xuanji and the others immediately surrounded him. Xiao Jinghong coughed up blood continuously and no longer had the strength to stand up. Almost. Damn, Xiao Jinghong said with dissatisfaction. He spoke with great difficulty. Zhu Xuanji squatted in front of him and said, "You have done well." His opponent was not an ordinary person. It was not easy for Xiao Jinghong to injure him so severely. At this moment, a horrifying aura exploded from the mountain wall. A black dragon emerged from the hole in the mountain wall. Qin Chitsuan, who was covered in blood, flew out slowly. His face was hideous. He covered his abdomen with his left hand, and blood gushed out from between his fingers. "Xiao Jinghong, I'm going to make you wish you were dead but unable to," Qin Chitsuan roared with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with madness. Everyone was shocked and got up to fight. Zhu Xuanji took a step forward and said, "Take good care of him." After that, strands of black qi came out from the Hell King sword and formed into the Hell King, which attached itself to his body. The thunderclap sword emitted lightning that surrounded the Hell King, which looked like the god of thunder.